evening, folks. It is Friday, October the 15th. We're a little over 2 weeks away from Halloween. And the end of the month, end of November, that means it's getting close. We're under a month away from Expo time.
Yes. It's
We are,
closing
we are
very
getting, we are
fast.
getting, we're getting very close. We're getting very close. I was telling Bobby a little bit beforehand that I had mentioned before that I had. I'm really lazy, and I live at the house all the time, so I don't worry about stuff. But I had been looking at the calendar, and I said, okay, we're starting to approach the time. If I do want to do any expo thing, I got to have my second COVID thing. And at work, they actually want you to have it by the end of the month as well. They asked you like, can you have it by the end of the month? And I said, yeah, no problem. And I actually went out on an expedition. And I went out and supposedly, theoretically, they were walk-in ones, but one of them had a big lineup and one pharmacist trying to do a very slow job, trying to do prescriptions and say, it's like, well, you're not going to be able to get to this. Never mind. I went to the abandoned mall we have nearby here, and it's abandoned. It's hysterically abandoned. This was pre-COVID. This was already abandoned. I'll tell that story in a couple of minutes. It's actually a fun story. But the other part of it is that, so I went to the other one that was a walk-in. Okay, cool, no problem. It's a walk-in sign. I was like, okay, nobody in line, looking good. We're waltzing in. I left work. I went off work a little bit early just to give me some time so I could cruise in nice and easy. So I go there. Pharmacist person's right there. Comes right up. I hand them my papers, and it's like, okay, I'd like to get the second one done. And they're like, oh, sorry, you're gonna have to book an appointment. It's like that literally defeats the point of walk-in. I have walked in. I have everything I need. I have done the walking in portion. So I booked it for Monday. I was like,
I think it was a routine place where, hey, put the sign out.
yeah, it just made me laugh because I was like, guys, if I needed to book an appointment, I could have just called. Could we have just done this over the phone? It would have been fine. I'll just call you and we'll do it.
Call in.
Yeah, it's like I just laughed because I said to my dad, it's like, give me a lift over and I'll buy you coffee, and I got him coffee and a donut, so he was good to go. He was happy. Yeah, he takes very little bribe, Carlos Senior. He's like, nope. Plus he likes driving, so it's like he just wanted an excuse. Yeah, I'll drive you around, and then we'll get coffee and a donut. I got no problem.
Coffee, donut, and cake.
Yeah, he was solid. Carlos Senior is living his best life. He's doing great. But I just laughed. I was like, guys, I could have just called in then. Like, what's the point? And they advertise, it's shoppers, and they put on their thing the icon when it is walk-in. They specify when it is and when it isn't. It was like, I specifically went to this one because you indicated it was walk-in. Never mind. Anyway,
Gotcha.
So good evening, Jeff, and good evening, Ozzy Card Dad. Absolutely. So yeah, we'll just having a little bit of fun. We're gonna have a little fun today. It's the hobby quiet time continues. A little bit of a quiet time now. I did laugh though because I thought the mail was going to be quiet too, and it was for the most part. But I did get, and you'll appreciate the second half of this. So you got Medano and Doug Gilmore double.
That's
So
something.
a little Dougie. There you go.
I
Everybody
dig
around
Dougie.
these. Yep, everybody around these parts loves the Doug Gilmore, and he did put the 93 on the signature as well. So not
Oh,
too bad.
in the big D, yeah.
Yeah, he looped it. So that's pretty
Nice.
cool. Not too bad. No complaints there. It was a good card. The other one was a little funny though. Nothing weird. But I did laugh because they put it inside of a media envelope, so like the one that usually for DVDs, and then they put it inside of one of these, and it's actually a large card from Stadium Club.
Oh,
So it's an oversized refractor. It's a neat card, but I was like, guys, you could put it in an oversized top load. Literally, it came inside one of these, inside of a media envelope. I'm like, not exactly ideal packaging. I thought I was getting a CD. I wasn't expecting one, but I was like, okay, whatever. It's in decent. The card's in good shape, so it's fine. But I was like, guys, come on.
it's amazing how some things can make it and other things.
Well, the good news is that they
As
did put it
protected.
inside of one of the thick cardboard. Like if you were trying to send media mail,
Yeah,
that one is a little bit thicker, so that's good. And it didn't jostle around too much, so that's nice. But that's not how you do it, guys. It's not how you do it. Business 124. Good evening. Doing well. Again, holding someone from Beckett to come on. No, I wasn't trying to get someone from Beckett to come on. But it's one of those things. I suppose I could try, but I just don't know what I would ask them at this point. Why you guys really suck? Why are you terrible at this? Could you just explain? I'm curious.
It's not like you wouldn't have enough questions, so it'd be too many.
Yeah, I'd be like, where do I begin? Can I just begin with why do you suck? Like, why are you like bad at this? Bad at what? Yes, everything. Literally everything you could be bad at. Why are you bad at that?
Yeah.
Grading's terrible. The pricing is questionable. The articles are bad. Really, like you've got it all covered. I'm genuinely impressed.
150 bullet points. It's like
This is just page 14. And then Bobby gave me his, and it's the Old Testament. What? I don't know. Like I don't know at that point. Good evening, Yannick. Absolutely. But yeah, no, we'll have some fun. I did jot down a couple of things just to chat about. It is going to be open though. We can pretty much chat about anything you guys want to chat about. I did have a little fun, and I'll start off with this. So let's do two things. So I'm going to put the little invitation link out there, and I'm going to attach it so that we have access to it. Usual rules, bouncers in effect. But if you've been around before, by all means, help yourself. You're more than welcome to come in, say hello. You're not bound to sticking around too long, but if you do want to pop in and chat, by all means, you're welcome to. And you don't have to do video. You can do audio only if you want. If you want to hide your secret location, we will not reveal the location of your underwater secret base. But what I was going to say is that last night I watched the Ken Golden Instagram Live. So Ken Golden has gotten into the content creation game, and he's created his own Ken Golden variety show, which I enjoy. I like the concept of Ken Golden trying with his technology capabilities. The struggle is real is the point I'm trying to get at.
I like that he uses a 20-year younger picture when he's advertising.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But here's the thing. This past episode, the potential was good. Like, so you got Carvin on and you got Brian Gray on. So like on paper, okay, this sounds promising. Mm-hmm. If nothing else, it sounds promising. I don't know if it's going to work, but it sounded promising. But all we really got was like Brian Gray saying the usual stuff he's already said a couple of times. Nothing new was brought to the table. He did mention the whole thing of, if all else fails, maybe he'll try to do the, challenge the copyright and challenge the leagues on it. But he hasn't committed to actually doing it. So it's one of those things like, okay, I'm glad you're saying you could. Why don't you just say you're going to do it then?
Well, I think if he did a collective effort, he would end up better off.
I agree with that part. And but it was a lot of reiterating the same point. So Ken basically just got him to reiterate what he already said. One thing I did get out of it was that Brian Gray said that, I believe his speech, he said that he had talked to some folks at Beckett and they may at some point publish his speech, his big rousing speech that Brad was talking about, which I would like to see. Like if they do, like, oh my God, Beckett did a thing. Yes.
No video has surfaced for that.
Yeah. So if they recorded it, I'd like to see it. That would be great. Yeah, Becca's already said it recently. Very true. Very true. But it's like, no, I'd be happy to see it. Like if they got it, I'd be happy to see it. That's great. And then they had Carvin come on, and Carvin's always good. But it's one of those things where it's fun because when it comes to it, the temptation with Carvin is always to go back to the beginning. Oh, tell us how you set up Exquisite, sorry. And how you started with that. And then Carvin tells the story. And Carvin knows the story off by heart because he's told it 57,000 times. And I'm not exaggerating, literally 57,000 times. So it's one of those things like, guys, you're not covering any new ground. I will agree with Golden that he does have a pretty big audience. People are paying attention to what he's doing. But it's like, even then, a lot of his audience are going to know who Carvin is at this point. So it's like rehashing the same ground again. It feels like a missed opportunity. I'm not going to criticize it. There's nothing wrong with it. It wasn't bad, but it was a bit of a missed opportunity, in my opinion.
You just did.
Yeah. So it's one of those things where, no, the thing is, it's not bad. You can still do it. It doesn't matter here's the thing. It's not for my benefit. If somebody genuinely doesn't know who Carvin is, great. Then they got the background. But for those of us who do know it or have heard it 1,018 times he said it, we didn't gain anything by it.
No.
So it's not bad, but it's disappointing given the possibilities and the potential you could have, because there's so much ground you could have covered that would have been awesome. I think it would have been great. So, and one other thing I'll mention since I did bring it up, I wanted to make sure I covered this because when I see stuff like that, I do get a little annoyed to a certain degree. Well, I shouldn't say annoyed, but I'm a little disappointed because it doesn't take a lot of research. So I'll kind of bring it to the attention of anyone who hasn't seen it before. On this very channel, in the past, and it's been about a year. So it's a good time to just, a little refresher. So if you notice right there, I specifically searched 2 different episodes that I did with Carvin for a combined 10 hours. And we covered all the same stuff that had been covered already. You can see that in the first episode. And then a whole bunch of other stuff. And good news, they've got chapters and timestamps.
Yes.
So if you want to jump around, some stories, Carvin covers a lot of ground. He talks about his time at Panini. He talks about his time at Upper Deck. He talks about his time as a distributor. He talks about some of the differences. He talks about the difference between one job and another. Some of his theories behind design. We talked a little bit about his theories on design. We talked about what he likes and what he doesn't like. Like, we covered a ton of ground over the course of those episodes, and they've got chapters and timestamps. So you don't have to sit there and watch the whole thing. You can skip ahead to the parts that interest you. skip back and forth. It's there, and I did those over a year ago. So the information's available. It's so for the 57,000th interview where they ask him the same thing. It's like, so how'd you come up with exquisite? And then Carvin gets to explain it to them, and he goes, "Well, originally I was going to call it something else. Yeah, UD Black. I know."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Finishing his sentences.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the stories, but they have been said enough times where, like, if you have had the chance to see them before, if you've never had the chance, you're going to get way more background there because Carvin, you'll get it from the man's mouth himself. He'll tell you all kinds of stories, and there's a lot of ground. And I scratched the surface, and I'm still waiting for somebody else to go beyond. I want them to take what we did and go take it to the next level. Go talk about even more things. Like he could tell you a whole bunch of stuff.
Well, Carvin's actually coming up to the Toronto Expo this fall. And next month, actually. He said, I was on one of his Instagram. He went live and I went on.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
Oh, do you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he was saying that he still has all his wax and everything. He was like, oh, somebody let me some space on their table so I can sell some of this 90s, whatever he has there. I'm sure he has some good stuff too.
He does because from what I remember, because it came in part of the conversation. Even from later on, because I think after the fact for himself, he also acquired, I think from Soto's rookie year, he has like a case.
Oh, wow.
So like the sealed stuff has dried up, and like now it has value.
Timing.
It has tons of value. So if you've got players that people are interested in, and you've got sealed wax that like, it's not worth opening because even if you pull the stuff, it's not worth it. But for the person who has everything, it's like literally just sell it to Nat Turner. He'll cut you a check. It'll be a big check, and he'll open it because he's into that kind of thing. But he'll pay you a pretty penny for it beforehand. You'll do all right.
Yeah, there's some good unopened out there. Everybody's sitting on it.
Oh yeah.
Some people, I guess, are still selling. I don't know how much higher it can really go when it gets beyond the point of opening to value of top grade cards that would cost you to send in and get back and get your money back on.
Well, I think that's already happened with a lot of the older stuff.
The vintage is like that, yeah.
Yeah, because the 86 Fleer, like I remember that somebody did a case of it and they sold it for ton. Like even if you pulled a bunch of nice Jordans, like you got no shot. You're not getting your money back. No chance.
You'd have to grade all the other cards too, but that's going to cost you money too.
No, that's just it. You're going to have to sink a lot of costs into it and cross your fingers and hope that you had a good batch and hope for the best. And it's not, there's a lot of going on there. Yes, I did hear about this PSA mail day. I caught a little bit of the end of that. Once he started getting into because he also opened a box as well. And he was a little disappointed in the box he opened right at the tail end. I like the
Universe? No, system.
No, that one was, it was a 2003. It was a 2003 SP Authentic, I want to say. So it was basketball. It was basketball. You know, LeBron's rookie year and a couple of other guys. Just one of those things, obviously, it's going to have the most appeal. Because if you're being honest about Instagram and that demographic especially, basketball is the way. If you're going to open some stuff, open some basketball because there's a lot of that's going to draw an audience. They're going to be interested and engaged in that.
I used to buy a SB Authentic all the time if I was buying packs with me and my son back in that time period. It was hockey, but it's still fun.
Yeah, but there was a time where SB Authentic was a good value relatively when the price of it came out because you're like, okay, we don't know if these players are going to be good or not, but if you're getting a future watch autograph of a decent player, if he turns out to be good, you did fine.
Yeah.
But the starting prices on this stuff is so high now, where it's like, well, they better be great because
you have to get a decent.
Yeah, like you at least had a chance to like, hey, cross your fingers, maybe.
Sure.
And if you like if you have your favorite team, maybe you pull a nice card for your favorite team because there's like $120 or $150 a box, which is not like so far out of whack that you can, if you pull a couple of nice cards of your team, you're happy.
Yeah, and I think it was about that.
Yeah,
about
that's
150 a box. Because I remember the cup at that time was 300.
Yeah. So that's the thing. Like,
and I didn't want to spend 300. I was just having fun, entertainment value. Exactly. We were opening Gretzky packs, for 150, 175.
Yeah. At 100 and change, $150, that, especially for a product that is not a low-end product, it's a nice product. It's got some stuff in it. And the autographs are hard-signed. So you weren't getting sticker autographs. You were getting hard-signed autographs. Good stuff. Why not?
Good quality cards. Good design.
Yeah, no complaints there. Sounds like a Saturday night stream. Yep. Isn't a lot of originality among YouTubers at the moment. It's going to be very hard to be original at the moment. There isn't a lot you can do. That's kind of why I had my fun doing the video talking about the Rudy from Alpha Investments doing his little market games, because that was fun. but I went outside the genre a little bit. I did bring it back and brought some analogies to the sports card world because the games are being played. He just did it in front of everybody as a nice little publicity stunt and called it a publicity stunt. And people still got mad. It's like, he literally told you what it was. It's like, the man told you to your face on video.
Yeah.
And he said, let the games begin. And by the way, I saw a video afterwards of somebody responding to it, and they made a very good point. I think it's completely valid. Who says the game is over? You can still play games after the fact, after you send out the cards and do whatever. What if somebody anonymously starts buying them up at a slightly higher price than the going rate? Comps, my friend, comps. Comps are great.
Mm-hmm. Maybe
So we'll
some
see.
manipulation in there. I don't know.
The whole thing was manipulation. But the thing is, like, it's upfront manipulation. That's what made it fun. It was kind of like, I'm telling you
In
the
your
rules.
face.
I'm giving you most of the rules to the game. I am withholding what the final end game is because I'm the person doing it. I know what the final end game is. But I've given you most of the pieces of the puzzle that you can probably figure it out. Act accordingly. That was basically the game. It's like, I'm giving you enough here so that you should be able to figure this out on your own. Act accordingly. What do you want to do?
A true response of human nature.
Yeah.
And that's what I enjoyed about it.
Yeah, that I thought it was very fair though, because it's like, and I mentioned it
Certainly.
in the video. I said maybe the viable strategy is to stay out of it and just be entertained. That could be a very but at least he gave you enough information to make that decision on your own and then figure out what you want.
Entertained.
And I was highly entertained, and watching the reaction videos to it entertained me even more.
Oh, I didn't watch reaction videos.
There were some people who were talking. Some people thought it was an amazing idea. Some people thought it was a garbage idea, and you got the whole ends of the spectrum. That's what
he's laughing anyways. Look how much money he made.
That's the brilliance of it. That's so, and then, of course, you're going to have the subsequent video where you say the results. But again, who says the game is over? There's
over.
Yeah, there's an act 2 to be played out here. Plenty of opportunity. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited.
Yeah, it'll get old fast, but you can do a couple runs. It'll be okay.
I think that's all that matters. Right now, it's just like, what can you do with it? And at least it's somebody trying something. At least it's somebody doing something. Like right now at the moment, you know what? I'll take it. You do it, Rudy. I'm rooting for you. Is William Shadow really 90? Yes.
Yeah, he's up there.
So Ken sent 2 Jeter foil rookies to BGS and 2 to PSA. He was a grumpy old man of the PSA returns. He got BGS 9 and 8 and a PSA 6 and 7. It was funny to watch him change it.
Wow.
Now the good news about that, and I think Card Porn gave a little information, gave like a clip from that. I will say though, it's good because at least it would suggest that he's not getting favorable treatment.
Yes.
So
the
it's
facade
like,
is
I
don't know.
Yeah. It's like the 6 and 7 is not what you're looking for when you send those in. So
See, even I get bad ones back from PSA. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wait till you send in the big boys.
Well, those Jeters, if you get them in good condition, those Jeters are big ones.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things. It just depends. Interesting Cardboard is darling the hobby again. Yes. Perfect. Actually, thank you, Aussie Card Dad. So I want to chat. Like I said, I've got a small list of different things to touch on. I wanted to have a little fun with that one. But now let's talk about that Cardboard post that Aussie Card Dad is referring to, because I've got the last one here. So this is the last of the series of them. So why not? We'll do that real quick here. So our good friend Cardboard. Yep. Perfect marketing for PSA. Exactly. And BGS a little bit as well, because he did do BGS as well as part of that. You got to keep the facade on, because you can't just be submitting to PSA, otherwise you'll immediately get questions. You gotta mix it up. You gotta have a little BGS in there. Okay, so real quick, recapping for anybody who's not familiar.
Oh, I did see this. Yes.
So this was Card Porn has had a series of posts recently, exposing a Danny Gold. And what happened is Danny Gold was responsible for that Kawhi that got traced over. In addition to a bunch of other cards, as people did more digging, they found there were more cards that had been either tampered with or messed with or stolen effectively, because they would do a deal and he'd claim he never received it, even though he received it, and then he put it on his Instagram later to sell, which is a really dumb move, especially when you're doing numbered cards.
But wasn't he changing his name?
Yeah, but he was changing. That's what's on the screen right now. These are
the card number is numbered. So
yeah, these are all his eBay aliases that he has used. And this is the same account, because if you're looking, it actually gives you dates. So he's changed the same account over and over and over again. But according to Card Porn, they have blocked his IP address, which means you can change your email as much as you want. You got to go to a completely different, router or address in order to not avoid the block. Which means you could go down the street to Starbucks, to be honest, and still be able to create an account from there. Yeah. But the point is, at least it's a step in the direction. But this individual has been doing scamming for some time, not a little while, quite some time. And one of the biggest pieces that really kind of pushed it over the edge was that he basically stole a Tom Brady Contenders rookie, and that's $100,000 card these days. It's not a small, trifling card. So apparently a Canadian seller or collector or whatever had done a deal with him, and then he claimed he never received it. And then the card magically reappeared elsewhere on a sale. So the individual was out of it and was trying to look at what legal options he has for like cross border. Because if you're in Canada, so there could be some mail fraud. There could be a variety of different things you could try to do. So it's going to be interesting. Apparently, they've arranged so that through a third party, they were able to get the card who is going to send it back to them. So a good, potential good finish to that story. But over the course of years, if you think about this, if you look over here with the amount of aliases, that means a lot of individuals could have been defrauded out of a lot of cards and a lot of money over a period of many years.
There's a lot of guys out there who do a lot of stuff like that.
Absolutely. So it's really one. And kind of Aussie Card Dad's point is that, right now, card porn is back in the good graces of the hobby, at least for now.
Good or bad, you got to love them.
Yeah. So it's one of those things where we discussed it before. A lot of people don't like the anonymity. Well, at the same time, sometimes it's easier to maneuver. You have if you're going to maneuver in the shadows and do certain things, it allows you to do certain things. But again, you're back to, and because you don't know what resources they have available. The fact you don't know is what allows them to maneuver in these areas without being detected, because it kind of defeats the point.
Got to be Clark Kent.
Yeah, exactly. So it'll be interesting to see, at least for the moment. Like at the moment, I think people are satisfied that this worked out for the good. At least it got one person kind of exposed. Does that guarantee they won't crop up again somewhere else? No, it certainly won't.
But they always will.
Absolutely. But at least it's a start, and at least a couple of the people are getting the cards back and getting some of their stuff, so that's good. In the long run, that's a good thing.
We used to do that early on with the wax. We used to watch the known resealers and figure out what they were doing out there. So we chased them down in the early 2000s. And then it's just a daunting task. And they always surface somewhere else or sell to somebody else. And then it comes inadvertently through another path. And it's so hard to track wax. When cards are numbered, it's a little easier, sure.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I think this maybe the cautionary tale here is obviously do your due diligence, do your research, be very careful when you're doing deals, especially for very large dollar amount, items. Be very careful of how you do it. The other thing I would say, though, is if you are going to do high value deals and things, and this would just be a suggestion for you, in general, the general you, take images.
Not me.
Yeah,
not
take
trinkets.
Yeah, take high res images of a lot of these things so that you have a copy, so that you have the numbers and have records, so that if something was to go wrong, you can immediately notify people, hey, whatever, 86 out of 99 or whatever, this one has been stolen from me. Please keep an eye out for it. And then it's easier for people to track it. You can't hide the serial number. Somebody has to see it.
And not just a scan. I think, put it beside do a selfie.
Yes.
And I think that really would help you, or something unique in your background.
Yeah.
That kind of thing will help you a lot.
Yeah, but honestly, I would just have records as well. The bottom line is, especially if you're dealing with the types of dollars that we're talking now, you want records. You want something to indicate, number one, I owned it. Number two, this is the exact one, so that if somebody tries to take it out of a holder and send it to another third-party grader, the serial number doesn't change. This has not changed. It doesn't matter. It's the same item. So at least people can know, and you're giving them some background and some information. So I think that's good. So like I said, for now, card porn is back in the good graces until they become a villain again. Give it time. So I'll do another one here because I didn't get a chance last week. Unfortunately, I missed it, the cutoff before the last week's show, because it actually happened last week. Our good friends at HGA had a price increase.
Yeah, they did. I know.
I was like,
insult to injury. Is that what
it was so good? I was like, I love everything about these guys are my favorite. They're becoming my favorites very quickly. ComC was my favorite for a very long time. They've been kind of boring for a while, but now I'm kind of liking our friends at HGA. So I know this is old news, but my favorite part was the post. Like I said, I wish I'd caught it last week, because I would have loved to have made fun of it last week. But I got to take a moment. And by the way, in the spirit of what I said earlier, if there's anything else you guys want to talk about in any categories or anything, throw it in the chat. I'll be able to see it, and then we can discuss it. So real quick, I did, for those of you who didn't catch it for whatever reason. So those are the prices. If it's at $1 for 60-day, I would still say it's a ripoff. They're a holstering company. They're not a grading company. They're not an authenticating company. It's a waste of money either way, but whatever. Okay, so my favorite though was the justification for the price increase. That was my favorite. We had previously announced a price increase. That's fine. This announcement was met with mixed reviews. However, we've continued to monitor and gauge costs, and price increase is inevitable for many reasons. They don't have authenticating people. They need to hire them. Our process is more in depth than any other grading company. Nope. Other companies, especially those without subgrades, can be 4 times more efficient in timing.
Who
I would
wrote
like to
that?
know how. I want you to cite the source, sir, madam. I would like you to cite that source. Where did you come up with that statistic?
It's like I'm the best in the world. Prove it.
Yeah.
I'm just the best in the world. Move on.
But my favorite part about this is that, okay, let's pretend for a second that's true. Again, I'm back to number one, how'd you establish that? But number two, also, in addition, my curiosity about this, you kind of have to, like, the subgrades is looking at corners, looking at edges, looking at centering, and looking at surface. To grade a card, you still have to do that. Just because you don't explicitly do subgrades and put them on the holder doesn't mean you didn't look at the edges, the corners, the surface. You want to argue they did? That's fine. You're talking about their process. But let's assume you're doing it correctly. Even if you don't put subgrades on the slab, you still have to do it. And what about the companies like a CSG or a Beckett who do subgrades and you decide not to pay for the explicit subgrades? I mean, they don't look at the corners, the edges, the surface. They just, don't worry about it. It's a card. It's shaped like one. 9.5. It's good.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it's great. Awesome.
All their criteria are basically the same. So
Yeah,
across the board from every grading company.
You generally have to look at the same items. You have to look at the corners. You have to look at the edges. You do need to look at the surface. You need to look at the centering.
Except some are better than others.
Yeah, no, completely fair. But I'm saying the general premise of what you're doing to try to grade a card, the premise doesn't change. Your criteria, how you measure these things, that can differ. How good you are at it, that can differ. How much expertise you have for it, that can totally differ. But the general idea, corners are corners. Everybody's got to look at corners.
Yeah.
Everybody's got to look at centering.
Yeah, there's little technicalities when you get into a little bit older cards. But the newer cards are pretty easy, pretty simple. Just chipping along the edge. It's a matter of, it's an 8 or 9 or whatever. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. And Ozzy Card is making my point here kind of as well. Here's the thing. I think they came up with 4 times because they said, well, we have 4 subgrades. Therefore, it's 4. You know, the problem is he should have said 5 times.
Might have helped.
4 subgrades and the final grade. It takes them 5 times long. Oh my God. Amazing. These guys just can't help themselves. They got to keep digging themselves deeper and deeper. And it's like, guys, just shut up. Just shut up.
You know, I said this early on. How are they really going to survive? I said this way back when they first started through your program. I can't believe that they're moving forward. It's a tough company, but they're running into these hurdles every time, and they're just tripping on them. They're just, are you guys really going to come back from this? I think they're almost done. Now, that's just a personal opinion, but how do you come back from this? Your holders, you could, it's just, and then the statement there. Everyone's just reading, going, "Oh, they're the most deep." Okay,
you charge more, Bobby. The answer is you charge more.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because they're doing more, 4 times.
Yes, of course.
5, whatever it is.
Obviously.
10 times.
Ozzy Card knows. HGA has a machine. This is true.
Mm.
It's not quite as effective as the ComC machine, clearly, but they got to work on this. Does it go faster with just 3 corners? Well, if they do Kramer's choice. Then those are those are rectangles, so those are triangles. So but mind you, the top is usually rounded, so it doesn't really have a corner. The bottom does. The bottom 2 have corners. So I don't know. You got kind of like 2 corners, and then
cards are all rounded too. So
yeah, I don't know. It's kind of
how do we call that? We check the.
See, the problem is it might take like 16 times longer. They have to do some quadratic equation and really work it out. Yeah. Carry the 7. Oh, unbelievable. Thank God we have the AI. That'll save us. That'll fix it.
I knew calculus would come in handy sometime.
Listen, I did the best I could to try to pass university calculus. Didn't happen for me.
That's tough.
I'm not qualified to be a grader. So anyway, so Business 124 says, from a grading perspective, not value, is the SGC Gold on par with the BGS 10 Black Label? Okay, so we've excluded value. Conceptually, yes, that's SGC's answer to the Black Label. They're basically saying it's a 10 where centering is perfect. That's really the main differentiator, because the Black Label is effectively like corners are dead solid. Your edges, your surface, everything's great. Generally speaking, the big differentiator is we should have perfect centering. That's what we should really be looking for here.
When did the gold come in? I don't really remember the gold.
It's been a little while. I don't remember exactly when they started doing it. And the good news for them is that they did leave themselves a little bit. That's why I said earlier that BGS and SGC both left themselves room where they could say it's like a 10, but with perfect centering. So like that gives you that edge to be able to do that.
And I think that's the biggest part of a card is actually the centering to me in aesthetics. Like, I mean, looking from it and just, wow, bang, you know, then you can look at the corners and everything else. But always that's the first thing that draws our eyes. If they can really take it to that level and say we have perfect centering or whatever it is, it's 4951, whatever it is.
Yeah. As long as it's very
still
close.
Perfect centering, you know, you're going to get into millimeters here, or micrometers. I still think I think it's a good thing. I don't think I've ever even seen a gold.
I've seen a handful of them, and the ones that I've seen are clean. Like SGC, generally, they will not hand out the gold like candy. They're very tight about it. The same way with the black label. They have to be tight about it. And like I said, it justifies a little bit of a premium. Yep. Whereas SGC will struggle to sell a lot of their stuff. If you get a 10 gold, they're actually pretty tough to come by. So it does deserve a little bit of a premium. As a collector, you're saying you're getting a really nice card. And for the black label, as a collector or dealer, it's saying you're getting a really nice card. So it's going to be a lot harder to come by than your standard variety. So if someone really wants at least the closest we're going to get to a really nice one, that's where your gold and your black labels come in.
I wonder if they use that gold in a 9 or an 8. No, I wonder if they could do that because, you know, with perfect centering really makes a big difference.
You could, but I think that would really muddy the waters. Could you imagine? It's like,
it's already muddy. It's so muddy. It doesn't matter.
No, but the thing is, SGC though is using a 1 to 10 scale now. Saying it's a 10 gold is perfectly centered 10.
It's a 100-point scale before. So.
I understand that, and that was always I enjoyed it. Now they never used 100 points. They used like 15. There were like 15 distinct grades, give or take.
It was there was the way it went up in scale was just 96. Is that good? 96? I don't know.
I think they should have made the gold the 100 pristine and just brought it back. It's 10 times higher than the 10.
Well, that's what I got when I first started looking at SGC. I was always going 96. Well, that's almost like perfect. 4 off. Yeah,
but there's a 98. No!
I know. It's like comics. There you go.
Yeah, exactly. That's what. Yeah, and all they did was say point. So instead of 98, it's 9.8.
0.8. Yeah, that's it.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
I got it. So yeah, so hopefully that answers your question. I would consider them equivalent because they are tough to come by. The SGC Gold is legitimately difficult to come by. The Black Label is difficult to come by. I would agree with that. Sure. So I consider those fair. Would not make money on JCA, totally fair. Yeah, I think they're already generally confused, Yannick. I think they're very confused. Very confused. Now, we'll have to see. At some point, Yannick, you got to come on because now that we're getting closer, you got to be getting excited about the expo. We got to hear about some of these plans. I'm slowly working my way towards. I'll be honest, I'm not excited about the expo. I'm kind of like, yeah, all right, sure. Yeah, we'll get to it.
I think because what's going to happen, it's going to be a lot of chaos. Nobody really knows what's going to happen when they're going in. They don't know which building they're going into. Because if they've been to the expo, it's the other building beside it. But there's 4 entrance points for that other building. And is it in that back building? Do you go through the front half or do you go through the back half? So, and then you'd be trying to find people. And supposedly they extended it. There's going to be a lot more. They took another little small area. So that might be the executive or the corporate area. I'm not too sure. And nobody knows where anybody is. So everyone's going to be walking around going, where's my booth? Where am I? And then all the people walking around going, oh, I used to go here, here, and here. But now I'm going to have to go through the whole winding. It's going to be a crazy time and busy.
I think that's going to be what's going to be interesting about it. And I'll explain what my trepidation is. It really has nothing to do with COVID. It has nothing to do with the venue. It has nothing to do with that. I do enjoy, hanging out and chatting with the folks and all that. I do enjoy that element of it. But I do enjoy going there to try to buy some cards. That honestly, that's part of the enjoyment because otherwise I just meet everybody for dinner after. Save myself the walking. Honestly, I don't need to see stuff. I'm not interested in just sightseeing. I do like participating in finding some stuff. I just, number one, don't know what would be there that I'd want because I've really acquired a lot of stuff over the last year and a half that was on my list. That was right near the top of my list. So most of my biggest wants have been met. The likelihood, though, of a lot of the stuff that I'm really interested in, especially a lot of that 90s stuff, a lot of those deals aren't going to carry it. I know this already because it's not the first thing they'll think to carry. It's, they'll carry stuff that will move more.
Of course.
Even vintage, probably there's a good chance there's some dealers, but vintage has dried up a lot over the last couple of years, so that's
Yeah.
not going to be great. So that doesn't excite me too much. So
Most of it ends up on eBay anyway.
that's
So
what I mean. Like, so
yeah.
it's not like I don't miss on. And like I said, I've purchased a lot of stuff over the last little while. So by the time we get to it, it's like I don't think I'm going to have that much in reserves anyway. So it's like
Mhm.
I'm going to basically be like, all right, meet y'all at the pub after. I'll get some exercise, get my steps in, say hi to some people, and then meet you at the pub after.
Yeah, I wonder how busy it's really going to be. I don't really know about the hotel being booked, the restaurants obviously
I have to check.
afterwards.
I'd be curious. The hotel is a good indicator, though. I'd be curious to see how they're doing for that weekend.
I think I'm going to book the Thursday and Friday night. I like going to Chop, but if it's up on the hill there after closer to Dixie there, that's a nice steak restaurant. But they're always booked. So and Keg, forget it. You can never get in the Keg.
Oh no,
it's
no,
not like the Keg is phenomenal.
yeah,
but
it's hilarious when they go like, "Oh, we're going to Keg." Absolutely not. No, 0%. I'm not saying I'm not standing in line. No, absolutely.
no. Here's a beeper. No. Bye bye.
Yeah.
I'd rather go to Texas, whatever's across the street there. Is it Texas
Yeah.
Longhorn?
There's a couple ones nearby that do well.
Well, there's
that do
Ruth Chris now.
Yes.
So if you want to pay way too much for something, you can go there. There's the stuff they just built on the other side too, which is an A&W and what's that new Roadhouse subs or something?
Isn't it like Roadhouse?
It's
Oh,
not called
you're
Roadhouse.
talking about the sub place?
Yeah.
Is it like Firehouse or something like that?
Firehouse? Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
It's
I know
supposed
what
to
you're
be
talking
really
about.
good, but
It's in that new little plaza beside the venue. So, which is good, by the way. I appreciate they put a thing there.
forever to build there.
But I don't care. It's still good. I'm still glad they have something there. That's good.
10 years ago, they should have.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm glad there's something there. This is a good thing.
I'm surprised Tim Horton didn't move over because the people that walk over there, man, I've been.
Yeah, well, that used to be the thing. Go to the expo, and then at a certain point, it's like, okay, I'm kind of hungry. I don't want to pay for this. All right, I'm gonna step outside. I'm gonna walk down. I'll be back. I'll be back in a little while. Does anybody need anything? Do the Timmy's run. All right, so real quick here. SEC brought in the gold label when they changed their label and grading scale a couple of years ago. That makes sense. So when they went from the 100 scale, that would make sense to me. For the 900, we have Mike Baker's sticker. Yes, that's true, Ozzy Cardad. Good evening, Eric. Absolutely. Does SEC grade both the card and auto? Thank you, Ozzy Cardad, for answering that. Appreciate that. That's right. They don't authenticate them anymore. They used to do that a little bit, but they don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
Is there any way they can make the expo website any worse? Yes, they could. Yes, they could. It's not good, but yes, they could make it worse. I have seen worse. Yes.
Hockey time.
Yeah, there's a couple there. Trust me, there's a couple there that are worse.
I wonder if the restaurants will be open for sitting down. I know that. See, the restaurants are streaming now because they had the hockey game where everybody could come in. You could fill the arena, and then we go. Well, the restaurant's been suffering for so long. It's like hockey got their foot in the door first. It's like, come on, guys, open the bloody restaurants, everything. Let the hockey teams have it all. Come on, what's going on here? Open them all up. Get them in there. We got to go to Zet's.
Oh, Zet's.
Yeah. Bacon and eggs for dinner sometimes great.
Well, I did appreciate it because I think they did the all day breakfast, right?
It's all.
I'm a big.
It's 24-hour breakfast.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of all 24-hour all day breakfast. Always, it's always a good thing.
How do you like breakfast? Do you?
Pretty much eggs and bacon and the toast. So it's like, give me that. It's like I can have that at 6 at night, 3 in the morning, whatever.
Yeah,
we're good. We're good.
I was never like that before. I never liked eggs until I was about 30.
Okay. Yeah. No, I've always been that part I'm fine with. Because for me, that's easy. If I've got it, it's like it was always good. In university, we had a thing called exhibition cooking, and they would do it for you. And they would do it for you right on the spot, and you could have the whole thing there. And they would put the hash browns and stuff on there. I was like, okay, good stuff.
Question for Carlos and the group.
Go ahead.
How do you like your eggs?
I prefer scrambled. I will occasionally switch it up, but most of the time it's scrambled.
I could have guessed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice and easy for me. So
Yannick, I know the way he would. Eric, Boston. Oh yeah, for sure. I know him. Yep. Okay. Go ahead.
All right,
guys.
Eric, you got it. You're being challenged. Like, is Bobby right in his assessment that he hasn't said yet? How do you people like your eggs on breakfast? Let's go.
Eric would be sunny side. Yannick would be over easy.
All right, interesting. Y'all can confirm if that's true. While we're doing that, again, I emphasize again, if any of you are the regular folks, you can use the link. I pinned it. So if you want to hang out and chat, you can do that. Tonight it's going to be light on a lot of the hobby topics, unless you guys bring something to the table, because a lot of it, to be honest, like I said, it's been quiet. So we know this for a fact. If you want star stock tips, I can't give them to you. Dakota can probably do that for you.
Pretty good.
So he's online. They're doing that. But what I did want to talk about for a minute, and I'm going to have it on the screen while we're chatting. Like I said, just put anything in the chat if you want to chat about, or if you want to answer the egg question.
Yeah.
So right here.
Okay.
Not the question that's being asked, but appreciate your input. Okay, so real quick here. Let's see. I did get a chance to play around a little bit with this monthly PWCC thing here. So Aussie Card Data Scramble and Omelette. Valid, fair. So I did get to play around with it a little bit. So I finished quickly filling out the piece. They made it pretty easy. I just needed to confirm, basically, confirm your cell phone, check the code, blah, blah, blah. Great. I wanted to just quickly see. I'm still not super impressed with the platform and it looks nice. I actually like the look of it. I would like some more functionality from the searching perspective, and from that, it would be nice to have a little bit, maybe some categories, some more categories and stuff. I do like that you can put favorites. That's nice and easy. So you can see I got some Juan Sotos here that I've tagged. They got the little star icon. You can click on that and make it your favorites. So that's nice. And then you can come back and refer to it. So that's handy. That's cool. And you do get your timing until the extended bidding starts. You got the timer. I will say, I did place a bid. So if you notice, it says here, you're the highest bidder. I just put in a bid to get into the extended bidding because I wanted to participate and see what it looks like. So I want to be able to gauge it for myself. I will try to be competitive with this and see where it goes. I'm not going to overpay for the damn thing, but I'd like to try and see if I can win something here. And if I can, I'd be happy to report back on my findings. Mm-hmm. Pretty vanilla. It's pretty basic. I'll be honest with you. There isn't a lot to it. It does show you the current bid and stuff. The scans are nice. The PWCC scans usually are. But it's pretty basic.
Keep it simple, though. I don't think you want to get too detailed.
No, for sure. But I think you got to be I think you got to do a little better job on the filtering. The filtering on the left, you got to do a little more.
I heard some complaints. I think even Dakota was saying something.
Yeah. So it's like, you got to do a little bit with it.
Yeah.
I'd like to see a little more, just to make it easier to search for certain items, like decades and stuff. But I do, like I said, I think
decades is actually one of the main things you should have.
Yeah, like make it easy. Make it easy for us.
Like eBay eliminated that, and we used to have that. It was so much easier to do your searches that you were interested in, but they took that away just because they wanted more people to look at more things, more eyes, and that was the reason. I'm pretty sure.
So I still like the ability, the scans they do, which I thought is pretty good. I do appreciate that, so that's nice. But it's cool. We'll see. I got to play around with it a little bit more. There's not a lot to it, but I'm gonna see what happens with it. I don't expect to really win on a lot of these because these ones are probably going to go for a pretty penny. I'm also curious to see what the pricing looks like in terms of where they end up, because they do have a nice long runway. So like these are not short auctions, and you can see what obviously the latest ones they got bid up on. Oh, LaMelo Ball, oh the Jeter. It all starts at $10. It's really a lot of the stuff starting off pretty cheap. I suspect I'll be honest with you, I do genuinely believe there will be some bargains on some of the less like hyped items. I think some of these
57,000 items or something.
41, yeah. But I think there'll be some opportunities there. I think some of the big stuff will go. It'll go for kind of what you expect. But I think some other stuff, I wouldn't be shocked if there's a couple of decent prices on that like mid-tier, lower tier stuff. I wouldn't be shocked. So I'll keep an eye on it. I'd be curious to see. Any of you guys participate in any of this? I like that they've got some vintage all the way to modern, so that's cool. It's kind of nice.
The mid to lower tier, yeah, you'd lose a lot of the eBay wanderers.
That's exactly it.
In that part of it, so I'm sure they would miss out.
Which, you know what? Listen, from a personal collection standpoint,
it's good.
I dig it. Like I'm into it. Let's do it. That could be some opportunities. That's why I'm interested. Like let's see what happens. I'd love it.
You say more eyes is better, but less eyes is better too.
Or it can be, as a buyer, less eyes is better. They got to build a reputation. They got to basically do what I said earlier. So right now, having stuff on there is good. Getting completed sales is good. Demonstrating that you have the logistics capability to do what's being asked is good. Part of the reason I want to win one of these things is I want to see, okay, how easy is the payment side of it? How easy is the, what are my shipping options? What basically can I do? How quickly do they get my stuff to me? I don't know the answer to those questions. I haven't participated in PWCC because normally their stuff is really high end.
Don't you get your stuff shipped to
Ship my cards?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can. But my point is, I with PWCC specifically on their platform, I'm going to be curious what their options are. I still want to see what they are. Okay, if I do want to ship it to Canada, what's my cost? If I do ship it to this one, what's my cost?
True enough. Yeah, actually, some are better than others in that regard.
Exactly.
Yeah, and they will do that to Canada. Most of mine get shipped to the U.S., but I mean,
Mhm.
every once in actually, I did that with some. I bought something at a auction, and I said, "You might as well just ship it to me," because it was actually closer than where I get my friend shipped, and it was here in 2 days.
Yeah.
I went, "What?"
That's why I want to know. Like, I actually want to experience it for myself and be able to say, this is what I saw. This is how it came out for me. So
Yeah.
to me, it's like, no, that's why I say I'll give it a shot. I'm not going to overpay for the privilege, but it's for research. I would still like to know what the experience is like from that end and see
Let's
how
hope you underpay for the privilege.
Yeah, that would be the ideal. So that's why I say I put a couple in there. I'll look at some other ones to see if there's anything else of interest, and I'll see if I can take something down. But we got 9 days left, so still quite a bit of time. Quite a bit of time.
So it's how long is the auction there?
The auction goes
2 weeks?
about 2 weeks and change, I think.
So sort of like a golden auction, almost 2 weeks each.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
for both.
The main thing that I'm interested in, so if I get far enough along, obviously by placing a bid, I'm in the extended bidding. So I'm qualified
Yeah,
for the
you're
extended
good
bidding.
till the end.
So that's why I wanted to put a bid, just to basically put my placeholder in, just so that I can try to participate.
Sure.
I want to experience that side of it and see what that looks like and that works out too.
Mhm.
And basically, like I said, if I'm able to take one of these things down, then I want to go all the way. So maybe I may end up doing a video about it. I want to see the end to end, the bidding process all the way through, hopefully to maybe winning something interesting for a good price. So Eric says Friday sandwich. So there you go. A real one.
Fried egg sandwich?
Fried egg sandwich. That's what a man says.
I didn't ask how you like your toast. I said, how do you like your eggs? Fried in a sandwich. So that's overdone, I guess. Okay.
Can't answer that. No idea. So Gary here says, good evening.
Eric
I've got a few bids in. Looks like it might get some good deals from PC. Yeah, we can only hope. Like I said, I root for the collectors. If the collectors can get a couple of good deals on cards they like, I'm all in favor of it. I think the platform, if they're basically PWCC's only job right here, is just do right by the people that are buying and selling. As long as you're doing a good job, more people will give you opportunities, more lots, more sales. That will only help you. It'll only build credibility. Having lower end quote unquote stuff, it's not a bad thing because it makes you a more legitimate platform. It gives you a little bit more range.
You
It can't be high end all the time. Yeah, it can't be a high end all the time because that's really hard to do. We know you're good on the high end. We know that. How are your logistics on the mid and low end? Can you get us our stuff at a reasonable price and a reasonable time? That's good to know.
Guess we'll find out. Well, the kind of did a little bit of that on eBay, so a little bit, not too much.
Exactly. Something I found interesting recently, this card ladder folks are using the CL index instead of the actual sales price in their content. So glad that they took our feedback on board. Yes.
They're listening.
Yeah. They're listening. They're ignoring, but they had to listen in order to ignore. Yeah, I know. I agree with you, Aussie Card. I agree. Look, here's the thing. And maybe this is actually a good segue. And like I said, we can talk about anything you guys want, but actually, Aussie Card Dad here makes a good point that is a good segue for something that I have fun, a theme that I like to reiterate from time to time. We can differentiate between we get along with, have good relationships with. I like the card ladder guys. Anytime I reach out, I bring them on, we have a good chat. It's a fun conversation. They're good to talk to. That doesn't mean I agree with what they're doing. That doesn't mean I agree with, the critique and the feedback was based on a good place. I still fundamentally disagree. I still think the real price, the last sale, is the closest to the real price. I don't care how good the index is. Unless the index is exactly to the penny what the last sale was, you're making an extrapolation. I don't think that should be the centerpiece of the pricing. I think the last sale is the centerpiece of the pricing, whatever the last sale was, because that's what it sold for. If it sells for more later, great. If it sells for less later, great. It doesn't matter. That's why I say so imagine, and again, mitigating circumstances, right? So let's imagine one of those cards that was on that list of favorites. That one, I don't want to bid on it, but I'm interested in seeing how it goes. So I put it in my favorites so I could track it. So that was my purpose for that one. I have a copy of that Juan Soto autograph, one of the ones that I put on there. I favorited 4 of them. I'm curious to see what it sells for. I know what I bought mine for, so I'm curious to see how it goes in different. Now imagine it goes for 75% of the price of mine. I got mine for a pretty good deal. The next one sold for 50% more. Let's say that goes for 75%, so it's kind of in the middle. So what's the real price? My price? The one that went higher, or the one that went in between?
That's Carolina.
But that's what I mean. So, but you could say, oh well, because PWCC is still building their platform, they're still getting new people on. They don't have the eyeballs yet. It's a common enough card. It doesn't have the scarcity. It's a good card, and it isn't common, but it's common enough where you can get one on eBay. So people weren't running necessarily to that one, so it made the price lower. But then, if another one on eBay sells 2 days later, I'm just giving you a hypothetical, for $500 more, so which is the real price? As long as both are completed sales, they're technically both valid. What's the real price?
Happy medium in between.
Yeah, it's very hard to say, but that's the thing. Like, but then trying to use the index. The index is based on the player's whole market, and you need enough cards in their database to be able to gauge that. So,
Sure.
I gave a lot of the weaknesses of it when Chris was on here. I said, like, these are my concerns about it. Like, you, if you don't have enough cards in that index, it's not a great index. It's not going to work. For like Michael Jordan and stuff, it'll probably be fine. But it's still a guess. It's still a calculation.
Yeah.
But basically the thought that I have, and this is something I've said before. I did that video about the halo effect thing, but it's real. People are more willing to give a lot of leeway. Oh, but I really like them. Yeah, but the idea sucks. Oh, but I really like them. Yeah, but it's a stupid idea. So it's like, yes, they can be swell guys. Guess what? We go to the expo, they come in, they sit down, have a pint, we have a great time, great conversation. Your idea is still stupid, just so we're clear.
It's the old saying, don't take it personally. It's just business.
Yeah.
Business wise, nice people though.
But the two things can be true. You can be a
And
tremendous,
and you can still get along.
you can be a personable person, a great conversationalist, a very interesting individual with a variety of interesting topics to talk about. We could be having the greatest conversation ever. I can still think your idea is moronic. That is not a judgment on your character. That is a judgment on this specific idea based on its merits.
People take things personally, but yes, exactly.
Yeah. But that part I never worry about. But the point is always going to be, it's never about you personally. It's about, is the idea good or not? Because some of the people I dislike the most in the hobby have pretty good ideas. And if they have a good idea, I acknowledge it's a good idea. Some people I like in the hobby or I'm friends with have terrible ideas. They're hideous. But there it is. And if they ask my opinion, I'll say, hey, your idea sucks. But bless you for trying.
Yeah.
Like I said,
I'm like that same way with my writing. I mean, be the best writer. Oh, at the end of the day, by the time I'm finished, yes, but the time it takes me is extensive. But the information is sound. So, you win some on some edge, the other part, not so much maybe. But
yeah,
by the end of the day, it's usually pretty good. Some found some new information. Some guy shared it with me, and then he wrote an article. I said, "Well, write an article." So he writes an article, and I read it, and I was like, it was a total rewrite for me. And then I said, okay, other than those couple cards you pointed out, did you search the rest of the sentence? No. I went, so you find like the big Moran's card that's the thing, and you didn't look at anybody else? Just, no, I got to do that now. I guess, yeah, now. Yeah.
Was that big block? Was that big block of text you sent me?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It was basically a block of text. That's why my opinion was, like, look, if I have to do a rewrite, then you're paying me because now I'm doing your job for you.
Yeah, there's going to be some variations to the William Patterson 1923 V145-1 cards.
Right.
For those so inclined.
So I'll get real quick here. I'll get caught up on the comments here. When PWCC was still on eBay, they were overseas shipping what I found quicker than the majority of sellers. No, that's fair. But I'm curious. Part of the reason I say I'm curious is with the sheer volume of sales, you're going to be pushing your logistics department because that's a lot of stuff you're going to be shipping. Right. Now, some people are going to take advantage of the vault service option. That's why I say I want to go through the whole process. I want them to offer me the vault option. I want to see the whole piece. Yeah, I want to see the whole piece from front to back. That's why I say I want the whole, experience from front to back.
Every email, because I did win something and they sent me a vault thing. Mm-hmm. So, but with every win, you get a vault. Hey, you can leave your vault. You can have here, save the shipping.
Yep.
Whatever.
Yeah, that's why I want to see the whole spectrum of options. I would like to. That's why I say like I would like to win it for no other reason to do the whole spectrum of options because then I can speak to it. And if I win a couple of cards, maybe I will vault one for a little while just to see. Like I don't know yet. I haven't decided.
Is it
But
free for the vault?
it can't. In some cases, it
Golden
is.
I think it is.
That's what I mean. Like in some cases, it is. That's why I say I want to see what their options are, and I will inquire about all the. Okay, if I decided to do and vault this one for a little while, what's the fee or whatever, or not fee or whatever the case is. That's why I'm curious.
Mm. Okay.
So it would be interesting to know how many items people took out of the PWCC vault and moved to Golden. Yep, I know some people definitely took advantage of that. They offered free pickup from PWCC, and like I said, they're competing.
That's funny.
Yeah, but Golden likes to compete, and I don't blame them. Like,
No.
listen, compete. It's
All
good.
fair in love and war and collecting, isn't it?
Yep. Appreciate that, Ty. Sounds good. Good evening, Paul. Okay, so this is a good one. You were mentioning earlier, we got a chance to talk about it just before. So that is the Smashing Pumpkins one. Do you want to give them a little background for Yannick?
Yeah, it's I picked it up at I think it was a Goodwill actually.
Mhm.
It was rolled up. It's 4 feet by 4 feet. It's their album Machina of God. It was one of their albums that wasn't it didn't have a lot of the great hits, but they called it one of their works of art, I guess.
Mhm.
So it's more they didn't write for the public, they mainly wrote for themselves. But he always writes for himself, as he says. So hard to say. But anyways, it's a cool looking piece. It's like the whole album, which is a very unusual. I haven't figured out, and nobody knows where it's from. To be honest, it's thin cardboard. You can roll it up, but I mean it's still very strong and glossy and double sided. So, like,
Just a double sided, really?
yeah, it's double sided.
Oh wow, okay. That feels
Same
like a
on
promotional
the
item.
other.
That feels like a promotional item then.
Yeah, but where would they put that? Like in a window? Like that's 4
Yeah, like a
feet by
store.
4
Yeah.
feet.
Yeah, it'd be like an HMV or something.
Do they still
That'd be
have
like
those?
my guy. Oh, absolutely. Well, no, but you're
Back
thinking
then.
about the era, right?
Yeah.
So in the era, I feel like Sam the Record Man and HMV or something like that. Like it'd have to be something like that. That's what it feels like. It feels like a promotional item you put in the store to promote the album.
It's not a great promotional thing because again, with the Smashing Pumpkins, you would, if it's a new album, you wouldn't recognize it that quickly. It does say what it says on it. It does say Smashing Pumpkins, whatever, but doesn't have any more details other than the album. So if you don't know what the album looks like, then how would you know what they're advertising at the window?
I agree with you, but it still feels like when you said double sided, though, it does feel like it's a promotional something that you do for some
Glossy,
level
double sided, So
Yeah.
anyway.
Otherwise, a double sided wouldn't serve a purpose. It does feel like it'd have to be for something like that.
Yeah, it's hard when you don't know what something is and nobody can really tell you. And I'm sure somebody knows.
Oh, there's a Smashing Pumpkins super fan that's like, Bobby, let me tell you the story.
Yeah. I made it because I worked at a printing company for the summer. Next.
Yeah. Well, you could use that for a variety of different things. Like if you did an autograph signing or something, you could have done that too.
It could have been a promotional thing, when they were going around to, or could have been from a small venue.
Yeah, it still plays into that double-sided thing. That's why I feel like there's a couple of utilities you could do with it, if that was what they were thinking.
Yeah, you would insert it into a frame, and so you could see both sides, just for the album with some maybe extra advertising around it, or window. It's hard to window. I don't see any tape stains. I see staples. I see big staple marks down a couple sides.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's an interesting piece. Anyway, it's kind of cool.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Very colorful, if nothing else. At least it's pretty vibrant from here. So
it's their best looking album. The other albums, you ever seen the other albums? It just, and you see some of the shirts that, like, oh my god, the concert T-shirts, $1,500 US, $1,000 US, like wow.
Well, I think I mentioned that I follow some resellers YouTube channels where they talk about that, and they do great business on band shirts, like a lot of tour shirts and band shirts. The super fans love that stuff because they're like, oh my god, this is from the tour '94, and they freak out.
Yep.
They're like, okay then, it's a lot of money for a T-shirt, but hey, you got the T-shirt from the tour '94. Y'all could have bought that for $20 in '94, just so you know.
Yeah,
you really could have. But anyway, all right, fair enough. Whatever works.
I think I had Def Leppard from I forget 90 something. When I went to their concert, some guy was so blasted out of his mind. It was right in Maple Leaf Gardens, and the guy went right up to the table. He grabbed 2 stacks and just flew them back into the audience, into the guys who were coming in. Me and my friend, boom, So I got a cut off T-shirt from Def Leppard
Nice.
before he lost his arm.
Okay, nice.
Just saying.
There you go.
Timeline.
S- Siamese Dream is a pretty good one as well. I would agree. That was a pretty good one, Ozzy Cardab. The Smashing Pumpkins did a very good job. There was a lot of there was a series of pretty good albums, I would say.
Yes. And some great big hits. His voice is very unique, and
Oh yes.
it's to think if you listen to him and never heard him before, you'd say he'd never make it in the marketplace. But you put the music and the lyrics and the song together, it's just amazing how it all works. It's like the cool different.
I'd agree with that. Just taking a look here.
Or maybe somebody in the audience knows where this poster is from.
You never know. One can always be surprised. I think the last Smashing Pumpkins, I was doing a quick Google search just to see if I could refresh my memory from the image. I did get the album. I've got a couple of different Smashing Pumpkins albums there in the shelf, but Monuments to an Elegy was like in 2014 or so. It was like when Smashing Pumpkins came back because they had stopped being a band for a while.
Yeah.
I actually thought that one. I enjoyed it for what it was. It's not as good as their previous stuff for me, but it's still pretty solid. I thought Billy Corgan is one of those things where like I think when he was in his groove, he was coming up with a lot of really good stuff. But it's one of those things. Once you get out of your rhythm, it gets really hard to do. He's still the same guy, so he's still doing stuff. He actually owns the NWA, National Wrestling Alliance. So he's he's a wrestling promoter.
Nice.
Like,
I did hear that. That's right.
He's passionate about it. So like I respect it. And I've watched some of the NWA stuff. Unfortunately, COVID really screwed those guys over because they were getting a little bit of momentum with a YouTube show of all things.
Wow.
Because what they did is they went like with like a faux retro thing, and they did it was NWA Power with like extra R's. It was like it's very 1970s. Like they went but they went with the aesthetic. The intro actually had like a power metal band from the 80s like sound to it. And they literally I was like, this feels right for NWA, this feels right. You know what? I get it. But they've got like current wrestlers, but the aesthetic is like this is a studio.
And Billy's actually he's 51. So he's getting up there.
Oh, for sure. But I say, like, I respect the fact that he's passionate about it. He clearly enjoys it. For him, it's a lot of fun. But they did a very good. They were doing very well on YouTube. They're still doing YouTube stuff now. Again,
Mm-hmm.
they've restarted now, and I will say AEW has done a really good job partnering with a lot of these things where they're like, why don't we lend each other some talent? I'll send some of my folks over. You send some of your folks over. And Thunder Rosa, who they signed, was actually their NWA Women's Champion. And they've defended the NWA Women's Championship on AEW television. So they were helping promote the product at the same time. They're like,
Perfect.
yeah. And they sent one
Like
of their
COVID.
talents over to compete for the championships. And they promoted it. It's like, one of our folks is coming over there. So it just helps promote them a little bit. It's like, it's a good thing. Why not?
Mm-hmm.
At that point, they may as well work together. It's not a bad thing.
No.
Yep. No, Billy Corgan definitely did. Has some enjoyable Dennis. You mean Dennis Rodman? I don't know Dennis Roman. I assume it's Dennis Rodman. I think that's what you.
Yeah.
I'm assuming. I could be wrong.
Spell checks. Probably.
Yeah, you let us know. You let us know, Ozzy Cardab. But yeah, I think it's one of those things. I enjoy when they find something to do that's productive. It's their creative outlet, and if it's clear that they're passionate about it, I'm in favor of it. And I've enjoyed some of the stuff he produced there, but I think music-wise, I think it's really tough for him right now. I don't think it's his focus anymore, to be honest. And he's done well. Like, it's not like he needs to go back necessarily. I think if he has a good idea, maybe he'll try.
I think every band lives through their era, and some eras are a little bit longer than others, and some are shorter.
I think it's interesting, and this could always be its own topic as well. I'm okay with that, though. I feel like a lot of times people are like, oh, man, I love this band. I want to hear their new stuff. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes they're out of their best ideas. They've actually gone through their best ideas, and when they were at their peak. I made that analogy with Matthew Good. Now, obviously, he's been canceled presumably, but even if he hadn't been, like his best material was 10, 15 years ago.
Sure.
And it was really good. His newer stuff, like I'll find a song or two here and there in an album that I like, but like it's a song or two. Whereas before, like I liked the cohesive album, and I thought it flowed beautifully from song to song to song.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that was a different era, but that was in the early 2000s, the late 90s. The problem is we're in 2021. As we get more and more distance, it's like actually your best production was back then.
Yeah, I think they called this a concept album too.
I'm sure. Yeah, they did a lot of those. That was the
Their first true one, I think, said.
Yeah, because they also did that one that it wasn't a concept album. It was they released it as a set, but that was the Pisces Iscariot.
Mm,
Yeah, it
yeah,
was that,
yeah.
but it was like a series, but it was like a box. I have the box set, and it's like demos. It's a bunch of demos. It's very cool. I've actually got a bunch of Smashing. It's funny we mentioned Smashing Pumpkins. Like if I went digging back into that shelf, I've got a couple of their limited edition like box set because we have a Beat Goes On, which is like a used record and
Oh, neat.
CD.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I went in, and when they had stuff, I'd be like, actually, I'll take that. So
Sure.
sometimes they would have it, and I'd be like, I'll take that. Why not? I like Smashing Pumpkins, so I was like, yeah, sure, I'll buy that.
I grabbed what was it, Jethro Tull.
There you go.
Box
That's fine.
set.
Why
All
not?
his best stuff. So
I appreciate when you can still go to some places and get like obviously I can download I could download all these songs. I just like having the CD. I like the box with the stuff in it. Like it's just fun.
it's sort of I related to this. The online is great, but it's also nice to have the book in hand too.
It can be useful. It gives you that little extra.
The CDs there. I just want to listen to that song. I don't want to find it. It's just I don't know. Maybe you want to hear the whole album. You don't want to. I don't know.
Yep.
We all have our differences.
So Business 124 says, there's been a lot of talk about Fanatics buying Topps Panini, perhaps UD, with Leaf be in play. I would love to see Brian Gray sell out. That'd be very funny.
He couldn't.
He
has nothing to do.
I don't think listen, he would be like for $150 million, like to starters. Because for him it's like, but I like annoying people. I like driving them. I like saying crazy stuff. If I don't have this, where am I going to say crazy stuff? What other bad brand can I buy? I already bought ProSet. What is left?
Who knows? There's a few.
I'm sure there is, but it's like, oh man, I don't know. I don't know about that.
I don't think he'd ever sell out. I think this is his job for life.
I think he enjoys it too much. He likes being a provocateur. I think he genuinely enjoys being like the underdog, so to speak. I think he likes the idea of being like, you know what? You won't let me do this, that, or the other thing. So I'm going to do this other thing and I'm going to really piss you off.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to go to the industry summit and then I'm going to do a whole thing. And it's like, and you have to deal with me because
really
I'm a manufacturer. Right? And you're going to have to deal with me because I'm a manufacturer. Damn it.
Yeah. And I have the credentials.
But that's, like I said, I think it's the joy of his existence at this point. It's not even about the money. He could retire. Like he's made enough money if he really wants to just go away. I don't think he wants to go away. I think he wants to mess with people and just do stuff.
Yeah, some people love that.
Yeah, absolutely. What we talked about at the beginning of the show, when I talked about Alpha Investments, Rudy, is like he doesn't need the money from this specific thing. It's not important. It's not a big deal. But screwing with people is fun. And if you can afford to do it, and it became profitable for you, all the better.
AKA the Squid Game.
Of course. But that's thing. Like it works. Here's the thing. At that stage, if you have enough money where you don't need to worry about anything, and you are of the trolling persuasion, and Brian Gray is of the trolling persuasion. Takes one to know one, as they say. Mm-hmm. But at that point you're like, I'm just going to do this because it's going to piss some people off. Specifically, for no other reason than it's going to make some people mad.
If you can buy everything, you want the things that you can have.
Exactly. Have some fun. Why not? So bottom line, I don't think Leaf is in play. I think just because Brian Gray's ego is such that like he loves the position of doing that. Like
he'd be flattered though.
I think he would love the offer. I think he would love for them to I think he'd entertain it. Oh, are you offering free dinner? Brian Gray's never turned down a dinner. Mm-hmm. Allegedly. I wouldn't know personally, but I'm throwing out the possibility that he would accept their free dinner. As many free dinners as they offer.
He's a social creature, so.
Absolutely. I think he would enjoy having the conversation. I think he'd enjoy he'd enjoy entertaining it and then saying no.
And I think he would still go through with it.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm talking about, he'd go to the dinner. What I'm saying is that he would turn down the offer.
And say no to the offer.
Regardless of what the offer is, the answer is no. But we will have as many dinners as you want.
We'll have a great dinner, and by the end, it said, "No, I don't want to sell." No.
Yeah, okay. No, not interested in selling. Thanks.
Same time next month.
Yeah. Let's do it. 100%. I guarantee that. But I get your point. I think it's fun to speculate. Topps probably makes more sense for them. UD Upper Deck is probably an interesting dark horse. I like Upper Deck for the reasons that I've mentioned before. They do have a couple of signature exclusives. Getting them automatically gives you hockey, and then you got the whole Infinity Gauntlet, so to speak. So you got a lot covered.
hockey's left out there, and we don't know what's going on, and
Look,
it's not for long because
but like I said
other
repeatedly,
moves.
look, I'm not saying that because hockey is super important. Like we're in Canada, but look, it's important here. Outside of that, it's not that important. But it still would give you the whole, the four quote unquote major sports, like because you've already got the other ones secured. You've got the rights secured. Upper Deck gives you that piece right now. You don't even have to wait. You got it right this minute. And you've got some good brands. Like Upper Deck has some good historic brands. SP Authentic. You've got all these. People would still enjoy that. There's some possibilities.
Yeah, I don't think they can get rid of that.
Yeah, I think that it's a possibility. It's one of those things where like, but Upper Deck is privately owned. So the question is, what do the owners think? Because that's really the important piece. They're the ones that you'd have to be like, because they're not as much of a black box as Beckett, but they're
No.
still kind of a black box. You see the front facing people, but they're not the ones making that decision. The people in the back, they're the ones behind the curtain. The great and powerful Oz at Upper Deck, what do they think? What are they interested in doing? That's the question.
Just paying the cowardly lion right now.
Right now, there's no harm in it though. Like, unless you are in a hurry to do something, why wouldn't you wait? Like, if Fanatics comes knocking and said, "Hey, can we talk?" Of course, you will also be like, "Yeah, let's go to dinner." Everybody will take Fanatics' call and go to dinner. Okay,
Sure.
everybody. We'll see.
Even me, even you, Carlos.
No, not even. It's like
Yeah.
done.
Where do you want to eat? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't. Bobby's more picky than I am.
I'd be specific,
Ask him what he wants to do. Ask him what he wants to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it was Dennis Rodman. Gotcha. Thank you, Ozzy Cardet. Once artists aren't at their worst, they do their best stuff. Yep.
Yeah, when they get a lot of success and they get into their own life and they start having to produce to make an album to make money, that's when I think they start to fail.
Well, I think it's also easier, like to a certain degree. Like even if you're really creative,
Yeah.
you if you're trying to make it, are like you're gonna hold back your best ideas if you've got some great. Oh, I've got some ideas for some great. Let's say, for example, you're an artist,
Yeah.
and for some reason you're pretty creative, and you come up with like, let's say for the lifetime of you come up with 30 really good songs, like really good, and a couple of them are great, but like overall, top to bottom, these are 30 really great songs. But you don't know what configuration is going to come in. You don't know what hits or which ones are going to be hits or whatever. You're trying to get a record deal. Are you going to save some of your best songs? No, you're going to use your best stuff. You're going to use whatever you got. So let's say you get through about 3 or 4 or even 5 albums. So already you've built a good reputation. You sold a lot of albums because you did great. You've run through your 30 songs. Now you're going to your B material.
Yeah.
Unless
you
you
have
come
to
up
be
with something.
creative along the way of those 5 albums.
You're hoping that inspiration will hit you along the way, that you can come up with more. But once you're in the cycle of touring, doing this, maybe you're just not coming up with. Whereas in the previous one, you had a lifetime of experiences to draw from, and like,
of course.
yeah, it might have been easier to come up with that 30 song. And again, that's prolific. Just so we're clear, that's prolific. That's really great.
It's hard to get that many riffs a band. 5 albums is a good run.
That would be a real, especially if it's
good
really,
albums,
especially if they're really good albums. Exactly.
Yeah.
So I don't think any musician would cry to you if you said, "Well, you got about 5 good albums in you. I accept your terms." But just like after that, you will be mediocre at best. I still accept your terms because it's like, well, when you're first getting going, it's like 5 great albums.
Yeah.
They'll sell well. We'll make money. This is great.
Millions.
It's like after that, great disappointment. Well,
And it's hard. And I think most of them get into producing and most of the, I think it's like old actors, they get into directing, they get into writing and other things, they turn their focus into other things. So within the industry, of course.
Yeah. And I think it also plays into what I said about Billy Corgan. Maybe his creativity is now tuned into the wrestling side of things because he's excited about that. If it makes you excited, maybe that's what get your juices flowing at this point. It's like, okay, I still like making music, but like I'm excited about this. I wanna see what I can do with this, make it grow, make it good. And he focuses his creative energy there, and that's where it goes.
And it makes a lot of sense because it's very directly related to the hobby where we all get to that certain age when we want to recoup a little bit of our youth or going forward, we have that little bit of money put away that we can start buying something. So we get into the hobby, we buy sports cards, and we all need something in our stages of life, 20 to 40, and then 40 to 60 after that. And then after that, it's like, whatever.
Oh, for sure. So right here, do you think Fanatics, I love the questions, guy. I appreciate it. Keep the questions coming as we're going here, so I'll get caught up. So do you think Fanatics could restrict players signing autographs outside of their card products in the future? Sure. It depends on what the contracts are looking like. You got to remember that part of their deal is that they're working with the Players Association too. So that's a big deal. So the players are incentivized somewhat to help. So that's kind of,
Themselves. Yeah.
yeah, it could be. We'll have to see. I'll see how that goes. Sup guys, good evening, hobby champs. Gray used to work for Upper Deck. Yes, for Pro Set. Yep, that's right. I was like, I think they were based out of Dallas. So yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, during the era, yeah. So like for Brian Gray, I get the nostalgia. Pro Set still sucks. I don't like it still sucks. I know he's getting nostalgia for it. It sucks. And I will not deviate from that statement. So yeah, so Paul Sear says, I think Leaf would be in play for Fanatics if they acquired the hockey license just to be on Upper Deck. Yeah. No, listen. You could entice Brian Gray by saying it would screw over Upper Deck because he's still in litigation with Upper Deck. He actually has some issues with them. Now, I still think Brian Gray loves being Brian Gray. Being the owner of Leaf at this point allows him to prance around and be Brian Gray. I think now, mind you, if you offered him more money than God and be like, well, you can parade around being Brian Gray doing something else. They'd be like, ooh. There is an amount of money that could make things interesting for almost anybody. There are few people that have so much money that they couldn't come up with something else to mess around with. Because he could always go to non-sports. He could always do other things and make another company.
Yeah.
Because the challenge might be like, okay, so I'll make a company that makes Marvel cards or comic cards or whatever, or just sticks to celebrities.
I think he's at a point where he really doesn't need the money.
No.
Honestly, I think he needs the hobby to be there for him. I mean, I think he enjoys it too much, and you can see his passion is there.
No, I agree.
If you take him out of that arena, what other arena would he have to do?
The only thing is I'm saying it doesn't have to be sports cards. If they bought out the sports card side of it and he's like, okay, I'm going to keep the celebrities and the non-sports, and they say, cool.
Yeah.
Like, let's put it this way. He likes celebrity stuff too. Like, he's really excited. He enjoys that stuff. So, like, there's scenarios where it's like, you could cash a really big check and still get to do, like, I want to do a Madonna card set. Go ahead. I want to do a set for the Beatles. Knock yourself out. Like, you can do all that other stuff if you want.
But I think he likes being in the sports hobby.
Oh, I get it. But
more so, I think it gives him more of a pull on or a draw on what he likes to talk about. You know, if you got into the actors and actresses, you know, that's a different kind of genre. But even still, I think he likes. He
already does that one though. Like, my point is, like, he already.
I know he does that, but I'm just saying. He can talk for the whole hobby this way. Otherwise, if he starts focusing on hobby, mainly talk about that. I guess I don't know, because that part of the hobby is a little different. It's very much of a sidecar. I think. You know, the sports run the thing, and then you got the other stuff on the other side.
Well, we can never get into somebody else's head, because there's also the ego side of it as well, because he loves being that center of attention. He enjoys it. Yeah. So, like, we can't fully factor it. We know he has one, but how does it manifest itself? How does it play out? How does he justify it to himself? Because in a certain way, being able to cash out is also a bit of an ego play, because it's like, I won this game. You guys thought I couldn't do XYZ, and it's like, look at this gigantic check I got cut, and I'm richer than all of you. And Topps is sitting there, and their value is dropping as we go along. And some of these other ones,
they buy him out, and then he goes and buys Topps.
But that's what I mean.
Like, wouldn't that be a scenario?
Look, as ridiculous as that sounds, like, why not? That would be like a Brian Gray play. Why not?
It would.
Yeah, like, but that's my point. Is like, I think don't forget, money gives you options. It does allow you to do certain things. It's not like, it's not necessarily the money. Is if you're playing the game, it becomes chips in the game. What do you want to do with the chips? If you got enough chips, though, it's more flexible. You can come up with some ideas. It's always a possibility. So I agree with that, hobby champs. Let me get caught up. Trigger finger, good evening.
If I sold out my app, I don't think I'd really be that interested in staying within the hobby in that regard, because you've sold it all away.
Sure. Yeah, like I said, your mileage may vary. Everybody's going to be a little different in how they play that out.
Sure enough.
And it's a legitimate thing. So Fanatics always going to go after everyone trying to break the rules way harder than their predecessors. I agree with that. I doubt the same old tricks will work for Fanatics. That is going to be part of the factor that we have to do it. So Ty here says, do you feel bad for bands that had a one-hit wonder? No. There are plenty of bands who wish they had one-hit wonder. That's still something. Like, at least you were able to successfully catch the zeitgeist one time. You caught lightning in a bottle.
Yeah. And there's some great one-hit wonders out there.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, sometimes you catch lightning in a bottle, and that's your one time where it hits just right. And you know what? That's better than nothing. At least you can say you had your moment in the sun. So JJ Bama,
some still live off of it.
100%. Yeah. Once you get over it, it's like, no, just take it. At least you got something. plenty of other bands were really
Keep
good. They
rolling.
just couldn't get going. They could never get that one thing.
Yep.
Yep. Definite kind of definition of lucky good. Yep. I know the guys are soda lover. Good evening. I know the guys carry over and chat with each other. So it's all good. Maybe we'll get lucky and he'll bring the energetic Paul to take us to the next level.
Ooh.
Dare we even dream? So maybe Michael Ruman of Fanatics. Let's Brian Gray be Brian Gray and work for Fanatics. Absolutely not. That's the one scenario I'm comfortable is not gonna. No, if you buy him out, you're like, get out.
Yeah, that's it.
You get your ass out. There's cheeseburgers down the hallway. Go.
There'll be a contract signed saying you cannot stay 10 miles from.
Yeah, there's a restraining order built into the contract.
Yes, exactly.
It's like you get away. Get away. Yeah.
Gone.
Yeah, so here we go. I'm just looking. Okay, so they're just chatting with themselves. All good. Okay, so if he wanted, he could take on the guys like Ken Golden if he had tons of cash. Yeah, he could, but don't forget, Brian Gray isn't in the auction game. So if you're taking on Ken Golden already sold out technically. He sold out for stock. So like, I guess my question would be like, what would you? Like I said, we'd be speculating somebody else's intentions. Like we'll see. I genuinely don't think Brian Gray is interested in selling at all. Like just to be clear, I don't think he's interested in selling the slightest. I think he'd entertain the conversation because he entertains conversation. He loves having that conversation. He loves that someone would be interested. So I'm sure he'd pick up the phone and he'd certainly have a nice chat, a nice pleasant chat with them. I don't think he'd be that interested. However, even if he was, it would be with the idea in the back of his mind, like, what other mischief can I cause? what could this money allow me to do? Ken Golden is in a different category technically. They're in different verticals because Ken Golden made his bones. He was a manufacturer. Here's what's funny. This is just an opinion piece for me. At this stage in the game, I think the two guys would almost be willing to like swap positions, not like financially or whatever. I think if Brian Gray wanted to, he'd have fun doing like the auction game where Ken Golden has on some lives and things talked about it. Like in the back of his mind goes, I wonder what it would be like to run a card company now. Because in the back of his mind, he's like, oh, because he's kind of let slip a couple of times. He goes, oh, I have ideas. But they like told me to shut up about my ideas because he's under contract. His job is to do that.
Yeah.
So it's totally understandable. But don't think Ken Gold, a lot of these guys, you got to remember something. A lot of these guys love the game.
Oh yeah.
Money is important. Like it's very important. But once you get a certain amount, if you have $100 million, is 125 or 150 going to make that much of a difference? Like really, is it going to change anything? Not really. But if I give you 25 or 50 million, it could be life changing. It could be like, oh my God, like we went from wherever we are to, everything's paid off. Like, you can, the world is your oyster. Do whatever you want.
But
if somebody already,
$25, come on,
without a doubt. But the thing is but for the average person, if I give them like $10 million, it's life changing. It changes everything. If I give Ken Golden $10 million, it's not as big a deal. It's still like he'll
put it in the pile. Put it in the pile.
But that's my point. Is like once you get it's diminishing returns. At a certain point, it's like, so if I give Jeff Bezos $1 billion, it doesn't even register. He gains or loses $1 billion in his stock value every couple of days. So it's not a big deal for him. But for everybody else, $1 billion, oh my God, it's $1 billion.
Yeah.
So at a certain point, it becomes like, so for a lot of those guys, once they've made enough money, it's the game. What can I do? For Brian Gray, it's like, what mischief can I cause? Mm-hmm. What can I say or do that'll stir the pot? For him, it's the fun of being there and giving those speeches and doing. That's all he wants. If he can do it in a different format and he can still deliver those speeches and still cause trouble and do whatever, he's in. Some extra money in his pocket isn't going to help. Isn't going to change anything one way or the other. But at least it's, it is what it is. I understand it. I've always wanted to go to a concert where a band with a one-hit wonder played their hit song like 3 times. Nice. Yeah. One-hit wonder became my favorite band ever. Hum. Their hit was Stars. I'm not familiar with that one. Okay, well, if you drove to Nashville, it's got to be a country band, so I'm not familiar with that
there you go, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one at all. Okay, interesting. So I don't think Brian was keen on selling at the moment. Yeah, I don't think so. I've actually heard Brian talking acquiring more companies for the right price. Yeah, because like I said, he likes the game. For him, it's more like I said, what mischief can I cause? What problems can I do? How can I play this?
He's fun to listen to, I'll tell you.
Oh yeah, but
It's an entertaining sort.
I think he knows that, and I think he plays into it. So like for him, it's like, no, give me a platform. Just give me a place where I can say stuff and people will hear it and like react.
Yeah.
And that's all I want. He just wants a platform to say stuff.
Yeah.
You give him his platform, he's happy.
Yeah. He's been on a bunch of shows and Golden, whatever.
Well, but here's the thing. Golden gets eyeballs, but it's one of those things like he didn't actually say anything different that he hasn't already said recently.
No.
Like he literally said the exact same stuff already recently in a couple of venues.
They had to make a show because there's not much going on in the news, so
Yeah.
trying to shake it up a little bit. What's I don't know how they're going to shake it up, but we'll see. The expo, I don't know.
I get it. Yeah, I agree. Like it'll be interesting. Like I said, I think a lot of these guys are in a holding pattern for no other reason than everybody is waiting for Fanatics to do something. Everybody's waiting for Fanatics because Fanatics is the only player in the game with enough chips to be able to make the big move. Everybody else is in the wait and see. We're going to react to what they do. They're the 800-pound gorilla in the room now. So everybody's just sitting back going like, when it moves, left, right, forward or back or whatever, then we'll respond. Until then, everything else is in a holding pattern.
I think there might be some small moves. Like it was interesting the tops and about the Japanese baseball. That's
For sure.
an interesting move. Which I
It
haven't
is.
really quite understood where they're going to go after that. But there's something good. There's a lot of rumblings going on. I know in another industry there was another buyout with what's it? A video game buy.
So it was buying the parent company of VGA. It was buying the
yeah.
parent company of VGA. Yeah. Which is a good acquisition in that realm because it's consolidation. It's more consolidation in the grading space in general, which is very true. Yeah. So it's one of those things. Now, for those of us who keep an eye on other hobby markets, that'll come into play. Right now, it doesn't affect this market in particular, but it's still interesting to see there's still consolidation games happening. Yeah, there's still consolidation games happening. Right now, just we're the ones in the holding pattern, basically waiting for Fanatics to make its move. So it's a dangerous
I'm not,
game.
but yeah.
Oh, everything hinges on what Fanatics does, Bobby. Because once they buy out everything, they buy out the Burrell, they buy out the show. We all give in to our Fanatics overlords.
I will sell it.
I will cash that check so hard, Bobby. We've established this already. I will cash that check out so hard.
It might not be Brian Gray money, but I mean,
well, listen,
close.
We'll talk. I will take those dinners. We'll let you pick the place because
I'll pick
obviously,
the place.
yeah, you pick the place. I care a lot less. It's like, yeah, McDonald's, whatever. I don't care.
No,
Bobby,
bacon and eggs.
yeah. Look. I care about the size of the check. I don't care about the meal. Look, I'll throw out the fucking meal. I don't care. Just give me the damn check.
I'll have both.
Yeah, there you go.
Cake and eat it too, right?
There you go. So it's a dangerous game trying to play in the same pool as Fanatics. Very true. Brian, better be careful. There's a whole different level of competition. That's really true. It'll be kind of interesting to see.
What are they going to do to Brian, really?
Sue him in the Stone Age. Brian likes being litigious, but it's one of those, like, if Brian tried to do, he alludes to that one move. But if Fanatics and the Players Association, look, all you really got to do is sue him from about 47 different angles and be like, no, our goal isn't actually to win this lawsuit. Our goal is just to extend the lawsuit until you run out of money.
Yeah.
Like, that's all we want to do. We'll sue you 457 times in every jurisdiction on this planet Earth. We're suing you from Kuala Lumpur. You're going to need to send a lawyer over there too. Like, wherever it needs to be. That's how we're going to do this.
Yeah.
The goal is just to make you not want to fight anymore. That's it.
Yeah.
So it's like that would be like how they play it out. So loudest band I've got, alternative metal. So you're saying it's Hum. I have never heard of them at all.
No.
Hum. Stars. Okay, so the Google has it. Let's see. You prefer an astronaut, 1995. So genre rock. Okay, gotcha.
Rock?
Post-hardcore.
Oh.
Okay.
Can we play a little?
I'm familiar with that. Absolutely. With my luck, it's like they're the most obscure band. Copyright strike. Really?
Yeah.
What?
No way.
No, trust me. YouTube's good on that stuff, man. YouTube is good on that stuff.
It's Hum for crying out loud.
But it's Stars by Hum.
They'll be happy to have it on anywhere.
Yeah, so they're alternative rock, post-hardcore. Okay, so the genres are giving us alternative rock, post-hardcore.
Post-hardcore?
Never heard. I have heard of post-hardcore. I have heard of that.
Yeah.
But the problem is there's a lot of like these niche genres that are like really complex.
50,000 of them.
Yeah, I have heard of post-hardcore. I still don't know what the criteria is. Like, I really don't. I've heard of it. I just don't know what the criteria is.
Is it
I listen to a
before
lot of
metal, after metal?
I listen to a lot of post rock that has certain criteria to it. At least
Yeah,
I could probably pick out post rock, post hardcore. Like I said, I've heard of it. I just don't know what it means.
I just usually went rock, pop, country. The rest was new stuff.
Oh, it's
Move
way more
on.
complicated than that now, unfortunately.
It's not complicated because I'm just listening to me. That's all I care about.
Yeah.
That's where I, is it country? No. Yes. Fine. Poppy, that's new stuff. Or
It's
even
post
the
hardcore
80s.
death metal polka, Bobby. Come on, get it right.
Ooh. The polka really kind of, that would make it good,
But it's got to be all the subgenres leading into polka.
I guess.
Post hardcore death metal polka. So Business 124 says there's always a chance Fanatics misses the mark, fumbles out of the gate. Yeah, sure. Of course. Listen, of course it's possible. Anything's possible at this point. Ken probably pulls in 3 to 5 million a year, and he's got to ask his wife if he can do Instagram lives. If you're married, the amount of money doesn't make any difference. Not at all.
I had that much money, I wouldn't be married. That's for sure.
There you go. So how do you think the trading cards like Pokemon and Magic play Fanatics' future plans? At the moment, they don't. That's owned by Wizards of the Coast, which is owned by Hasbro. So Hasbro is still pretty big. So I don't think it plays at all, other than if Fanatics gets it all into the grading side of things. If they do anything with the grading side of things, then yes, then it's relevant. They won't worry about it. But at the moment, it's like a peripheral thing. The collectible card games and stuff like that. But yeah, that's Hasbro, another company that has a couple of bucks too. They're good.
There could be another big entity that enters into this marketplace and swipes up maybe Topps, maybe Brian Gray, maybe Panini, maybe something else.
Yeah. Well, I don't remember, I'd be curious, the market valuation of Hasbro has got to be pretty decent at this point, because obviously they own a lot of properties.
Maybe those are the ones.
Yeah. So
we don't know what's coming around the corner.
Yeah.
On a lot of things.
Here's the only thing I'm comfortable in saying at this point, because I think it's a safe prediction. Consolidation isn't done.
Nope.
There's a lot of companies with a lot of money that would be interested in consolidating things. What that's going to take, which categories, which companies, which segment, I dare not even attempt to speculate. But consolidation is not done, in my opinion, by any stretch of the imagination. There's plenty of opportunities still to do a lot of that. Mm-hmm. And I think that's the safest prediction anybody will give you. But I think it's an accurate one. Yeah, too much money, they'll keep trying to get it right. Don't worry about the caps lock, but we appreciate your acknowledgement of the caps lock. So plenty of Aussie Sports League would be happy for Brian Gray to take over. That'd be funny. Oh, please, Brian Gray. Aussie rules football. Let's go. Leaf Aussie rules football. I'll even forgive you the stupid pro set crap. Aussie rules football by Leaf. I love it. Let's do it.
Cricket.
If someone upon a live baseball card collecting lawyers, little do we know. The poster board for WAR being inaccurate is batting right now. Carlos Correa. Okay, cool. I'm trying to avoid watching it. I would love to, because I would put it in the corner. It's like, nope, I got to focus. You guys have the luxury. I got to focus. All right. Yeah, it'll be messy out of the gate. Yeah, I think it also depends. One factor you guys have to remember, and we've talked about it already. If they buy an existing company, then they're rolling into already basically, they don't have to change anything right out of the gate. It's just, keep doing what you're doing for now. We'll let you know what we're going to change once we get some time in. That's just how you're going to do it. You got to just play around with it. That's how you're going to have to do it. Because if you buy it, then just go. Let them run a little bit first. Let them have some runway, and then decide for. It's the same thing how when PSA was bought out by that group led by Nat Turner. They didn't change everything overnight. They didn't change anything overnight, really. They just started being like, okay, we'll figure it out. We'll get to it. Okay, so right now I got some music recommendations, so we'll check it out here. Check the album Downward is Heavenward. Deftones is influenced by Helm. Okay, I'll check it out. Now I've at least got it up on a tab, so I'll check it out. Why not? I'll let Soda Lover and Trigger chat with each other. That's okay. So Rick here, Vintage All About Cards. Good evening, Rick. Important question. Top 3 Canadian rock bands of all time. So Bobby's going to have a different one because he's going to include a demographic that I didn't listen to or watch.
Well, you have to say Rush.
I think by reputation alone, I agree.
By reputation alone.
Yeah.
You'll have to single out. I don't know if it's a band, but I think you have to say Neil Young.
Okay.
It's historic.
I think he's a historic musician. I don't know if I consider him a band. I think he's a musician.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
I think he's at the top of the musician charts, but he's
Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, but he's moved around.
For me, Tragically Hip makes it into top 3.
Yeah.
They were prolific. They were super prolific. For me, that's no doubt. It gets trickier for number 3.
Triumph. Triumph was amazing.
Number 3 really gets tough for me because there were different ones that did very well, but it was one of those things where top three. I don't know. I would say
I'm trying to think of something more recent in the last 20 years, but I can't think of other than the Tragically Hip who would be.
I think if they had a longer run, I would have put Matthew Good Band on there because they were really good when they were at their apex.
Yeah.
Because they did very well when they were at the creative best. They were really good, and they sold tons of records. They had no problem with that part. The problem is they didn't last long enough as a band. When Matthew Good went solo, to me that wasn't the same thing. The Matthew Good Band is a separate entity from Matthew Good as a solo artist. Even though his first couple of albums as a solo artist were really good. I think they had a great run there, but I don't think whereas Tragically Hip had that huge run, like it went for quite a long time. And they did very well over a very long period of time.
Yeah, it's hard to think big bands that really, did something. Lighthouse.
Yeah, it gets tricky. I gotta think about that third one. For me, I'll say Rush. I'll say Tragically Hip because of the sheer volume.
Oh,
of
Glass Tiger. Yeah, see, few songs. It's hard.
Yeah.
Anne Marie.
Sure. Okay. Shania Twain. So great night. Absolutely.
Oh,
this is 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, Glass Tiger. And who's the other one?
Everyone loves PSA Trigger Finger. Don't fight it.
I'm Mother Earth.
Okay, there you go. So they won't stop until they get right. Okay. Yep.
Bare Naked Ladies. I think you'll have to give it to them.
You know what? I would say yes.
Yeah.
They're a weird one because they were always kind of like a semi-comedy band, but they had a really long run. Like it was a really long run and successful. Like when he would be like the minimum criteria. You have to have a band that's been around long enough to legitimately have a greatest hits album. It can't be you have a greatest hits album, but really you've only got one hit.
Yeah.
And you stuck some other stuff in. No, you can't do that. You got to have a real greatest hits album.
You have to have something.
Yeah. If you can manage that, then that's, to me, that's legitimate. I think that's fair.
Oh, the Hollies. If you listen to their songs, you'd know. A lot of people don't even realize in the U.S. that they go, "Who sang that?" The Hollies. Who are they? A Canadian band. Oh, wow. Uncle Woman in Black. Anyways, see, we're in different genres too because I grew up in rock and roll and Cher and all these other things that were going on in that time. The folk kind of ish stuff.
Yep. I guess
then Van Halen, that was my favorite band as a kid. So I've seen them in concert a few times. So
that's fair. So I got some suggestions here. Obviously, some of those we talked about, but I'll scan through quickly. Check out an Inuit Promise by Hum if you want to listen more. There you go.
Oh, not Nickelback.
We'll get that. I want to touch on that in a second because I always have fun with that one. That was one of my favorite ones that like everybody always brings it up, and I enjoy it for what it is. Okay, so real quick, we'll get that in a second. Favorite Jim Barksdale quote: "There are only two ways to make money in business. One is to bundle, the other is to unbundle." These are facts, Jay. These are facts. Good evening. Glass Tiger. Sugar and I are still in extended honeymoon phase. That's fair, Soda Lover. You guys do your thing.
Honeymoon Suite. Yeah, that's
Rise
true.
Against. Is Rise Against a Canadian band? I know Rise Against.
I've heard the name. I can't.
But are they Canadian band? I'm curious now. Because they're really good. No, they're an American punk rock band. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, okay. Chicago, Illinois.
Okay, Tom.
Yeah. I Mother Earth. Okay, Edwin. Yeah. Yeah, Bare Naked Ladies from Tom here. That's fair.
Yeah.
Neil Young. I'm only disqualifying it because I don't consider him a band.
But he has to because he did have a band of people that would play with him, sort of like Matthew Good had a band.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Now, this is always my favorite. Here you go. Second Nickelback. Love the trolling ways, people. Love it. Okay. This has always been my favorite thing. Everyone loves to absolutely slam Nickelback.
Why?
Nickelback's greatest sin is that their stuff's derivative, the songs sound the same, and they're boring. They're not even like within a million miles of the worst. Like I've heard infinitely worse bands.
Yeah.
Like live and recording and music video. Like, trust me, they're basically solidly middle of the pack. They're not the worst. They're not the best. They're just there.
And a couple nice songs. A couple great songs, actually.
Yeah, the problem that they had is that certain songs, because Chad Kroger's singing style is so distinctive, after you get used to it, it annoys you. So that I get. And their biggest sin was they got too much airplay. but they only got too much airplay because people kept requesting it. So it's like,
And there's nothing
That's-
happening in that genre at that
yeah,
time.
and that's not their fault.
No,
That's not their fault or their problem. Like, are they gonna be like, oh, we're so sorry that we were so successful that you kept requesting our damn song to the
Yeah.
point you got sick of it, and now you're mad at us? That doesn't make any sense. But I always laugh. It's like that's like that meme from that guy. There was that guy on YouTube who's like, leave Britney alone, but he did like the whole thing. It's like, leave Nickelback alone. They're mediocre, but they're not the worst.
they're not their worst. No.
They're far from it. Far from it. I wouldn't go to bat with them.
BTO, they're Canadian, yeah. Bachman, Randy Bachman, yeah.
Here we go. I'm just moving through it quickly here. Hold on. Saw
Mahogany
Bare Naked Ladies Taste of
Rush.
Chicago years ago. Put on a fun show. Yes, I agree with that. What about one-hit sports seasons? Brady Anderson is a good one. Yeah. There were been a lot of like things where the player had like one season where like it all clicked for them. If you want to go like historic, because I am a baseball guy, if you
I'll
want to
be
laugh,
back.
go for it. If you want to laugh, go look up. I think it's Norm Cash. He was a good player, but he had 1 year where like he won the batting title in 1961, like out of nowhere, and he was never even close to being that good the rest of his career. Just one time, it just happened. Tea Party, BTO, the Guess Who. Okay, Our Lady Peace is a good call. Oil Drop. That's a good call. Our Lady Peace, actually. Now that I think about it, it's like okay. I think you guys are just naming random bands. The original question was about Canadian bands. Our Lady Peace at least qualifies. That I would say qualifies. And they had some real good songs, I would say. Rush, Buchanan, Turner, Overdrive, and Mahogany Rush. Mahogany Rush. Okay. Creed is not a Canadian band. You don't get to use that one. Rise Against Jack DeLaver from Canada. The Tea Party Canadian. Not sure. Not too familiar. Yeah, Our Lady Peace was definitely big for a bit there. That's true. First time I remember Crowd Starter was at a Tea Party concert. Okay. I feel like I've heard the name, but I can't think of it too much. I'm also thinking about that one-hit wonder sports athletes. There's a couple they're in the back of my head, and I'm trying to think where they just had that one good season where it all came together. Brady Anderson's a good one. Norm Cash is a good one just because he won the batting title at that time. There have to be a bunch of pitchers. Like for baseball, there had to be a bunch of pitchers who just put it all together. Like R.A. Dickey, he won the Cy Young. Just put all the pieces together and suddenly had this amazing season. He was okay the rest of his run, but he was never like that. It wasn't like that. Trying to think. There had to be a bunch of football guys. Wasn't there a I feel like there was a running back for the Browns who had like a really good run there, really briefly. Maybe it wasn't even a full season. Maybe it was like a half season, but he had like a run there. The name escapes me, but I feel like there was a running back for the Browns that had like a brief run there, maybe got on the cover man or something. I feel like I remember something like that, but it's just in the back of my mind, trying to think of it. Non-band Bryan Adams. Yep, that's fair. High school weekends would be at a bonfire, drink tons of beer, and turn up Creed. High school years, what else are you going to do? You can play something other than Creed. I don't mind Creed, but I don't know if that's that's the memory you want to go with. Bob Welch is a good one. Yes, that's a good one. That would qualify. Peyton Hillis. Thank you, Triggerfinger. You're on it. Yeah. Bob Welch is a good example, though. That was that because there were some pitchers that were like that. They would be like good. Like Bob Welch wasn't a bad pitcher, but he just had that one season in like, I want to say 1990 or 91 where he won like 26, 27 games. It was like crazy, which was a lot, especially since guys really didn't win like upwards of 25 plus games at that point. There's a long list of one-time NBA All-Stars. Yes, in basketball, you definitely can. You definitely can. Peyton Hillis. Not sure what you're referring to there. First concert, Amanda Marshall, Philosopher Kings. Okay. Child of the late 90s. Okay. Sounds fair. Yeah, Bob Welch, I want to say it was 27. 27 wins that 1 year. Bob Welch. Yep, 27 wins in 1990. 27-6 with a 2.95 ERA. Good enough to win the Cy Young and 9th in MVP voting. Pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah. So I would say I don't know. I would think football definitely would be another place that you could definitely find a lot of players who had like an amazing 1 year. It could be in different categories. Maybe like a wide receiver who had an amazing year or something like that. Larry Johnson, yeah. Yeah, no, that's why it stood out. Like it was big. Now, mind you, he wasn't a bad pitcher. To be clear about Bob Welch, like the previous 2 seasons, he was 17-9, 17-8, 15-9 before that. Pretty good. But just randomly, 27 wins and led the league comfortably. It's like, okay, wow. Okay, sure. Violano had one good hockey season. Buffalo picked him up and crapped. Okay. Interesting. Don't remember that one, but okay. Best baseball player, how? I'm just curious. I just opened the question. In what sense? So where do you have Joey Votto then for that? Joey Votto's had a decent career, and we'll see if he's able to kind of finish it up and compile some stats. But Kevin Moss is a good one, but I don't think he finished a full season. I think he'd qualify as like a half season guy because he had that like crazy run initially when he came up with the Yankees, and then that was the end of his run.
The Weekend.
Look at you.
Fine.
So any starting pitcher from the '81 Oakland A's. There you go.
I kind of missed all the baseball. But
Nope, absolutely not. Bobby says he wants more baseball. Guys, you know what to do. Help him out.
please,
Yep.
at least talk old baseball.
Best baseball player.
I do like old baseball.
Yeah, best baseball player who his name ends in a V who played in Cincinnati. That's fair. I'll give you that. Yeah. Jerome Walton with the Cubs. Okay. So these are like one season wonders. Technically could be any sport. It doesn't really matter. It's just somebody who had like a transcendent one season.
Rocky Sagan.
Yeah. I thought
Baseball,
the Bob Welch was a good reference though, because he literally came out of nowhere to win 27 games 1 year. Like he was a dominant pitcher just that 1 year, and it stood out. Hey, but he was a good pitcher the rest of the time. He wasn't terrible. It was just so happened to work out. Salvador Perez is interesting. I don't know. I guess it depends. Because as a catcher, this is a huge breakout season for him. Like being right out there at the top of the league leaders in home runs as a catcher, that's huge. Breaking the record for home runs as a catcher, huge. But it's not like Salvador Perez was bad prior to that. I just don't think he had anything remotely close to that in terms of power production. Let's see, Salvador Perez. And Salvador Perez was part of that World Series team, so he played well in that one too. Let's see. And he was the World Series MVP. I forgot about that. So I don't know. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, I would say power-wise, this is easily his best output. He never hit more than 27 home runs before. Came together for him this season, so I guess it is a bit of an outlier. Although he is a 7-time All-Star, so he's played well. Mark the Bird Fidrich, yeah. I think he might have had run longer than a season. I'm trying to remember. I remember they did a documentary on Fidrich. Best Canadian baseball player. I don't know. I kind of feel like I'd rather give it to Larry Walker. Or if you want to go pitcher, Ferguson Jenkins. Yeah. No, I was going to say, Ferguson Jenkins was a great pitcher. Yeah.
I surprise myself sometimes.
Yeah. So I feel like for best Canadian baseball player, I'd rather give it to one of those guys.
Well, he's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Who's the other Canadian in the Hall of Fame?
Well, both those guys. Ferguson Jenkins and Larry Walker. They're both in the Hall of Fame. Yeah.
No, Canadians.
Yeah, Larry Walker and Ferguson Jenkins.
That's it.
Yep.
2.
As far as I know, yeah. I think that's it.
That's all there is.
Warren Young on the Penguins. Brady Anderson, the 50 home run season. That's right, Rick. Yep. Absolutely. I think that's fair. Just taking a look here. All right. Made fun of the Golden Live. Disappointed with the Brian Gray interview and the Carvin interview. Did that. Made fun of the HGA price increase. PWCC monthly auction.
Check.
And random music diversion. Guys, it's up to you. Choose your own adventure. Where do you want to go from here? I already left it open. I will reiterate that for those that are around, if you want to use the link to pop on for a little bit, you can. I'm not going to, like I said, we're going to hang out and chat for a bit, but I'm not going to extend it unnecessarily. Like I said, hobby news-wise, there's a lot. We knew that kind of going, and I kind of realized that this weekend, funny enough, for sports-wise, it's going to be this weekend is huge because they got the AEW live tonight. They got the thing on Saturday too. There's a UFC card on Saturday that I'm interested in. You got the ALCS starting tonight. You got the NLCS starting tomorrow. Hockey's back on. The CFL hypothetically plays games. Oh my God. TSN was the one that TSN actually had it mess with their schedule big time. They've gotten to the point they're actually moving some of the stuff onto the streaming side of things. They actually ran out of channels. And TSN has 5 channels. Dear Lord. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, TSN's got the 5 channels, but they got the deal with the CFL. So they basically have to play the CFL game on a couple of the channels. So they ran into a situation where they're like, okay, well, the AEW thing, we'll put it on streaming. Okay, what about Saturday? Well, Saturday we got some CFL too. We'll put the UFC on streaming. And I'm like, oh man, really? Okay then. Sure. Who's the best goalie that played on a crappy team? Which Leaf one do you want to pick, Bobby?
I'll take Palmer.
There you go.
Really, probably that's the truth.
I think that's a good. I would say for a couple of those years, Hasek was a good one, who played on not great Buffalo teams.
Yeah.
He made something out of nothing with a bunch of those. That was a good one. Just trying to think. Like, you got some really good goaltenders that did very well. Just trying to think. I would say later on it got better, but Belfour was really good. They had a good run with the Blackhawks, but then they weren't so good. The San Jose Sharks were never good, but Belfour was still pretty good.
Toronto was the last.
Yeah. He obviously had a great run with Dallas and won the Stanley Cup with them. Got to a couple of Cup finals. Went to Toronto and they played well. It's not like they were terrible, but not great.
He was steady Eddie at that time. That's
absolutely.
He was nothing.
Yeah.
He didn't stand out like in his younger days when he was playing. Man, he was so fast and quick.
At that point, he was a big name. Like they had him for the name value.
That's it.
Yeah. But he had already built his reputation prior to that. Absolutely. Best Dominican player's name begins with J, ends with O, and Onoto. You're making some valid points, Soda Lover. I don't know where you're coming up with this, but I'm picking up what you're putting down, man. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I like what you're saying. We will always accept Soto praise on this channel. We will also accept Mike Trout slander. I accept a lot of Mike Trout slander. Lots of Mike Trout slander. Bills another revenge game Monday against Tennessee. Okay, cool. Yep, absolutely. Larry Walker got in, I think, just this past year, so a big time for him. Yep, Hasek almost. Yeah, that's what I say. Like Hasek was really a top tier dominant. I'm just trying to think like best because obviously Waugh had a great run with the Canadians and with the Colorado Avalanche, so he's got cups. Berdeur's got cups. Those guys are good. Belfour also won cups. Now he had times in between where he was playing with not so great teams. Lundqvist is a good one. He was a top tier guy. Just trying to think. We got to think like top tier goaltenders who were on bad teams and made something out of it. I feel like Hasek is the best one. Like Hasek's like the best example of like a top tier quality. Well, I guess hold on. Maybe I guess it depends on how you think of him. I feel like Curtis Joseph was really, really, really good on some of the, like, especially with the Oilers and stuff like that.
And then Toronto.
Yeah, and he tried, and it wasn't for lack of effort. Like, he tried. It just never worked out. But he was playing extremely well.
What was the other Toronto goalie who was really good, too? Young, and his brother died, and then he really didn't play well after that.
Not sure.
I think he's 90s.
So when I'm thinking early 90s, I'm thinking of like it's not Podvan.
No, it's not Podvan. No, his brother died.
He had a good run. He had a good run too.
Starts with a B. Yes, Alan Bester.
Oh, okay.
I think
that's a name from the past. Okay, that's kind of fair. That's fair.
That's 90s, right?
I think so. I have to think maybe like 1990 or thereabouts, something like that. Feels like because by like 92, 93 it was Podvan and you had a couple other guys in there. So maybe like 1990, 89, something like that.
Oh, when's Bester's rookie?
I'll look it up.
Yeah.
Belfour in the Hall of Fame, absolutely. LaFontaine and Hasek's team along with I would say not a goaltender. I would say LaFontaine was like the unluckiest guy when he was drafted. He was drafted to the Islanders after Bossy. It's like he literally just like by the skin of his teeth narrowly missed that window. Like basically, if those guys had been able to go a couple more years, because they were still really good, but then injuries, age, everything just hit them like a brick
And the
wall.
Oilers.
Yeah. But it was one of those things like he came up in 83 or 84, and then all of a sudden, like, oh, never mind. And LaFontaine was real good, but it was like, but the Islanders were not.
Mm-hmm.
And Turgeon came up with them too, and it's like these guys were talented. It wasn't that they weren't talented. It's just no, but that point,
Turgeon,
that team's
player.
terrible.
Yeah.
At that point, that team just sucked. So it was like we're done.
Turgeon go to St. Louis.
Yeah, he did go to St. Louis.
Yeah.
Roberto Luongo. That's a good one. Yeah, and he had a good long career. He had a couple of chances though.
Career.
He had a good. He had some chances though. That Vancouver team had a real shot. It's just Boston beat them, but they had a chance. So at least he had a shot at it. So let's see here.
Sawchuk for Boston back in 1950.
Yeah, so it looks like Bester was mid to late 80s. Okay, that makes sense.
Was he? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I say. Like by the early 90s, I feel like by the early 90s, I was watching a little bit, so I knew the name, but I just didn't think it was.
I thought he was in the late 80s to early 90s, but obviously it was early 80s right up to the 90s. Yeah, his brother passed away, and it seemed like he never kind of bounced. He just fell, and he had great potential. He was a great goalie, but Leafs weren't that great anyways through that time. So it's so hard to put a great goalie when you have maybe bad defense. Because the greatest goalie in the world with the worst defense or worst team is still the worst goalie in the league.
That's
technically.
True.
That's
true.
But you could be the best, and that's what happens.
Yeah, I think that's basically where the Hasek thing worked out, is that you just looked at it like he was still making tons of saves, and like he was fighting through a lot of the issues that team was having. Like he was doing his best, but that team was still mediocre because it's like, what do you want me to do? I have to shut out everybody. I need 81 straight shutouts to even have a chance.
Yeah.
Yeah. So would you rather listen to a hockey game or watch a hockey game on TV? I need the visuals for that. I need the visuals. Even a grade like so for Paul, it depends on who's calling the game, which I can understand. Ryan,
would you rather listen to porn or watch porn?
An interesting comparison.
It's not interesting because there's only one answer.
For porn, yes, I think you can listen to a hockey game. It's like you can listen to a hockey game and get away with it.
You can listen to porn too, but I'm just saying.
I really think the hockey game is much easier.
Preferences are both there.
I think you can get more out of listening to the hockey game than you can listening to porn.
If you have Joe Bowen, yes, of course.
Yeah, there you go. So Bester and Reggett were their goalies at the time. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Jeff.
Bester and Reggett. Ken Reggett, yeah.
Yeah, Ken Reggett, I remember. Yeah, there you go. That sounds fair. Let me pose a question to the chat a little bit. Like I said, well, we're gonna keep it kind of open ended since there's nothing in particular. Anything you guys are picking up? Anything you guys are finding on your travels? I'm finding the odd thing here or there, but I'm being a little bit picky. So I'm intentionally kind of slowing down just because I'm picking up certain specific things. I'm targeting certain want lists and stuff that I want. But are you guys picking up anything? Has it slowed down for you, or have you been finding some stuff lately? I'm kind of curious. So it's open-ended. Any of you, any sport, any category, non-sport, whatever. Just curious if you find anything lately in your travels.
John Ross Roach.
Is that a recent pickup?
Yep. This week.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah. Well, I showed this one already. The double autograph with the Dougie. So we got that. So at least something came in. I've got some stuff at Ship My Cards right now. I'm waiting for it to. I think I've got most of the stuff I was waiting for now, so I can actually order it and get it shipped out maybe for next week. I actually bought a new laptop, not related to cards, but I bought a new laptop, so I'm picking that up next week. Should be exciting. Take a look here. Waiting for baseball dip. That's fair. Okay, so trigger finger. I'll pose the question to you. And again, open-ended. Anybody else wants to add anything, they can too. Waiting for baseball dip for anybody in particular? Anything in particular?
I picked up a Bert Lindsay C55.
All right, nice.
Ottawa player. What else did I pick up? Oh, a German card from 1926.
The Germans. Love it. Cool.
I pronounce his name, but I don't think I can.
Mm-hmm.
His name, oh.
Tied at 3 in the game. Nice. As someone who didn't grow up watching TV, I have trouble following the puck. Therefore, it takes away some of the appeal for me. Yeah, no, it's fair, Aussie Card Dad. It's one of those things you do have to get acclimated to it. It does take a little bit of work to follow along with it. You kind of get to the point where you kind of just anticipate it. Like your brain already is kind of wired to follow it because as soon as you see the way the guy is trying to set up a pass, you kind of know where the puck's going. But it takes a little bit of work. I get it. I don't blame you. It takes a little bit of work.
Fusen, Lieberwin. Okay.
There you go. The Germans. LaDainian Thomason on card out. That's good. That's a good pick. I like LT. The later
1933
LT.
Moncton Hawks. They won the Allen
There's a
Cup.
specific team issue?
Allen Cup, yeah.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Won the Allen Cup in 1933.
Anything on the back?
Nothing.
Blank back. Interesting.
Yeah, very difficult little set. Monty Muckle, a few other guys were really tough to find. It's very regional.
Yeah, that's fair.
And a Memorial Cup card. This was the 1963 Patterson chocolate. These were in chocolate bars,
Okay.
and they had letters A to Z on the back, and you could send them in for a full set for something.
Oh, really? Oh, so if you've got the full alphabet, that's how that premium worked?
That's how it works. So the Stanley Cup is the Z card, and then they have all the players, and then they have hook shot and all these other things, ABC, whatever. So a very interesting set. Never found a wrapper for this. I have found the ad though. So
were any of the letters short printed?
There is one that's hard to find. Yes, it has been found.
Okay.
But they're all hard to find anyways.
No, I get you. But I whenever you got a premium like that, it's like the old McDonald's, like with the Monopoly
there's 26
pieces.
in the set, so that's a lot of chocolate bars.
No, I get you. But remember, sometimes with the food premiums, they would be like,
of course,
where's the letter F? I opened all these things. I've got 14 D's, but where's the letter F? Yeah. What the heck?
The 20s was really well known for that.
That's what I mean. Like you short print one on purpose. Just be like, yeah, you can get all the other ones in abundance, but it's that one letter that you're looking for to finish it off that gets a little bit tricky.
Yeah.
So targeting low dollar serial numbered future Hall of Fame football players. Very specific. Okay. Also been building out 1950 Chicago Cardinals football graded cards. Okay. It's kind of cool. Chicago Cardinals. Nice. Picked up tons of cards this year. Most of the high-end cards I wanted to get this year. Next month I'll need a breather in my wallet. That's fair. Yep. And then Barrasso here. Corrected. 2 cups of Pittsburgh. That is correct.
True.
All right, so Bichette, Kyle Tucker, Jordan Alvarez, Devers, all these. Harper, Mountcastle, and Matt Olson. Okay.
Baseball.
Yeah, those are all baseball, yeah.
I
So
didn't recognize them,
Bichette,
that's why.
Optic Hollow rookie for 99 cents. I know it's not licensed. Hey, I don't criticize the non-license. For 99 cents is good. That's solid. Picking up the odd Project 70 card, the odd Oilers card, the announcement of Upper Deck SP Signature Legend. Oh, that's a good callback. I'll get back to that in a second. That's a fair point. I have similar list to Trigger Finger. Maybe no Tucker amount. Freeman, Mendoza, Betts, Trout, Carlos, Trash
Man.
Trout Man, Trash Man, same thing.
This also came in too. 1975 All-Star Game.
I was gonna say it's upside down. Yeah.
Yeah. Invitation.
Okay. Nice.
And the menu.
The menu. Is there anything good on the menu?
I have no idea. Actually, didn't even look. Should I read the French or the English?
Whatever works for you, Bobby. Let me quickly catch up on a couple of these comments, and then we'll get the menu from you. Carlos Correa, okay. Trying to get a complete graded set of 1940 Superman gum. Okay. It's kind of interesting. A nice oddball card. Cool.
Oh, I like
complete.
that. Yeah.
Can't stomach the price of the 1 or 72 card. Fair. Managed to get a couple of MJ Chase cards. Very nice. Recently, which are becoming hard to acquire. Yes, very true. Makes me appreciate them more, and I'm a lot pickier as a result. That's fair. That's cool. Yeah. Correa, there you go. Have to ship my card out on the way. Very nice, Paul. Very nice. Also building out the Hall of Fame WNBA autograph cards. Okay, that's cool for your daughters. Nice. Hey, look, you got a theme? That works out. I like this question time. Here's the great secret. I don't hate either one of them. Now, do I like art? No. Why would I hate them? Tom Brady doesn't do shit to me. Even as a competitor, he doesn't play my team. So like he's literally been irrelevant to me football-wise for the last 20 years. What I like though is the argument about him being the GOAT and the whole. The argument is the fun part for me, and poking people about it, that's the fun. But look, man, you like Tom Brady, you want to collect him, knock yourself out. He's not my favorite. I don't enjoy watching him play. I don't enjoy his style. Trout, the only reason I pick on Trout, Mike Trout could be the exact same guy that he is right now, doing the exact same things that he is right now, the exact same team. And if everybody and their brother wasn't trying to tell me that he's the future GOAT and he's already better than Mickey Mantle and everything, I take exception to the idea that he's already there when he hasn't earned it. If those folks would let that go, it's like, no, let him do his thing.
Yeah.
I'm happy to revisit I'm happy to revisit his case in 5 years. I've said that already repeatedly. I'm happy to revisit his case in 5 years because I want to see what the totality of the majority of his career is. At best, he's at the midway point. That's not far enough for me to measure him on an all-time scale.
And you'll do it.
I don't care what his WAR says. I don't care what his WAR says. But that's the thing. But
you'll do it on the show.
Absolutely. But the thing is, regardless, though, and I've gotten this type of question before. It's like, I don't have a reason to hate either one of them, because in the same vein, Mike Trout has no impact on my baseball watching. I don't really watch a lot of Angels games because, frankly, they're terrible, so they're not exciting to watch. And yeah, it's one of those things where I will say I'm suspicious of Tom Brady. The longer he goes on and keeps playing at the supposedly high level, I'm sitting there like, it makes me more suspicious as time goes on, because I'm like, I would feel better about it if you told me that like your mom is an Olympic gymnast and your dad was like a pro football player, because then I'm like, okay, good genetics. I get it. But it's like, I don't know too much about his family, but his dad might as well be a plumber. And his mom is like, I'm like, there is no reason for you to, in your mid 40s, when everybody else falls off a cliff traditionally, what supposedly makes you special? Especially when at the combine, you look like the Pillsbury Doughboy. Like, that's BS. Like, it's not like you were a great athlete, like at any point. And then all of a sudden, now you're a great athlete? What happened? I'm suspicious. I feel like better living through chemistry is involved in this. Like, I'm suspicious. And you make me more suspicious as each year goes by, actually. Not less, more suspicious.
See what you did, Daniel? Anyways.
But I think it's valid. How many players do you know get better in their mid-40s?
Nothing.
Yeah.
I will say nothing. I'll read out the menu.
See, Bobby doesn't want to render an opinion on an actual interesting question. How many athletes do you know that get better in their mid-40s? Even the guys who defied time. Gordie Howe defied time. But nobody's argued that when he was in his 40s into his mid-40s, that he was the same player that he was in his 20s or 30s. He was still really good and was still really effective, and he was smart, and he knew how to play this, and he was tough, and he was physical, and he knew how to do all these things. But he wasn't at the same skill level that he was in his 30s or his 20s.
Well, what's his name? Kuche, the UFC at 42. He who's it?
Oh, you're talking about Randy Couture?
Couture, yes.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. Couture.
42. He won the championship.
Yeah,
at 42.
absolutely. But Couture was like a freak athlete the whole time, and then he fell off almost immediately after.
Well,
like,
yeah.
So like you saw what you expected. Like, he went a very long time, did very well, and he was a freak athlete. He was a freak athlete the whole time, and reached his apex, but then almost immediately fell off.
Yeah.
Because that's normally what happens.
Especially in that field, too.
That's why I say, like, I'm just suspicious. Again, I'm not accusing the guy of anything yet, but I get increasingly suspicious as time goes on, because you're defying everything I know about athletics. Why you? Why are you the outlier?
There's nobody in their mid-40s that can really be anything that they weren't in their 20s and 30s.
Yeah. Even the guy who also
but freakishly be smarter.
Sure.
Right.
But even the guy I know, even another guy who defied time, Julio Franco, is one of my favorites because he kept playing forever. But Julio Franco, in his 40s, was not as good a hitter. His bat speed wasn't as good as it was in his 20s. Nobody made that suggestion. But he was still really good, and he kept himself in shape. So, like, you respect it. Like, no, clearly you're putting time into your craft. But you're not as good as you were in your 20s. But you were still good, especially for your age. So it was impressive. But Brady's leading the league in passing yards. Everybody else's arm falls off as you get into, like, I'm sorry. I'm suspicious, and you're making me more suspicious the more you're an anomaly. You're making me more suspicious. Mr. Yannick, good evening. How are you?
Robot. Yannick, how do you like your eggs?
Hey, guys.
How's it going?
You didn't answer.
Over easy.
Nice.
Good.
Did I call?
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
So give me a second here. I'm gonna
Low pepper.
I'm gonna get quickly caught up on the comments here. Yeah, Trout the King of War, exactly.
Little ketchup on the side.
Playing NHL 22. War is a garbage stat. Lies. All right. Mike Trout's constant injuries make Tom Brady durability look awesome. Yeah. Oh, this was the picture you got, right?
Yeah.
This was the picture you got. Yeah, yeah. That's right.
Nice
Yeah.
one.
There's Alain Cote there, and then you guys know this guy. So.
We
And it
pronounce
looks
it
like it's a
Alain, not Alan.
Alain,
Nice.
ALAIN, Alain. Cote.
There you go.
It's hard juggling between French and English there, isn't it?
There you go.
It's my constant daily thing for the last 20 years.
Yeah.
So,
Fair enough.
I'm married to an English woman.
Okay.
From England?
No, from actually, I'm married to a Saskatchewan girl.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Uh-oh. Somebody wants to come in. I'll read you this menu. This is the 75 NHL All-Star Game.
Yeah.
Was where, Yannick?
In the where, sorry?
Where was the 75th annual NHL All-Star Game?
What year was that? Was that 91?
75.
No, the
75.
75th.
28th, the 28th annual, it was 1975.
Oh, okay.
All-Star Game, sorry.
Gotcha. Okay. Now I'm with you.
75th. Yeah, right. It was in Montreal. I asked Yannick because
In Montreal.
it's from Quebec.
There you go.
Figured as much. And then they have a Vancouver shrimp cocktail. And there's a relish tray and consomme imperial, whatever that is. Prime rib of beef, Parisian potatoes, green beans, almondine. So put some almonds on some green beans and call it almondine. Mixed green salad, radish, and celery. Ice cream bomb Ada. I don't know what that is.
Okay.
Strawberry sauce. Like, who's going to know this? In 75, you're going, oh, sounds pretty fancy. Oh, you get a roll in butter and coffee and tea. And black tie. The funny part is about this, it says, black tie, please surrender this ticket to your server. So these didn't really survive. They're very hard to find. And it's number 2 as well, as you can see. It's number 407, I think, something like that.
Okay.
475, maybe that's where that came from. Anyways, and then you get a brochure and a sticker. Yeah. It's a very tough thing, but it's kind of cool for those people who like the All-Star games. I'm not a big fan of the All-Star games. I think they're kind of fake for the most part. But
Yeah, well, for hockey they have to change the style a lot to make it work. It doesn't help. You have to drop the hitting quite a bit to make it All-Star game format.
yeah,
Football, at least you can run plays. You're going to modify how you do it, but you still got to run plays, and you still have to at least, like, you're not going to try to kill somebody. You're not going to try to kill somebody, but you'll still tackle them. You'll still do it, and the guy will go down easier than normal, but you still have to make contact. So you still got to do something with it.
Yeah.
So real quick, so Ty makes the point that I've kind of alluded to in the past, because Barry Bonds had a similar kind of trajectory. Great player, reached what normally is the apex, and then normally you start to drop off. You gradually drop off. But Barry Bonds continued to elevate and reach new levels into his 40s, much like Tom Brady's. Tom Brady's trajectory is basically following the Barry Bonds trajectory almost verbatim. So it's been kind of like, okay.
But was there some assistance in there with Bonds?
Allegedly, but Barry Bonds has never failed a single test. Never failed a single test, just like Tom Brady.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So, but like I said, I am suspicious increasingly as time goes on. That is all I say. And as the league became more pass ready, they pass more. My biggest concern, because DR is making the point here about the NFL doing less with hits on the quarterback. That is true, but all quarterbacks benefit from that, all of them. So it does help extend their careers. That is true. Normally, what happens though is at a certain point, some of these guys though get a little bit of a dead arm, like they just can't throw with the zip that they once could, and that's normal because now it's so pass happy. You're throwing so many passes. It gets difficult just to maintain. It's not about the player no longer being good. It's that you do so many reps, you have to practice, and you have to do this so long. And you do take the odd hit, less than before, but you do take the odd hit. Wear and tear normally takes you down. Something happens. Well, our good buddy Tom Brady seems to somehow defy medical science and somehow completely evade, other than that one major injury in 2007, he just kept rolling along, chugging along year after year, basically injury-free.
Well
Into his
protected
40s.
too, though.
all the players are protected. They still get injured. Like all the quarterbacks are protected. They still find ways to get injured. So I guess he's just really lucky. I guess.
Luck.
Yep. Yeah. So Randy Couture. Yeah, the heavyweight division wasn't very good. It was light heavyweight, I think, where he won that, or it might have been heavyweight because Brock Lesnar beat him for that title. I agree that it wasn't. I agree that division wasn't strong at that time, but it's still credit to Randy Couture for still being competitive to be able to get into a title fight, regardless, because these guys are still fighting. I agree the division wasn't at its apex, but like give him credit. Credit is due. He deserves it for still becoming a champion in your 40s. Great job. Great job by you. It was the same thing that happened with George Foreman.
Lesnar was a beast too. Yeah.
Yeah, it was the same thing happened with George Foreman. George Foreman became a heavyweight champion because there's 5,000 heavyweight titles. So he came across the right opponent. George Foreman could still throw a good punch. Mm-hmm. So he did what he needed to do and beat the guy. That's it. He beat the guy that was in front of him. That's how you do it.
You need more money on grills anyways.
True. Wonder if it's an anomaly or the new norm is we have Brady and LeBron still defying father time. Yeah, I get the comparison. I will say this, though. LeBron, I feel it's easier that at least LeBron was like athletic looking from the get-go. Like LeBron's game relied on athleticism right from the start. So he like, again, I go back to Tom Brady's like combine. He looks like he should be pumping gas somewhere. Like he doesn't look like a professional athlete. He looks like he should be like washing your car. Give him some change.
The guys who win the arm wrestle contest aren't the big guys.
Yeah. But like I said, he's defied a lot of things. Now, obviously, he's in better shape today, certainly. And obviously, he's focused. The TB12 method focuses on, longevity. The longer it goes on, the better he can sell.
Good diet.
Yeah, the best diet, Bobby. The best.
Yeah. Pretty
sure Barry Bonds had a steroid pump installed. No, absolutely not. He was on TB12 method. The problem is he was experimenting with the early version. He never failed the test. Oh. Yeah. At Brady's age, take care of body big time. Healing is slowed down a ton. No way that dude isn't juicing to recover. Oh, that's actually another point that I was going to make real quick. You don't need to take something to bulk up. The reason why everybody looks at Barry Bonds and go, you're obviously on something, is because he got physically larger, stronger, and everything. Tom Brady's only job is to maintain. His job is to sustain. He doesn't need to be muscle bound. That isn't the purpose of his position. His job is he just needs to stay healthy so he can keep doing what he's doing, keep rolling game after game.
But the drugs, I think, now are more advanced. They don't
need to
build bulk anymore. And that's what the main purpose was. Now they have the science must be awesome on what they can do now for longevity.
Yes.
I know there's some other stuff that replaces a lot of the collagen in bones and your joints and stuff like that. So, if they're doing that and pumping that stuff, they must be doing great.
So that's what I mean. Like right now for him, again, I have no evidence to accuse him of anything. I'm just dubious.
Oh, we're just.
But we can it's conjecture. But I'm just looking at everything I know about athletics of anybody else in that age bracket in any sport I've ever seen. Everybody else has a noticeable drop off. Everybody else. They slow down in some way. You notice it. He apparently
the odd outlier, though. Always.
I mean,
it's like singers. They all drop off. Like you can't sing when you're 25 and try to sing when you're 45. It's not the same. But there's a couple guys. Who is it? Procol Harum? That guy? Mm-hmm. He's like 50, 60 and he's still singing like he almost the day he started.
Oh, there's always freakish outliers. The thing is, in order for this story to work,
and Brady's probably one of them.
That's what I say. Like, I have to believe that somehow magically, with no history of genetics in his family, you're that guy. You won the genetic lottery. You're it.
It happens.
And you never looked special at any time until you got into your 30s, because he didn't look that athletic even into his 20s. But anyway, okay. So Brady went to the same high school as Barry Bonds. Is that true? I didn't know that, Rick. That's interesting. Born in Saskatoon. Okay, interesting. Brady's age and eat like crap, but don't get hurt because I spent a lot of time in the couch and bathroom.
There's the other band, the Guess Who.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's a good one.
Jeez,
you missed somebody brought up a good one that was a little bit more contemporary. Our Lady Peace had a very long run of a lot of albums. They did very well for themselves.
I'd have to give Guess Who behind Rush,
and I'm with you.
And even with the hip, if not more, American like the songs they had.
I mentioned the Guess Who.
I didn't see it in the thing there. That's because you weren't on here. That's why.
There you go.
I can
Plus,
hear
plus,
you
they're,
better
plus
than
they're the
Steve.
theme. Plus, if you ask anybody to name Guess Who songs, oh, the CSI Miami theme song, the CSI New York theme song,
Yeah,
the
I
regular
know.
CSI theme song.
They all use the old songs. Isn't that
They
funny?
did, yeah. They made a lot of use out of it. Sorry, hold on.
Mm.
Okay, these guys are chatting with each other. That's fine. Are you doubting clean living and being married to Giselle? Yes, I am doubting clean living and being married to Giselle. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Here you go. I just meant normally in basketball in your late 30s, you're either a bench player or retired. For the most part, yeah. No, I
Yeah.
get you. Like I said, whenever I look at these freakish athletes, because there are some that are like ridiculous.
Especially basketball.
They're,
Those guys are tall. Problems when you're
Yeah.
40s, like a
yeah,
lot.
even if you're not going to keep playing the sport, there are some guys who like later on still keep themselves in shape. Like
Sure.
you know, when people watch Undisputed, like Shannon Sharp's 50 years old and he's in way better shape than the average 50-year-old by like miles. Herschel Walker was fighting in MMA into like his mid 40s and he looked like a Greek god. He looked like he was chiseled. But Herschel Walker was always an athlete. It's not like he suddenly became an athlete. It's like, no, you look, he was a freak athlete and then his football career ended, but he decided to keep working out. He decided to stay in shape. Now you can say he took something or not, but at least he was an athlete the whole way. It's easier for me to believe that a guy who was always an athlete continues to be an athlete. And then if you take something else, because if you go into acting and stuff, Stallone is taking HGH. He's basically admitted as much a million times. But for his age, as he went
looks
into his 40s,
amazing.
he looks amazing. But he fully acknowledged, like, human growth hormone. I'm taking this stuff. I'm an actor. My job is to look like an amazing ripped athlete. How am I going to do that if I'm not?
I maybe don't talk like one, but I look
Yeah.
like one.
Yeah. So it's one of those things where like he does his job. His job is to look like that. His job, so he does what he needs to do. And he's not in a sport, so it's fine. No problem there. Yeah, and that's the other thing. The story for years, and I think it's true. LeBron spends $1 million a year on things related to his body, with things he takes and conditioning. Like he literally invests because for him, like that's his money maker. So, of course,
He's got more money.
It's your tool.
So at this point, though, for him though, he's trying to do longevity for a different reason. He's trying to become the all-time leading scorer in the
I get
NBA.
it.
Yeah, he's trying to finish off, basically put an exclamation point. And I think in the back of his mind, I think he likes the idea of being able to stick it around long enough to be able to play with his son, because his son is getting closer and closer to being of age to be drafted. So the chances now in the next couple of years, if he hangs in there another 2 or 3 years,
I don't think that's ever happened in basketball, has it?
I don't think a father and son have ever played on the
Hockey,
same.
think
yes,
so.
of course. Cody Howe.
Hockey, baseball.
Baseball.
Yeah, it helps a lot.
Football? No.
I don't think so. It's one of the only reason he's even got a shot is because he started playing basketball in his teens, and his kids are old enough where like, yeah, LeBron is not a young guy anymore, but he's like 36. He's not like 40. So like he's still got an outside window. Again, if he keeps himself in shape the next couple of years, there's still a chance for him to be able to pull that off, which would be impressive. So I can see why he would want to do it. So I think the offseason work for quarterbacks way different than it used to be. Yep. Heard Aaron Rodgers say he doesn't pick up a football all offseason. Yep. All
And
of them do it. Go ahead.
Burton Cummings, actually, for the Guess Who, he's actually a card collector.
Oh, really?
Yep.
What does he collect?
Hockey cards.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, he's had a collection from when he was a kid. I think he's a little bit older than I am, that's for sure, but still collects.
Nice. Yeah. So I agree with this one, Trigger. The science has improved, yes. But what I need to see, like, look, if I want to accept it, fine. Then I need to see other guys doing the same thing. Like, it's going to be one of those points. Because here's the thing. The TB12 method is something that there's one other aspect of it that also kind of concerns me, and this is separate from Tom Brady himself. It's the guy who he associates with as his health guru, Guerrero. Guerrero actually pretended to be a doctor. Like he is actually a fraudulent. Yeah, he's a fraudulent guy. Like he's kind of a shady character. Let's put it this way: if I ever wanted to get to Tom Brady, I wouldn't worry about Tom Brady. I'd see if I could get Alex Guerrero in under the heat lamp and be like, tell me what you did. But I don't know what. Tell me what you know.
And then he'll be hearing a whisper in the background going, Fauci. No.
Yeah. But I'd like to see it because he's already kind of a shady character, and he's Tom Brady's health guru, and his stuff is like pseudoscience crap, and it's like,
He said
okay,
that. Yeah, well, I guess you can have a doctorate in that.
Yeah. Well, he's not a doctor.
in the health natural, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. Something like that. So diet and sleep only goes so far. Eat super smart and stretch yoga every day. Still get hurt and don't heal. I'm a physician. Science isn't there for longevity. Yeah, it's PEDs. There you go. Fair enough. I think steroids should be allowed in sports after the age of 35. Puts older athletes on an even play field. There you go.
I think that steroids should be allowed and just let everybody play with it now, because why have anybody have an advantage? Their body, they want to do it.
Yep. Sierra High School, half an hour from his house. Okay, cool. I like Brady. He's now the all-time sack QB, surpassing Favre. It would be interesting to see if someone looked at the footage of the impact of those sacks. Yeah, that's fair. Will Chamberlain was a pro volleyball player post his basketball career. Yeah, Will Chamberlain was also a freak athlete. Like, he was a freak athlete too.
Anything that has height,
Yeah,
of course.
oh yeah. But like even into his 40s, like he still looked like he could play. It was one of those things like, but he kept himself in shape, like even in post playing day career. Like,
With all the women that he said, thousands.
his stamina is unquestioned.
Kept them
Allegedly.
in shape.
Yeah. Brady did get caught with deflated balls. These are facts. These are facts. I like this comment. I saw it ahead of time, but I wanted to see it. He spends 19,700 a year on his body. 22% goes to Miller Lite, 37% to carbs, 31% to red meat, and the other 10% to miscellaneous. That could be your trigger finger method. That is another method. Time to write a book on your miracle diet. Might fund your cards. These are facts. I heard the grocery store hired Wilt to grab stuff off the top shelf for cost. There's nothing this man can do. Like, really, Wilt is clearly the GOAT. Like, come on, man. Obviously. No question about that. So anyway, so question for you. Just now that I finally got caught up on the chat. So thanks guys for the comments. A lot of good ones. So Yannick, question for you. We're getting a little bit closer. You getting excited for Expo? You're starting to make master plans? You ready to buy all the Mike Trouts? Like, what's going on? What's going to happen?
Brady's?
I have no plan. I have a plane ticket. I have a hotel room. I got a VIP pass.
Okay.
Okay,
so out of curiosity, did you get the VIP pass, or did you get
a magazine to get signed?
Yeah, I saw that. But did you actually get a VIP pass or a confirmation for it? Okay.
What magazine's that?
Yep, confirmation, paper, number.
Really? I might have to go yell at them.
But other than really just like a piece of paper, 8x11, you get nothing. Like, it's like basically a little coupon.
Okay, wait. So what you have, the receipt, or do you have something else?
I have a receipt. That's it.
Okay, so then it's the same thing.
Probably.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know, because I gotta tell Menzie to be like, look, man, you got to put like a confirmation note or something, like, because I paid for it and I have the receipt. I'm not worried about that. I've got confirmation that it was paid for.
But it's not a QRC scam thing on your phone? Or
not on that one. No, that's what I mean. Like,
wow.
So that's why I'm like, I would like a little bit more than that. Okay, I might have to shoot him.
Hang on, here we go. Hang on. That's it.
Okay.
That little thing there, it says "bring with you."
Mm-hmm.
That's really. What if you forget it? Lose it in the plane because you had the window open. Right?
Okay. So what I might have to do
and it's the same thing if you want an autograph. It's a little piece of paper. Here you go.
See, that was what I used to get. I used to get that little thing with the barcode. Here's the thing, though. I don't have the thing with the barcode, so I'm wondering if maybe the email was wrong. Maybe I mistyped the email, because I downloaded a PDF confirmation with my reference number and everything, so I have it.
Yeah.
So I might have to shoot him an email then. Be like, hey guys, maybe I got the email wrong, but here's my confirmation number. Check the payment, and can I have the thing?
Is there a layout on the design of the show there? Is that what I saw? Yannick?
Yeah. That looks a little bit of like last year's. That makes sense. Yeah. Well, you have to, with that one, you have to walk in and they give you the program and everything else. It's going to be a kit. You have to go and get it.
Yeah, there will be no booklet this year.
Oh, no, for sure.
Yeah, this year.
Yeah. I would think it's probably just going to be a printout. But honestly, it's probably just going to be like a floor plan.
Yeah.
That'd be all I'd expect for that.
But other than that, I got zero plan.
So Yannick will be the one wandering.
No expectations.
He'll be wandering the aisles, going like,
yeah,
cards,
exactly.
items.
I don't want to go with expectations. I don't want to go and be all like, So
what would you be looking
I'm
for
going there.
if you go though? Like, is there something that stands out that you're really looking for?
No, just basically have the chance to experience a big show like this. I never, other than one local show before pre-COVID.
Yeah.
Basically, I have no hobby, experience in that way, like going to a big show. So I'm not a big crowd guy. So that's already something gonna be I'll have to deal with.
It's not too bad there. It's not that bad. Well, the other floors.
I don't like people. So.
Seems like there's a lot of that going around.
Well, see, the problem with people is that they're there and they like talk to you, and bother you, and take up space. It's terrible.
Mm-hmm.
It's just awful. Other than that, they're fine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, I actually more like it's gonna be a getaway for 4 days for me, and
Sure.
I haven't been in one in a long time, and everything kind of lines up, and that's and I'm gonna embrace that one. So.
No, that's fair.
Nice.
Even if you don't have a specific goal, though, is because you do have your various collections. So are there things even if you don't have a goal, are there things you're going to be keeping your eyes peeled for? Things that, if it's
Photos
there, it'd be not gonna. Yeah. Is there something that you would like? Oh, it would be really nice if I happen to come across X, Y, Z.
I still have one goal for this year that I haven't achieved is finding a 89 upper deck Griffey rookie. I don't have one yet, so it should be really simple.
Yeah.
If there's anything like this that way, but other than that, I'm not really. I'm looking forward to the cheap singles boxes. I really like finding like good deals. Good deal only.
Yeah.
And I picked this up this week too.
Yeah. So that's
they
a comic book.
It is a comic book. I never really did a comic book. I'm not a comic book kind of guy, but I wanted to get.
Yeah, that's the one with the Bret Hart insert
to sign something.
Oh,
that's it.
Insert photo, like poster insert. Oh, double. Okay. Oh, that'd be cool.
It's a centerfold.
Where are you going to get him to sign? The top left or under his arm?
Probably, somewhere there or down here.
Mm-hmm.
So
depending on what kind of pen
something
he uses,
unique,
the section in white might be easier to see. It would come out a little bit clearer. Just depends on what kind of pen he has there.
Yeah.
So real quick, I'll get caught up on these comments here.
And same thing with this picture.
Yep.
So.
Sounds good.
Go ahead.
By the way, for the record, I saw some of the price points. Host is asking way too much.
What are their price points, actually, if you want to run them down?
A lot of them are in the 40, 50. I'll pull up the page and run through real quick.
That's okay. 40.
Yeah. But Host is like 85, 90. Like it's absurdly high. Like it's way high. Way higher than it should be. I'll run through it in a second.
Ricky Henderson was the same as Bret Hart right now, I think.
That probably, which to me is too high. Like I said, I like Hosa, but that's way too high. Ricky Henderson was a freaking.
It's like $80. Like Bret Hart, it's like $80.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up the page in a second. I'll grab it.
And they charge you extra for if it's on something special. If you want it on a jersey, they charge more. It's like, it's $80. Sign what you're gonna sign.
Really confusing too. You're not too sure. Like, okay, it says inscription, and then it says regular, medium, or premium. So it depends on the size of the item you want signed. Like it goes basically from
a stick is a premium,
less than a 4x6, and then it goes all the way to a helmet and jerseys and frames, and so.
Yep. Sounds good.
But it can get pricey. Like, I mean, just for example, here, two guys, like, I mean, Bret Hart and Michel Goulet, it's like $130 for, I don't think it's outrageous, but it's not cheap.
Well, you do get to meet them, and I think that's really the part. It's not like Bret Hart's autograph is hard, or
that's what
Alan Cote might be hard, but I think it's more about just getting to meet them, and that's the price of the autograph more than anything else. Although this time, I think we'll be behind a lot of barriers because of what's going on. Right? Like Bret Hart will be behind the plastic glass, whatever he's going to be.
It actually says there's no pictures, there's no,
no.
really close contact, I guess, with the. So you'll be.
You might be able to do a
masked the whole
selfie
time.
behind him or something, or when he's signing your thing, you kind of do a selfie in there.
I think it'll be interesting to see how they approach about it, because I've seen a couple of different conventions that do some signings, and some of them do where they'll do a little bit of pictures and stuff, but a lot of it is the people they'll have a little plexiglass in front of them and like a window so that you can hand the stuff back and forth and be able to do that way. It just depends, I guess, on how they want to set it up.
It's 2-tiered, so it's going to be handed to somebody, and then somebody's going to take it and hand it to them. That's what I understand.
I think so. I think that makes sense.
So that's 2 steps away, so.
Yep.
It'd be a little hard to get a picture because you got the plexiglass and the reflection's hard, right?
Mm-hmm. That's right. I think this is a very controversial take. I like Ricky Henderson is probably the most unintentionally entertaining baseball player ever. I don't know if he's the coolest. He's got his moments though. Like there are the moments where he'll do some stuff where it's like but I don't question the entertainment value. Ricky Henderson is entertaining, especially when Ricky Henderson speaks in the third person about Ricky. I just don't know. I don't know if that makes him cool. It makes him entertaining. I enjoy him for that.
Yeah.
So apparently 4-3 Astros. Okay. Sounds good. So what extras do you get with the VIP pass? I remember I went through the list of the stuff.
So how much was your VIP pass?
It's 100 and
Oh, you both
got
have
the same one as me.
Well, you got the same level? Is that the top level?
So I got the gold. I got the gold.
Yeah,
did you get the same? Yeah. So 149 before tax.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that includes
168 with tax. Yeah.
All 4 days, of course.
Yep.
Early access? No? Yes?
Yeah, it does. It does include the VIP access to that extra day. It includes some discounts. It includes a flat discount.
It doesn't break it
autographs.
down for you.
Yeah, there's a flat discount on autographs. There's a discount of something with Fast Pass, or they give you a Fast Pass included for one of them. There's a couple. I'll grab the list, but there's a couple of specific items they included with it.
There's like swag.
Yeah, I just want to get caught up.
It's
always about the swag. So I just want to get caught up on the comments here. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
I'll come back to the VIP pass.
Sure.
Keychain.
Typhoon, earthquake. Yep. There you go. $8 for Hosa. Does he have his brother sign as well? I don't think that would help too much. Ricky loves Ricky. This is a fact. Do the Astros even have a current replacement on their team at shortstop? Are they going to gamble on a prospect? No idea. Ricky was cool before cool was a thing. No, Ricky was not cool before cool was a thing. But I like your commitment to it, though. I'll give you that. I like your commitment to it. So real quick, I'll scan through the autographed guests just to see the pricing point, and then I'll grab the VIP thing.
You get a notification from GSA. You get, I think, you get a fast pass to get in for the autographs.
That's good.
15 minutes access before anyone.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's true.
Yeah. So you can see. So the thing is, price point wise, I ignore the premium and stuff because obviously those are always going to be more expensive. But the reality is, so if you think like Hasek is like $75 for on site, and then like this is like $30. That's normal. Andy Moog $30. Yeah, sure, I get it. But look, Hosa $95 on site. Almost $100. It's ridiculous.
Bobby Hall, really? That much?
Bobby Hall's 50.
What?
That's my point. Hosa is asking for basically double Bobby Hall, which to me is unjustifiable. Like that doesn't work. And again, I like Hosa. Again, I like Marian Hosa, but I'm like, I don't see the justification for that. Pot Vance 45. That's in Toronto. I get that. Billy Smith 45. John LeClaire 35. Michel Goulet 35.
LeClaire, wow.
Like $60. Look at $60 for Daryl Sittler in Toronto, ridiculous. And Hosa is going 95. Like, come on.
Has signed so many times. It's just, are you kidding?
And here, Bret Hart, $65. $85 for the premium.
Look at Perot's actually cheap.
So for the record, based on the regular pricing, Hosa is the most expensive autograph on this page.
Realistically, you're right. Because Bret Hart's really only 65.
Yeah, premium is 85. So the premium Bret Hart is less than the Hosa regular.
Yeah.
Which is unjustifiable. Just to be clear, it's unjustifiable. I don't see the justification.
And he's the hitman.
Yeah. But he doesn't play hockey.
Yeah. I don't get it. Like it doesn't make any sense to me. I can't justify it. I can't explain it. Nope, absolutely not.
Will
Yep,
be
that is
I
correct,
guess
hockey
you didn't
guy.
want to go when you put it. I don't want to go price.
I guess so. Yeah.
Sometimes guys want more, and I'm sure the other guys are looking. Hey, how come he's charging this and I'm only getting?
Well, the best part is I don't know if you've ever seen the Marion Host's autograph, but it's not much. It's like an M and
Oh
an H.
no! Oh no!
No, like I have certified a Marion Host autograph. It's not much. Like there's not much to say about them.
I don't want any autograph that's initialed.
But that's been his autograph since day
Basically.
one. That's been his autograph since day one. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
85, 85, 85.
I have another thing on there. The VIP package you purchase, you get $80 back in credit
For the autograph. Yeah.
autographs, or it says at some kind of booth. I think you can trade it against merch or something. But
I think it's
Yeah.
the
So
now
here it is.
I already
So here,
have.
it's on the left.
Yeah.
So it's on the left. Guaranteed priority access, the Thursday VIP, whatever. That's part of it. The 3 regular days admission as well. First on the floor, so we got that. $80 coupon for any guest autograph or merchandise from the Ultra Pro Autograph Pavilion. So $80 credit for the autograph
or the
merchandise.
sausage guy.
Dare we live the dream. Autograph collectible passion lanyard. So basically the basic ones. Ultra Pro gift pack, usual kind of thing that's thrown in there. 1 free autograph certification from JSA. 1 fast pass for single auto pavilion guests. And free hockey magazine at the Beckett booth, or $10 off any Beckett book.
Huh.
So when you add up like the extra coupons and stuff, it's not bad.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
But
that's
my
fine.
question was too, how do you get, like, you see you have a pre expo price and a after at the door price?
Mhm.
Well, how do I apply my $80 on the pre-show?
So if you do the pre, I would reach out to them, because if you do the pre, you actually have to buy. I think you have to buy right on this website in advance. And if you want to apply it, I don't know if they have a code or something. I would email them for that. But I would email them now
I
to
did.
be like, yeah. So you've emailed them to ask them what you're going to do with it. Yeah, because that's what you're going to need. Because if you're going to try to do it on the pre, you have to get them in advance. I wouldn't wait.
Yeah.
These are worth a lot of money
So,
now. These
other than
lanyards.
Oh yeah.
It's 2019.
Here's your swag.
Oh, there you go. That's with your exhibitor. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the exhibitor. I got Victor Olofsson Young Guns.
Yeah, you can't see it. I've got about 5 of them right here.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, like right there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kept them and just kept putting them there.
I know. Me too.
After a while, it's like, yeah, I'll put the lanyard and just keep stacking them up. So I have the last couple.
I got a couple here. Oh man,
Nice.
I went quite a few years.
Mike Hunt, almost trigger finger, almost,
Oh, easy.
almost.
Okay, yeah. So I got more than 5.
There you go. Okay.
Oh damn! I was looking for that.
It's just
Yeah.
find random stuff on the desk. I love it.
I'm just
Actually,
wondering.
I have a question for Bobby. I always wonder this.
Okay. Please.
Go ahead, ask your question.
Do you how much room do you need for all your stuff, all your collectibles, and the extent of the extent of your collection? I mean, it's not like you just put them in binders like baseball cards or
No, I have a room dedicated
hockey cards. You know what I mean?
that's decorated. No hockey cards. Very few. Those go in. Just
Are you the guy who goes all the way to the basement, the attic, and everything?
Well, you have to remember also that Bobby doesn't. He's got the dedicated room, but he doesn't keep everything. So like
I
stuff
keep.
move-
There's stuff there that's always going to be there.
No, I understand, but I'm talking about in comparison to the amount of stuff you take in. Certain items get added
Okay.
to the collect, but a lot of that stuff goes back out.
10% get added because
That's
I'm looking
exactly.
for rarities.
Yeah.
But everything else, because I can.
Yeah, but that's
fill the
my
room,
point.
It would be messy. It would be.
Yeah, that's the reason why I'm kind of playing into Yannick's kind of question is that
Yep.
the majority of what comes in, the majority goes out, select pieces stay, and then that's what gets added to the.
A lot of it's for pictures, documentation. Other times it's just good deals. And, I don't mind that everything in my room is paid for from buying other deals and selling them. So it works well for me. Nothing like getting free stuff. So I have that room, and then I have this office, which is another full bedroom, and that's it. The basement, no. There's no attic. It's a bungalow, so like some stuff stored in the garage, obviously, and some Tupperware, big bins. Other than that, that's it.
Yep.
But it holds a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff everywhere, and you keep running out of flat space for stuff, so you kind of go, well, I don't really need that. So anything that has to replace anything else has to be a really good piece.
So I'm just going to move Yannick off while he's spinning.
Yeah.
Just since he was freezing up a little bit.
Like
there we go. Yeah. Looks like he's back. You back now?
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know what the connection is tonight.
No worries. One thing you can do, and this is just a little trick that I acquired. On your screen, you have a little gear icon that is for your mic and your cam. You can always lower the resolution slightly because it just means if your connection is a little bit slow, lowering the resolution, we'll still be able to see you, we'll still be able to hear you, but it keeps it if it's being a little bit slow, it helps.
You don't want 4K or anything on like that.
It's one of those things like we're 720p even at perfect. So even if we were all streaming in 4K, people aren't going to see it.
No, doesn't matter. Yeah.
So they're not going to get the full benefit of it anyway, and we'll still be able to hear you. So either way, it's good. So this is let's see here. This is a good question. I like this one. Oh, and also good evening to Baz. Good evening. So Carlos in chat, curious, what are your thoughts on through the mail autographs? You participate in any of that, Yannick? He's moved by your words.
Slightly.
Can you hear us there, Yannick? We'll give him a minute. So real quick, I'll throw in, I used to send out some stuff. It was actually a lot of fun to do, and kind of playing into what Paul's saying. It is a fun exercise. Now, it's one of those things you go into it with minimal expectations. You set up some stuff, you send out some, because sometimes it takes a really long time. Even if something comes back, you just don't know what's going to happen with it. It was some episodes back that I showed like that collection of index cards where I had printed off the picture of the person on the side and put a little name on it. And those made it easy. But they're inexpensive, right? It's just index cards. I just print something on them, but still index cards.
Sure.
So I wouldn't have lost anything major if for whatever reason I never got them back. But it's kind of fun though, because sometimes the players are disarmed by that. Like something like an index card is not threatening. It's like, oh, well, I'm not worried about that necessarily appearing on eBay. So you get some responses, as opposed to like something that obviously could very quickly go up on eBay. So, but it is a fun thing to do because I know some folks that still do it as kind of a hobby. They can look through some addresses and they send out a whole bunch. And if you like getting stuff in the mail, it's kind of fun. Because then you never know what's going to come back. You never know if it's going to take a week, a month, a year, a couple of years, maybe never. Because I've had stuff that took a year or two, and I had stuff that took, back when he was still alive, Johnny Bauer sent it back inside of a week. That's because he lived in Mississauga, and I lived in Mississauga. So it's like, boom, turns right around. He may as well have dropped it off personally because that's how quick it was.
He signed everything, too.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's just
so
it.
nice.
Yeah, so it's one of those things where there are certain guys that are like that, where they'll sign anything. It doesn't matter. And then there are other ones who will be a lot pickier about it. He's got a new subheading there with better Wi-Fi. Look at you. That sounds ambitious. What'd you do to change it? What'd you do to fix it?
Hopefully.
Okay.
I called the tech, and the tech told me to turn it off and turn it back on.
Nice.
Which
Jiggle
is
the handle.
The classic move. The classic move.
The classic.
Sugar was getting worried. He was worried that you were scared of autographs. So I gave a little story about, I used to do a little bit of through the mail autos just because it was a fun exercise. It was kind of fun sending some stuff. Have you ever tried to do any through the mail or familiar with it at all?
Never.
No, eh?
And I am not familiar either.
That's fair. That's the beauty of it, is for folks that just want to do it as kind of a hobby and like getting mail. It's about as simple as it gets. You find some addresses, mail it out, and that's it. Put a self-addressed stamped envelope for the return address, and you're done. And then let nature take its course. You're going to have to probably send out a lot of things because a lot of times nothing comes back for quite a while. Sometimes stuff comes back quick. It just depends.
And some stuff never comes back.
Exactly. So Jeff here's got a question for you, Bobby, and then I'm going to go refill and I'll come right back. So do you have any pucks? I know we did the one where Brad was on. Do you have pucks plural, or do you just have the one puck? Or
Oh no, I have quite a few pucks actually. Sure. I have a bunch of Johnny Bauer signed. I have obviously puck from Foster Hewitt from 1953.
I'll be right back.
I have a Maple Leaf puck from the 60s. I like the souvenir pucks. I'm not so much of the game used pucks. So I like the ones that have special, promotion or advertising on it. It's away from the NHL pucks. There's a lot of those Converse, and those pucks get pretty expensive. $200, $300, $400 each. I've had them over the years, yes, many pucks, but it's hard to keep them in your collection. It's hard to, even if I acquire it at a cheap price, it's just like, it's too tempting to sell it for $400 because what I can buy for that $400 is so much better and more suited to my collection. And that's where that offset comes in for me. I don't, it's not that I don't love everything. I love to keep everything. If I had a whole house to do, it would be like, great, yeah, just keep everything and wouldn't have to worry. But this way it works out better for me. And, I get nice scans of it and then on its way for the most part. I sometimes, I have a lot of boxes full of stuff that I haven't sold and it just sits there. You can't keep everything. Now I got the Smashing Pumpkins thing. Now where's that going to go? Hopefully find a home somewhere. Like I said, I found it at Goodwill. I figured
you need a big wall.
Well, it'd be perfect for like a bar or, like an old, like downtown kind of, right down in Montreal, that little circuit.
A studio.
Studio be perfect. Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah. So we need to find somebody with a studio.
I have actually a Billy Corgan story for you.
Oh, please.
I've met him in 2000 in Halifax at the Lower Deck.
Oh, yeah. The big
bar.
That was that Brad was talking about.
There was actually another place, I think, across the street from. It's been a while, like it's 2000, so 21
was
years ago.
Was he just drinking?
And, he was having a drink with his bodyguard, and I realized actually going to the bathroom because when I showed up to the men's room, there was actually a guy this size actually asking to wait for a sec, and then there's Billy Corgan from the Smashing Pumpkins coming out the bathroom.
Oh, nice.
So they were in town for a summer salt the next day. So
gotcha.
So here we go. Here's my Billy Corgan story.
Hey, at least you met him, right?
Tiny guy, bald.
Is he? I thought he was a
white.
little bit taller.
It was this era. He looked like. No, I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, he was in. I don't know. Maybe it's my impression, or the guy next to him was that much tall. So.
Maybe. I just didn't know. I've never. The way you see people, you don't get their, a height difference on a video or on interviews. So, yeah. I think he always looked better with hair, but on a couple videos he looks good without hair. But otherwise, I don't know if he suits it. But that's his thing. He's cool either way. It doesn't much matter.
Yeah.
There you go.
There's the Billy Corgan story. There you go.
Nice. Right,
yeah,
he's 6'3". So
okay.
I was wrong in my memory on how tall or short he was.
He's 6'3".
That's pretty tall.
That's very tall.
See, it's all going to be relative because
I'm 6 foot. But...
Yeah, but see, Yannick, it's all relative now. You're gonna go to the expo, and Jeremy's 47 feet tall, and Amit's like 46 and a half, and my buddy Steve Angel, he's like 40 feet tall. Like it's absurd. Like it's all ridiculous.
Yeah.
There's actually a lot of really tall guys there. You'd be like I think Steve. So I think Jeremy says he's like 6'6" or something like that.
Yeah, he's getting close.
Something like that. So Steve Angel's the guy that I usually would hang out there and chat with there. He's 6'5". Mm-hmm. Like there's a bunch of those guys that are right up there in that same height range. And Amit's like 6'4", like he's in that same area code. A lot of those guys are really tall. It's like, yep.
I'm not. Don't worry.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm 5'8". At best.
So
as you get older, you get a little shorter, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe 5'7.5".
There you go. So I'm barely taller than Bobby, 5'9". So we are giants on our screens only. So
it seems.
Yep. So Mark here just says, just wondering if any of you have ever collected the 1922 120 card set, the Nielsen Chocolates Baseball. How collectible?
Yeah, that's a cool set.
I have not. I am familiar with it. How collectible they are, that's all relative. I know there are some specialists that really enjoy that kind of stuff, that really look after it. It is a little bit niche because whenever you get into certain food issues and stuff, even pre-war, it does get a little bit niche. But I always look at stuff like that as like the people that care about it are very passionate about it. Like they really work on that stuff, research it, they are interested in it.
I think anybody who's a baseball collector or vintage would see it on a table would certainly ask
Oh
about
yeah,
it.
oh for
It's,
sure.
you know, we got some great stars. I think, well, you got Ruth in there. You have, oh my gosh. I have that on my, I wonder if I have a wrapper for that. Because I've been holding a lot of stuff that actually the baseball community doesn't know I have, or other sports communities. Because I haven't written an article on it or something. So all right, let's go.
So real quick, I'll read through these quickly. Not a huge fan, but I like to keep cards pure, so to speak. I assume that was with the through the mail autographs, probably. I'm not sure. You can let me know. Quasi Card Dead. Javier Lopez, catcher for the Braves, came back 3 years after the fact, so that was for the through the mail requests. I enjoy House of Cards through the mail days. Yeah, House of Cards is good for that stuff. He's got a good personality for that kind of thing, so it works. Is there a minimum card price to vault? Not sure where that one came from, but I can say that
Minimum card value, like if it's a dollar card, can you vault a dollar card? Like what? Is that what
so
you're saying?
so what happens is so something like a PWCC they have a fee, but they've had promotions where you can vault for free. So if you're gonna vault for free, like they prefer that you vault something of a minimum value,
Yeah.
but like in theory they could vault anything if you're willing, you know. I forget what the minimum is. It's not super high. It's actually pretty reasonable, but they're like, well, because especially if they are going to charge you for it, it's like, well, it should be enough to make it worth your while if you're going to
Yeah.
bother vaulting it. Like,
Sure.
you know, there are less expensive alternatives than if it's like $100 card or a $50 card. You know, do you really want to vault that? But I can double check. I believe there is a minimum, but it's not very high, not as high as some people would think. Why isn't the Gretzky scoring record puck auto to 1851 worth more? Well, Gretzky is. I'm not
Cool.
sure if there's a specific item you're talking about, but anything to 1851 is pretty common, and Gretzky signs a lot of stuff these days. So like Gretzky kind of diluted the value of his own auto over time. It's still valuable. Like let's not. It's not like a cheap thing, but there's a lot of Gretzky autos out there now.
Yeah, in 1851, that's the big, broke the point barrier. I just actually had it was Just Do It. It was by Nike, and it was a round hand thing that says "Just Do It," and then the other side said "Just Did It" when he scored. So they had it at the game. So obviously it was early in the year of when was it, 89? So they probably gave them out of the game, and then everybody would wave, and then if he got a goal, if they were waiting for that 1851, turn it over to the other side. You could use it. Just Did It. So it was thanks.
Nice.
That's worth more than the puck.
Probably, yeah.
Rarity rules, right? For the most part.
Yeah, the Yankees, the Yankees of the current age. I used to hate the Yankees with a tremendous passion. Now, mind you, I still enjoy when they lose. Don't get me wrong. I still enjoy it greatly. It gives me personal pleasure. However, they're kind of sad at this point because it's like you guys are trying to be sort of the old Yankees where you'd buy things, but you really suck at it now. Like you're really bad at it. You get all that. You do acquire some high priced talent from time to time, but it's like, okay. I guess if you're gonna spend that much money on that guy, sure, go ahead, have fun.
I don't have the baseball wrap. I have the Flags chocolate bar wrapper.
Oh, the chocolate bar wrapper.
Yeah, for the flag set and the cars. I have the wrapper for the old Nielsen cars from the 20s. Yeah, nothing there, unfortunately. I'll look in my chocolate bar section. Sometimes I have some stuff in there.
Yeah, so as a card says, being tall has helped me at card shows among the unwashed masses. This is valid. Valid. It's all about the unwashed masses.
Those are thin cards too, those Nielsen's. Wow. Walter Johnson, there's a nice card. Oh.
Yep, I agree with that. Once George Steinbrenner passed. Now, mind you, in fairness, George Steinbrenner got kind of lucky. Because George Steinbrenner was always willing to spend money. He spent money in the 80s. He spent money like it was going out of style in the 80s. It didn't translate into winning anything. But he had plenty of talented players. There was the same kind of issue. They'd get really talented players, but it's not just about having talented players, it's putting them in the right order and the right configuration. So it's like, we can do that. Let's figure it out. We'll see. We'll see as it goes along.
Isn't it funny how Nielsen's, they did a lot of subjects, and those cards, the baseball cards, they also did a movie star set too as well. It's surprising they didn't do hockey and they only chose baseball. And Nielsen's a big Canadian company for the longest time. They did, flags, they did cars, they did all these other things, but no hockey. Very interesting.
Well, 1922 would it have been of much interest to them?
They're running right up till the 30s there.
Sure.
With cards and stuff like that. So I'm just saying.
Yeah. I guess it just depends. Maybe they didn't think because it's one of those things, because we've talked about this before. A lot of it came down to they tried all kinds of stuff because the goal is like, look, we're just trying to sell the product. So what can we put on these cards to entice you to get the product? Here's your premium, but let's buy the damn product, the chocolate bar or whatever.
Sure.
So maybe they didn't feel like, specifically them, didn't feel like the hockey was the best play for what they specifically had in mind. Where others decided, yeah, no, we'll do the hockey. Let's try it.
Yeah, let's see. 26, the NHL's just coming into 1926-7, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I
that
think it might have been a little early for them.
Probably did secrets. Yeah, whatever. I get it, but yeah, it could be something like that.
Yeah, it's one of those things. If you're sitting in a room and you could, in theory, do almost anything at that time, and you're looking at the landscape of that moment, you're like, what's going to help us sell the bars?
And
just kicking around ideas.
The president could love baseball more than he loves hockey.
That could be true. Yeah,
it's all that personal choice.
Absolutely.
And then they had to wait. When did they wait till? Gretzky.
Yeah.
80s.
So Jeff here. Good evening. No, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm thinking about a couple of things. I'm working on some stuff. The market game one was fun because it gave me a legitimate excuse with something somebody else had done. I love when there's content out there that already gives me a lot of what I need, and then I can just build off of it. So here's what we got, and then let me take a little twist on it, because we can relay it back. Like I said, I try to find stuff that at least I can bring back to sports cards just to keep it on topic, but I can still have fun with these other categories and areas. So if there's something there like that, I'm keeping my eyes open. There's some other stuff I'm seeing, but I need to see enough out of it or have enough of a fleshed out idea. If it comes to me, I can usually build one of those videos pretty quick, but I got to see what comes up with. That one just kind of fell in my lap. I was like, perfect. Got it. But I'm keeping my eyes peeled. There's always a chance. Yeah. I got a kick out of it. I had fun with that one. Yep, they did have a farm system. They did very well with that. Yeah, it was George Costanza. That's right. Okay, so the John Gruden one, so 357. John Gruden one's kind of an easy one for me. So I am gonna take a little different angle on this. A lot of people fixate on one of two things. They either get upset about what's in the emails, which isn't good, or they say, oh, it was 10 years ago or 5 years ago or whatever. It's like, here will be my take on it. Here's the angle that I'll give you. Forget about the content. Let's just forget about it. Let's just say he wrote bad stuff. Whether that is bad stuff enough that it bothers you or it doesn't, that's fine. That's your issue. I can't tell you what's going to be a problem for you or not. John Gruden's job was to be a head coach. And he basically brought himself on and he was doing his job. As a head coach, you're a leader of men. One way or another, this is your job. You're a leader. As a leader, I have to be able to trust you. As an owner, I have to be able to trust you to do your job. When you are writing emails, everything you write on an email, that applies to me, that applies to you, that applies to anybody. Whether you work in an organization, whether you use your personal email or whatever. Everything that you put in there sits on a server forever. You may as well assume that somebody has a copy of it. So that's just a lack of judgment on your part. It means you need to understand that whatever you write in there, somebody that you may not want. What do they say about spam and spoof and all this stuff? You send off this email. Between the time you hit the send button and it reaches the recipient, it goes through a bunch of servers. People can intercept that. That's always been true. That's why encrypted emails and things like that exist. Otherwise, it wouldn't. So whatever you write in there, you basically have to assume, like my philosophy on is this. Even if you think it's secured, whatever you type in an email, assume that someone else can read it. Would you be okay with that? If the answer is no, you need to really think about how you phrase and what you say. Does that mean we're perfect? No. I'm not going to pretend I am. But I've been working at companies long enough where even if I'm really mad at somebody and I want to say something really mean, and I like being mean, I phrase my wording carefully. Where if for some reason it gets read back to me, I can answer and stand up for it and I can justify everything I said. But that's being mature. The problem is John Gruden's a grown man. Whenever somebody uses the 10-year thing, I was like, okay, if John Gruden was 25 years old right now and it was 10 years ago, well, he was 15. He was a kid. Okay. Or maybe if John Gruden was 35 and you say, 10 years ago, well, he was in his mid-20s. He's just out of college. He was immature. John Gruden's an old man. He's not a young guy. So it's like, you're already an adult. So you should be able to figure. So honestly, I'd fire his ass just for bad judgment. Now you take the contents into consideration. Well, that just made it easy. But he just had bad judgment. That was just really dumb. Like it's just really simple. So for me, I have no issue in him getting fired. He was stupid. And to be honest, he got off pretty light. He already made millions of dollars, so it's not like he needs to work. So I don't feel bad for John Gruden. He made his bed. He can lie on it. I don't care if the emails were from years ago. Assume that stuff on the emails are on the internet. Nothing on the internet dies. Your tweets don't die. Your Facebook posts don't die. Your blog posts don't die. Your emails do not die. If you're not happy with somebody reading it back to you someday, don't write it. Don't say it. Don't post it. Doesn't mean you have to be perfect, but it means you better be comfortable answering for it later down the road. If you're comfortable justifying it, then write whatever the hell you want. Just be okay with standing behind it. Is that fair? That's why I say, so I take all the righteous indignation completely out of it. I'm not even worried about the contents. All I'm saying is, you're an adult. Act like one. You did something up. You screwed up. You pay the price. Sucks to be you. As the great Prozac once said. You can Google that. That's a music reference.
Good reference like that.
Yeah. But that's just the angle I take on it. So that's simple, really. That's the most level head response that I can give you to the Gruden thing. It's simple. He's an adult. He did something really dumb. His punishment, I'm fine with him getting fired because he was dumb. I like people being fired for stupidity. Like, I wish more people got fired for stupidity. That would make me happy. So he just happens to be the perfect person to like.
Good thing a lot of people don't get fired for stupidity.
That's what I'm getting at. I would like this to be a trend. Like, I don't need bad emails. Like, there's a lot of stupid things people do. It's like, fire this man or woman or whoever. But anyway, so those are my thoughts on John Gruden. So real quick here, scan through quickly. Do you like how all these market trend products have tried to push investors into becoming day traders of sorcerer's cards? I like this question, Baz. I like this question a lot. I do have a couple of thoughts on this, but let me quickly get caught up on these. But I think it's a really good question. I like that one. Let me quickly said. Thank you, Trigger. Appreciate that. Quickly scan through here. Bobby, what are your 3 favorite sports-related collectibles that you own? So this one's for you, Bobby, if you want to answer that one, and I'll get back to Baz's question because I like his question. 3.
Go to Baz and let me think about this.
Okay, so think about that. So let me explain what I like about this question. Because it's a good open-ended question. I love open-ended questions. They're nice because they give you some room to explore a little bit and play around with it. So I don't think these products are pushing investors into becoming day traders. I think what they've done is facilitate. They've given you the tools to become. Because if you're an investor, you want to be in and out of stuff. You want to buy and sell. So what I've done is I've given you a platform. Made it easier for you. It's the same way that when we got the stock market, people were still doing the thing. But the old stock market was, okay, so you pick up the phone, you call your broker, you tell your broker what you want to do, they make sure everything's fine, they put in the order for you, it goes down to the floor, the person processes it and does all that. So it was a really slow process. Today, you log into your to your iTrade site or whatever, you hit a couple buttons, you make sure the money's there, they boot, within a couple of days it's been processed and it's in. All they've done is reduce the friction. That's what StarStock is. That's what ComC is. All they've done is reduce the friction. They've said, the stuff's already here. Buy the thing at $18, sell it at $35. Buy the thing at $50, sell it at $100. All they've done is facilitate. So they do market it because they basically say this is an easier way to do this. But they don't push you into becoming day traders. It just makes more sense if you want to make more money. You convert the thing over quicker. Now, you could still buy something at $100 or $1,000 and sit there and hope. If everything goes right, in 5 years, this will be $5,000. Or you could buy a bunch of ones and make little flips all the way along the way and end up at that $5,000 a lot faster. So the day trading mentality, you're rewarded for it. If your job is to make money, rolling over your inventory repeatedly is actually easier. It makes more sense. Now, if you know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, you can very easily just lose the money just as fast. But rolling over, sitting on one item and just hoping that it becomes a lottery ticket is really difficult to do. You got to get it right and hope that the market swings in your favor at just the right time. The day trading actually works in your favor then. They just made it easier, if that makes sense. Do you guys want to add anything? Does that make sense?
Yep.
Totally does. StarStock, What's happening with Star Stock lately? Like we
They've really
heard
gone into
about
box
them
breaking.
all over
They've
the
really
place
gone into
last
box
year.
breaking pretty heavily. They've really promoted that, and a lot of people have lost. So I'll say that Dakota Sports Card Anonymous, I was on his channel a little while ago, and they've lost a lot of the interest because right now they're really focusing on that breaking so much that it's the opposite. They're like marketing themselves away from some of the day trade, not because they're saying, "Oh, please don't come on our platform." But they're saying they're focusing so much on the breaking, that the people are like, what about us? We're on here to buy stuff and then flip it and sell it. But the market seems to have cooled down on Star Stock for that stuff. So that's problematic, though. If you don't have the buyers,
I can vouch.
yeah. So have you played around with it a little bit? You find that there's not moving.
I did actually use them. I used them last year when they first started with the whole hype of, we're free, send our stuff for free, all that stuff. I did good. I actually got rid of all that rookie singles that everyone was going after. I got rid of all of them, cashed my money out, and now I haven't used it in a few months, 6 months over. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm not planning on sending anything back either.
Yeah, I think they've lost a little bit of the.
Because actually now they even charge you.
That's right. Yeah. You know what my favorite thing is, and I'll say it like again. I'm just citing. I'm just having a little bit of fun citing Sports Card Anonymous because he's been talking about it recently. So he's become disenchanted with Star Stock. So what has he decided to do? Now he wants to go to ComC. And I was like, oh, ComC, I love it. Now y'all are going to ComC. I like this. Somewhere off in this is Tim is like, yes, finally, vindication. And I'm like, no, Tim, no vindication. I will be there to make fun of you if you do something stupid again. Do not fear, my friend. I will be there for you. So anyway, that's fair enough. So did you think about it a little bit, Bobby? Do you know?
Oh yeah, I know what they are. Yeah.
So what are your 3 favorite sports-related collectibles that you own? So sports-related collectibles, period.
It's not as easy just to say there's a specific thing, but there is. I have a gumball machine with a vending card with hockey-related items within it. And so I have the vending machine and the vending card, and some actual product within the capsules within. That's probably one of my top pieces.
Okay.
I also like display boxes. I think that's right up there. Any empty display box or even a case.
Do you have any favorites, design-wise or?
Oh, design-wise, yeah, sure. 6061 is my actual favorite. It's so simple. I don't know if I can even show you a picture of the 6061 because it's the epitome of what hockey really kind of is. And that box has always been very stimulating to me.
Okay.
I'm just going to find it here. There it is.
You got it?
See that?
Yep.
And my favorite wrapper.
Is it the bottom one?
This is all 6061. Yeah. There's the wrappers on this side over here. Sorry.
Yep.
And then there's the display box.
That's good. I like the colors and everything. That looks neat.
The colors, yeah, and the hockey, it's just so plain and simple. It's nice to me. The colors are nice. It's the epitome of hockey for me. That 6061 box and wrapper, very very tough too. On top of that, and anything in the original package or original advertisement, that stuff, like it could be a spoon. I picked up the Toronto Maple Leaf spoon from 1983. I've never seen it in the original NHL holding package, and it's sealed, and that stuff top end for me because I know how hard it is to find that. I've never seen a Leaf one ever in 25, 30 years. So, when you find that, it's the spoon you can find any place, but in the original package, that means much more to me because it's going back to the original stuff that was on the counter or in a store or you just grabbed it. And that's the historical part for me. And any old advertisement that has anything, because that's important to me too.
That's fair. There you go, Trigger. Hopefully that helps. And we got the visual aids as well. So bonus on that.
I love gum stuff. I picked up these hat trick gums.
Yep, that was a little puck thing with the little block inside.
Yeah, from 1984.
Nice.
Oh, I showed that last time. Yeah, okay.
That's right. Typically stupidity gets promoted. You are correct, Paul. Hockey guy asking the darkest timeline question. If Ziggy Palfy wasn't the goat of goats, dare we even think of such things? This in the holy house of Ziggy Palfy? How dare you even ask such a thing? If Ziggy Palfy was not the goat of goats, that's like saying that God doesn't exist. This universe doesn't exist. We're done. It's over. So
show's over.
Yeah, no, forget whole show's over, Vianic. Everything. This YouTube's over. The internet's over. Life is over. We're done.
We live in the blue eye of a giant.
I know it's terrible. I'll play around with this. So if we say goat of goats, right? I always love the idea. Like, we'll exclude Ziggy Puff. Let's take him out of the equation here. Do you have so in sports? Do you have like who you think? Because the debate has become for the sports shows. They like talking like Michael Jordan and Tom Brady, and their argument is because of Jordan's dominance and Tom Brady's drug
Longevity.
enhanced questionable longevity for reasons. And obviously the amount of championships and the time he's been to the Super Bowl and blah, blah, blah. Again, it's a team sport, so Brady's automatically disqualified. However, who would you put as like your apex? So this is like, your top athlete for whatever criteria you want. Teammate, physical dominance, excelling in the game, intelligent play, longevity, whatever criteria you see fit. Who do you like as the goat of goat? Who's the best amongst the best?
Mm.
Yeah. It's a legitimate question. It's if you need a moment, think about it, because this is it can be a whole bunch of criteria. It's whatever makes sense to you. I'm just curious what you would rank up there.
Vince Fittipaldi? No. That's up to say it.
Mm-hmm.
That's a really tough one because
It is. But it's a good legitimate, because your criteria could
It's a good
be whatever it's
question.
going to be.
Well, hockey is probably the main thing for me.
Sure.
Baseball's not really a physical. You get some guys who whack the ball, but a physical sport. That's what we're really talking, right?
Sure.
That's because go.
Yeah.
Bobby Fischer.
Because the point
Chess
of
is a sport.
the point of this question is that it's not even sports based. It's just it can be whatever you
Athlete.
think is appropriate. It can be
Magnus Burr Magnuson. There you
Yeah,
go.
and what you're doing is you're comparing athletes who are dominant in their respective sports. If within the context of the individual sport, you already know they're at the top of the game. Now we're doing cross disciplines, so it's like they're not playing the same sport. It's not like a direct comparison. It's like you're just so good at what you do that you transcend and excel beyond even what these other great ones who are excelling at their various respective sports.
Yeah, Joe Namath fits in there because it's one of my favorite cards of all time, right?
Sure.
He had a great arm, just the snap and the pop that he used to do. Amazing.
It's a tricky one, right?
Hockey's tough.
Mhm.
Scoring.
I guess it depends of which era you come from, who you saw, who you
It does.
idolized growing up. And
It does, because
You
you
know,
got a
like
lot of
me,
players. You got a
I'm-
lot of players that
I'm
don't say.
I'm a
or-
Gretzky guy, just because when I was a kid and you were allowed to stay up and watch the game or whatever, it was Wayne Gretzky, like it was. Is he the greatest of all time for everyone? No, like not everybody. Like the guys before me probably think like Maurice Richard or Gordie Howe is, or we can go all the way back. So
Yeah, my problem with Gretzky
You know.
was just the lack of a physical game.
no, of course, I agree.
His skill level is there, but just the lack of a physical aspect to his game hurts his overall. Like, no, as far as skill, no question. He's got tons of skill. There's no doubt on that. But it's like, because even if I compare a guy who's almost a contemporary, I prefer Lemieux because he had a physical element
Yeah.
to his game. He could bully some guys in addition to having tremendous skill, in addition to being able to skate well.
And a big guy.
Yeah. So it's one of those things like he was able to combine those elements and add a little physical game. Gordie Howe has the longevity, the physicality for what he was doing in his era, and he kept going decade after decade, even well past the point you would think he was still pretty good, even well past the point he had no business being good.
You almost have to put him above Gretzky because, in my mind, because of the longevity.
Sure.
I
To
agree.
do something
I agree.
for that long.
Yeah.
And, Gretzky's 20 years, like 40 years.
Yeah.
It's so hard that you can be that good and play that long.
Mhm.
I think that's where the goat of goat really comes in. Bobby Orr, 10 years.
Yeah.
What the things he did in that 10 years is great.
He didn't have the longevity to quite
He's
propel him all
Mr.
the way to
Hockey
the
for
top.
a
He
reason,
didn't have the scoring championship. It's exactly that.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
that's why he's Mr. Hockey. So, everybody has their era and what have you. But yeah, if you look at the sport, and he was in great shape. That guy was a mesomorph. He was amazing.
Yeah. But that's what I mean. Like,
Great
so
body style.
the criteria that you decide on is very important because you can prioritize a longevity and then take that into account and say, well, actually, that makes it even more impressive that he was able to just keep going year after year and decade after decade, which is very impressive.
Shaq, amazing for the size he was.
I would say Shaq was the most dominant athlete, and in his apex, he was just able. He literally bullied people. He just
He
like
was
get out of my
big.
way.
He
Just
was huge.
move. He had the height basically of a Will Chamberlain, but he could also just like get out of my way. Like get out of here. You're not stopping me. I'm going to the net now. So you're not going to do anything about it. So we're going to go from there. Very impressive. So real quick here, Star Trigger says Star Stock has gotten stale for non-breakers. Stuff sent home and going to eBay with it. Fair. ComC isn't the answer either. ComC is never the full answer. It's an option.
it's
They've
the
gotten
answer.
better. They've gotten better. They've gotten better.
It's
Hockey
marginal.
guy says the exact correct phrasing. It's decent for what it is. Decent for what it is. I did actually buy. I actually found a good card that I'd been sitting on waiting to see. I needed their mailing time to get down to a more reasonable level. I haven't initiated the shipment yet, but I did have a couple of items there that were just sitting. I was like, okay, if I can get a good price on this, I'll buy it. I'll sit until so that the shipping rate gets more reasonable. It's almost there because I think their economy is a little bit over a month, which isn't bad compared to what it used to be, which isn't terrible. It used to be months. So it's like getting a
Still
little better.
bad.
No, it's still terrible. It's horrific.
It's like the hobby's passing. All these companies buy. It's just like PSA and
Yes.
ComC, and it's just like the hobby keeps going. It's just like if you guys would straighten things out, it would have worked so much better. I'm sure
Yes.
people are sitting there arguing that fact.
Totally agree. Okay, so real quick, there's a lot of comments. By the way, thanks for the comments, guys. Some good
Yeah.
stuff. Let me get caught up here real quick. ComC has been good for my pre-80 stuff. Not much else. Totally fair. The ComC machine is ready. I will always read that comment. Thank you, Aussie Card Dad. Hey guys, Green Cardboard. Good evening. Just had a Western breakfast. Surprised you're still going. Oh no, we've had some good conversation points.
There's the other egg, right?
There you go.
Toasted Western.
Was the Star Stock guys that had the pump and dump issue a while back? I think you're thinking slab stocks, maybe. I think you're thinking slab stocks. They had some issues with some of that. Don Bradman, somebody had to bring it up. Go to codes.
Knew it.
I don't know about that. Tiger Woods at his apex was very, very dominant. The only thing is that golf doesn't have the physical element of it.
Nothing.
But skill, like a lot of people look really stupid trying to hit the stupid ball. So it's actually it's tougher to do than you'd think for a stationary ball to do it well and effectively.
I think he came in at the time too when the big Berthas were coming out, the large clubs. The sweet spot was everywhere. On the older clubs for these guys like Jack Nicholson and all the other guys, Tom Kite, whatever. Those guys, they didn't have the big baldy heads with the huge, spot. They had these little small spots that you had to hit. I give those guys credits a long time before when it comes to Tiger's time period.
Have you ever tried the hit of the persimmon wood drivers?
Persimmon?
Yeah, basically it was the style and the
Like the
I think
fruit persimmon?
No, there was a brand. They basically produced some of those
Named
some
after
of those,
the fruit, right?
Yeah,
Cool.
probably. But they produced some of the wooden drivers. Because my dad likes to go to garage sales in general, but sometimes he would see some old golf clubs and just for fun he'd pick them up, and we go to the driving range and I had my driver, but I grabbed a couple of the wood drivers and just to try to hit them off. And to your point, the sweet spot is small, but if your swing is on and you can hit it, there's a couple of things you can do with it. You can actually do a little bit of movement with it, even off a driver. You can actually make the ball spin in certain ways that are actually very good. But it is very difficult. It's a small sweet spot. You got to hit it on the screws. If you do it, great results. But you have to hit it on the screws.
I remember Stephen, my son, we went to the driving range, and this was 10 years ago. And I said, let me try yours. I had a Tommy Armour. It was a good driver in its day. And then I used his. I was hitting mine, and I'm a good driver. I could drive close to 300 yards. And I used his, but mine would curve a lot. I always get that right curve. And I grabbed his, and every shot was like straight and long. I went, what is with this club? This thing is like, you can't screw up. Because you go from this spot to having this much. It's just big difference.
Yeah. And some of the later ones, you could actually adjust weights on them. So if you had a natural hook or slice, you could actually adjust the weight on it, which would already kind of compensate and get you even more straight, just naturally. You just have to keep doing what you were doing before. Don't mess with it. Just stick with what you were doing, and it's fine.
Then you still have records from Bobby Jones' days, right?
Exactly. So Jay puts in Jack Nicholas. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So 4x4 Rubicon. Good evening. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in the NBA. Yeah, he was consistent. He had the longevity. He's got the scoring record still. So a lot of people forget about Kareem, but he performed extremely well for a very long time. And you can't be the all-time scoring champion without performing year after year.
I kind of like Lou Cinder better.
There you go. So I'm ignoring this comment, Ozzy Garnett. How dare you? Double trash.
Oh man, it had to come around full circle.
Yeah. What criteria do we use for goats? That was the point. Is that that was the point that I made? The reason it's so difficult is because if we don't provide you the parameters, you're left to your own devices, and all of a sudden it becomes an interesting discussion of what do you value? Do you value maximum? And I've said this. I've explained it. Do you value maximum apex? Because if it's maximum apex, your answer is going to differ than the person who's got longevity. Do you value success in championships with some kind of longevity? Maybe the apex is important, but not as important. Like
Olympic stars like Nadia Comaneci or Mark Spitz, who won the swimming. Those guys, apex, 10 gold medals, 7 gold medals. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, and you could value someone who's like.
But
the
after
purest,
that, what do they do?
Yeah, you could value somebody who's like the purest athlete, like the most impressive athletic feats. Like there's a lot of different criteria you could use that would change your answer. And you could be the same person and come up with different answers depending on what criteria you give you. That's why when you leave it open-ended, it becomes real interesting because like, so what do you value the most? That's how we get the answer to that.
True skill.
There you go. Shaq is likely the most dominant player ever in a sport. I think at his apex, he's right up there. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Kareem is a close second for me because he worked with Bruce Lee in something completely different. That's true. Yeah. He was in that movie as well. That's what makes this question fun. Yes. Yeah, leaving it open-ended is a little bit more fun because it's a value judgment and question for you. Because if we don't tell you what the criteria, if I give you the criteria, well, then all of a sudden you've narrowed down your options in your head immediately. If we leave it open-ended, all of a sudden you have to explore a little bit and go like, wait, so what do I value the most? But this is the best athlete I ever saw, and this is what I saw them do and all this stuff. It's like, okay, could be real interesting. I found a card I hadn't seen in over 10 years in ComC the other day. The person had 2 copies of it. Yeah. Look, so here's the thing. I like to joke about ComC all the time, and deservedly so. They deserve a lot of my mockery. But they serve a purpose. That's why it's so disappointing that it took them so long to get to mediocre shipping times. I'm going to consider what they have now mediocre shipping times.
That's good. It's better than horrible.
Yeah, but they were horrible for so long, and that was the problem, is that it's inexcusable that they did such a bad job for such a long time when conceptually it's a useful platform. There are some items on there, like for inexpensive stuff. If you're looking to fill some sets, and these are like $2, $3, $5 cards, eBay is actually a really bad platform for that. With shipping included and all that, the ability to buy these things, wait until you're ready to ship a bulk group and have a flat shipping fee is hugely beneficial. It could just sit there for free as long as you need it to until you're ready to ship it. It's a good model. Terrible execution, but it's a good model. And it encourages people to send a bunch of stuff they otherwise wouldn't even bother listing on eBay. So all of a sudden you can find some stuff you can't find otherwise that is not expensive. And it shouldn't be rare, but it is because no one lists it, because you can't find it. It's not on a dealer's table when you go to the expo, because it's like they wouldn't even think to bring it.
I think Leaf's going to buy out ComC.
That may be the next logical step for him.
Maybe.
Graham had 3 college titles and would have. Here we go. 3 college titles, would have had 4 if they let freshmen play. 6 NBA titles. Yeah. Like he was a winner, no doubt. Jerry Rice holds 36 NFL records. There's another guy. Great athlete. Great athlete.
Some running backs too. Jim Brown. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You know.
There's some physically dominant players. That's what I mean. Like, there's some stuff in there. And again, if you stick to athleticism strictly as one of the criteria, you get an interesting list of athletes that you can include in there as well.
Steroid or no steroid use? Lyle Azedo.
Wow. It depends on how much fun you want to have. So an interesting list assembled would be a top 10 point getters coupled with their penalty minutes, tough physical point getters, also plus minus. Gretzky was a notorious player in stats, which is strange.
What?
I'm not sure about that one, Baz. You'll have to clarify that one a little bit. I don't quite follow. I kind of get the first part of your statement, but I don't get the second part. You lose me on the second one a little bit. Muhammad Ali equals the GOAT. Yeah, that's fair. I know some people definitely like him for that. Controversial take, but I don't think Shaq got the most ever. Oh, no, that's not a controversial take at all. Everybody knows he thinks. Shaq, if Shaq had cared, He was so physically dominant. He was so ridiculously. There is almost no. Shaq should be the greatest basketball player of all time. Just because with his physical gifts and his ability to bully people and literally just dominate them. Look, all Shaq would have had to do, obviously conditioning would have been good for the entire time. Because again, he was so physically dominant. It would have been scary if he had bothered to be conditioned the whole time. But there's one more piece to the puzzle. Imagine if he had committed himself to being an average free throw shooter. To the point that suddenly the tactic of fouling him on purpose wasn't a good idea.
Mhm.
If he'd still get points. He'd have like another 20,000 points on free throws.
Oh yeah.
Because they'd try to do that and then he'd go to the free throw line and then boom, hit some extra. They're free points. They're free throws. All he had to do was be an average free throw shooter and he would have punished other teams for the audacity to send him to the line.
Yep.
And if he was a good free throw shooter, oh my God, they would have punished him horribly. So unfortunately, no, Shaq did not get the best out of it. He still did very well, all things considered, but not compared to, he's disappointing because he did play enough time. It's not like injury did him in per se. In and out of disinterest. Like he missed out on the opportunity to possibly be the greatest if he had been willing to be committed to it the full time.
I'd put Chamberlain in there too, but his era is a little bit of a different era.
It is, yeah.
So we can't really include him because you can dominate an era. I sort of put Gretzky in that sort of same scenario. Nothing Yannick against Gretzky, but just saying he had a great team, phenomenal team, goaltending, wingers, defense, like the best of the best of the best, and they ran. And a lot of those guys got great points from all, because they're all scoring, assisting. It was crazy. So I think, Gretzky was kind of helped a little bit much. His talents, undeniable, but certainly helped bring him over and above and beyond where I think he might have ended up if he was at the Leafs. Where's Gretzky? Or where's the Leafs? I don't know. In that time period, put that time period. 79, Leafs. And what are you going to do? Get Gretzky and who? I don't know.
That's fair.
Gretzky for me, it was just a matter because my age, I was, it was the Oilers. Gretzky, after he left Edmonton, to me, Gretzky is no longer. Gretzky was the Edmonton Oilers until Pocklington sold him. So.
No, for sure. But I think so. One thing, and I'm not. By the way, as much fun as it is, my job is not to discredit Gretzky. I'll do it if I can tease Jeremy with it or one of those.
That was just fair to say. I'm just saying.
But the one thing that hurts that element of it is that they won a Stanley Cup without him. So they were, because that team was so chock full. It doesn't matter though. They were so chock full of talent. Look, if Gretzky had left earlier, they would have won more cups without him. Because the reality was that team was good. That team was really, really. They had Paul Coffey. They had Mark Messier. Like that team was real good. They had Yari Curry. Like there's still talent on that team, tremendous talent. And those guys were like, and Mark Messier won a Stanley Cup without him in New York. So it's like these guys had tremendous talent and were great in their own right. And obviously Gretzky, in addition to, made them an incredible package with all that offensive firepower and talent all under one roof. It was very impressive. I don't think you're going to see I don't think you're going to see I don't think you're going to see a amalgamation of talent that young under one roof ever again.
No way.
Like it's so much talent. Yeah, that team was so stacked. If you think about what they had in the 80s there, it was ridiculous. It was off the charts.
But Montreal too.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure.
Like they had a lot of guys that people didn't really think much of. Perrier, Lemaire, all these guys, they were just like upper tier, not lower tier, not mid tier. Yeah, those guys. I found the Gretzky thing.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Just do it, and I think it's the other side was just did it.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So it was a big hand thing, about this big around, 14 inches. So put your hand up inside and just did it. Anyways,
gotcha.
There you go. The Gretzky collector in you.
There you go. So here, Hockey Guy says, do you say a player who had a career? So this is in regard to the GOAT conversation. Do you say a player had the career of a bottle rocket? A player had a career of a sparkler? Yeah, it really depends on what you prefer. Do you prefer the highest apex and like this incredible, like, dominant apex? Or do you prefer the person who was able to sustain it over time? Even if they didn't necessarily hit the absolute apex, just the sheer volume of time that they were at the top of their game, it adds up by the time you're done. Don't think we'll ever come to agreement on Crow Country? Absolutely not. Never. The old tough stuff. Here we go. The old tough stuff magazines used to do Mount Rushmore of goats. I believe it was Montana, Gretzky, Jordan, and Ruth in the early '90s, which wouldn't have been a bad choice at that time in the early '90s. That combination made total sense. Total sense.
Sure.
Beckett Marketplace has some hidden gems too. Yes, I agree with that. They do have some stuff hidden in there. It's a little tricky to get through, but they do have some good stuff. I agree with that. Is it me or does the hobby hate mini cards? They hate weird size cards in general, small or big. Like they do. I showed it earlier tonight. I got it because I needed it for the collection, but it's like small cards, not really appreciated, not really liked. Oversized cards, not really appreciated, liked because they're hard to hold, they're hard to contain. So that's like a slightly oversized card. It's a cool card.
Is it heavy?
Nope, not at all. But it's one of those things like now I have to find a holder for it. Now I have to I have to go get the holder for it because it didn't come with one. So, and literally I have to buy it for one card. Literally I have to buy it for one card. Like, this is not helpful to me. So it's like, fine. At the end of the day, I got the card I wanted. It's in good condition, fine. But now I got to go get a holder for it just for the one card. It's annoying.
You got the C56, C57s. You got the Sweet Capital postcards. You got the 1920 cards, all small cards. You want to talk about tall boys. You want to talk about 65 football. Name it. Yep. Rookie. Tall cards. Big cards. Love them. People love them. Yep. Like they really stand out. Yeah. So I think for the norm, no. But I mean, for those standout sets, yeah, they worked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Jim Thorpe, I think it's a good call for the time period, but it's hard to put him into context. But a great athlete, yes. Yeah. He was a great athlete in general. How do you put him in? It's the question we asked before. How do you put him into context then?
Never watched him though. That's the thing.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the issue is that we can look at what he did in relation to the people around him at the time, and we can say, great athlete. What does it mean in context? If we have to try to apply some it becomes very tricky. If we talk about people we've seen, we can say, okay, so this is the greatest player I've seen do X, Y, Z. The best dunker, the fastest runner, the most powerful, whatever. That's easier because at least I can rely on my own eye test a little bit. Otherwise, it's like, okay, so I can look up your accomplishments. I can try to find some tape from you. I can look up your stats, but that's it's hard. Like, you can't get a lot from that.
There's funny. It's Boris Salming. If you didn't watch him, you wouldn't know how really good he was. He was probably one of my favorites because of what he did. He was very Orr-like. So, taking it back, but he's with the Leafs again, right? And, in the 70s and the early 80s. It's so hard. And he's one of the best athletes I've seen do stuff. Very strong in the corners. I've listened to, I've met him once or twice and talked to other guys about him too. And said, oh, Salming, he was like Tim Horton in the corners. So strong, just skinny guy. It's like the guy who wins the arm wrestling contest. Just that guy's got that skinny guy who's got that strength. And where the big guy comes in and gets bashed over because he's got too much bulk. Anyways, that was Salming. Very good athlete. Extremely good athlete. Mm-hmm. That's just me, personal thing. But we all have our. Like,
you would have to break it down, let's say, to decades, era.
Yeah.
Markets are different. Sports are different. Generations. Stuff in time makes it all different from everyone. There's people that we don't know from 100 years ago that are better than the GOATs that we're talking today, but just because we never heard of them. We just, it's like you mentioned there. I forgot his name. Sorry, the Maple Leaf player there, Bjorn.
Boris Salming.
Sorry, a guy, same example, but Quebec City with the Nordics, Peter Stastny.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm. I actually,
his brothers,
if I'm not mistaken, he has the most points in the NHL in the 80s. Peter Stastny does.
I wouldn't doubt it, but he was the team he's with.
Mm-hmm. So, like
the
guy will
points
still
in the NHL in the 80s.
A total for the decade.
I get you, but that's Gretzky. Points in the NHL in the 80s.
It's
Gretzky has 200-point seasons in the 80s, and he played the entire decade.
I hear you. Maybe I'm not.
I think he's up there. I don't doubt he's up there.
There's something about that he's got the most in the 80s of some sort. I can't remember what it is.
Yeah, I'm sure he's got a stat where he's there, but for points, it's going to be Gretzky in the 80s.
Yeah, I agree.
And the ones, and he stood out far beyond his brothers.
Oh, big time. Actually, his brother's not taking any of from them, but they mostly made the team because it was the package deal. But
They're riding the coattails.
Yeah. Which is, by the way, these guys' story would make a great movie. Like just how they got out of where they come from to make it to North America. It's amazing.
I really wish that in Canada we would do more hockey movies or good hockey movies. The Richard movie was crap. The Sawchuk movie, crap. The only good movies was Slapshot and Face Off.
Yeah, true.
You know, we don't get the money. You know, you can do the Mickey Mantle story, you can do the Lou Gehrig story.
Even the CBC stories they did sometime on
those were good.
They were bad. They were not bad, but I guess there's so many they can do anyway that it's hard to pick from.
It's hard to get money, but yeah, there's some great stories, and I'm sure, some great Canadian stories. You know, Fergie Jenkins, I'm sure it'd be a great story.
There we go. Yeah, so he was second in the 80s.
Well,
that's pretty good.
No, absolutely.
See?
Like you have to think, it's a high octane era now, but look at the gap.
He's the Dennis Marouk.
By the way, 1,059 points in a decade is ridiculous. Like, think about that. It's averaging almost 106 points a year. It's 106 points a year for a decade. That's an average.
And you got to remember, he played for a dead last team for a decade.
That's what I'm getting at. It's extremely impressive.
It's like batting 400.
Yeah, he wasn't playing with the caliber of offensive firepower that those Oilers were playing with. Like, there's a big discrepancy in talent between the players he's playing with versus what you're talking about.
Who were his teammates? Do you know? Going through that time, the bigger teammates.
Michel Goulet.
Oh yeah, okay. So captain there, yeah,
he's good. One of the best, probably left winger of all time as well. Like, unfortunately, his career ended really hard in '94, like head first. He used to have one of those old Jofa helmet. Remember these things? It's like crazy. Yep. It's like crazy carpet material.
Yeah. There you go. Right. It is. It's horrible. So just so thin. Well, Gretzky wore Jofa too, right?
Actually, there it is.
Yeah. There you go.
There. Yeah.
Yeah. They became infamous in that time period.
The old lid there. Yeah. Gretzky had the same for decades. Yeah.
Somebody said that on one of the shows. It was one of the Americans in a talk show or something. They were talking about Jofa. And they said, "Oh, look at this! There's Jaffa." So they don't know their hockey. It's so funny,
Jofa, yeah.
Alan Cote would be, Alain Cote would be Alan Cote. Hey.
So we need some Jaffa cakes. Is what you're trying to say?
Jaffa cakes.
Hey, Jaffa cakes works. So look, maybe they were just hungry, Bobby. Like, give them some credit. Maybe they're just hungry. It's okay. It's nothing like watching Shaq.com people. Agreed. I'm just getting quickly caught up here. Okay, so he's talking about the plus minus with Gretzky about how he's a plus minus player, just strange giving scoring. Yeah, no, I get you. But they also gave up a lot of goals. So it's like, yes, he scored a lot, but they also gave. It's not like
he's on the ice a lot too.
Yeah, he was on the ice a lot, and it's not like they didn't give up goals on the other side. But they were able to out firepower some teams, but they did a lot of that. Rocky Marciano retired 49-0. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So I thought my Flyers were going to beat the Mighty Oilers in Game 7. Yeah, there were some teams that were those Flyer teams were real good, but it's one of those things where it depends on the time period. Remember, those Oilers were really high octane at that time period, and that Flyer team did take them to Game 7. So it's one of those things, like, they played them competitive. At that point, it's a coin flip. You just need to get a little lucky bounce in Game 7, and it's the other way around. You're going
name 3 Flyers on that year.
Does it really matter in hockey, though?
Tough.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. But here's the thing. When it comes to hockey, I agree that there's a lot of great teams in there. But you can do, especially in that era, if you've got a team that is able to play well, you like having a superstar, but a lot of times it's like there's different levels. You look at the Islanders, people know Bossy, people look at these guys, and it's like
Ron Duguay, a few others,
yeah, but it drops off very quickly. It's not like Gretzky, Messier. Yeah. So it's like, I think a great team could have done well, but it's just too much firepower. But the fact they took him to 7, pretty good.
Yeah. And it just happens sometimes.
Exactly. At that point, it's just, you needed one more lucky bounce your way in one of those games, and you're advancing. So this was kind of a general question. I haven't been up on it. Is there still a market for Beehive hockey postcards? I'm not aware there was a market for Beehive hockey. Well, there's a market, but do you know what I mean? Like a market?
They have actually turned into being one of the lowest. There's 1,008 in the complete set. The short prints are are ones that just because the guy stayed there for a cup of coffee and moved on, they did 10 of his prints. Now they're worth, $5,000-7,000 each. Well, and they're nobodies for the most part. It's a hard thing to justify. Again, you can't complete the set without those. And then there's only 7 out there, so there can only be 7 complete sets in total. So where do you stop with the checklist, and which are the short ones and which are so it's a tough one. I like beehives. I think that they're fine. People want to call them rookie cards and whatever. But no, they're just, most of them are about $5 a beehive. That's 90% of them. After that, 20, 30, 40, 50. The odd few are a few hundred, and then after that you get into the thousands.
What was the idea behind them to make them kind of like a 2-piece?
I think it's just of the time. Hey, why don't we do some photos? Oh, let's put a backing on them. That looks nice.
Be right back.
Yeah.
I had some given to me a few years back. I didn't even realize where they were. I got 2 or 3 somewhere. They're Maple Leaf guys.
Everybody does. Everybody's got 2 or 3 or 50. And, when you go to a show or you go to a flea market, they're just stacks everywhere. And everybody's picked through them, and nobody wants to look at them again. And most of the players were front of the mill. Like, certain ones are good. You got the early Sawchucks. You got the, the House, the Richards, and then you get the one group. It's sort of like, it's the group 3s, the one with the wood grain border around it. Those ones are a little bit better. A lot of people really like collecting those, but we're seeing the later years come in. So is it the age of advancement, or is it the style? And I think it has to do with a little bit of both. But the group 3s are kind of nice. There's a lot of good starts, and then there's short prints in that too. They had some problems and issues with printing. That's my thing on beehives. But the longest running promotion in Canada, I think, ever.
Okay.
Beehives.
Nice.
Yeah, 1936 to 1960. I think it's 66, 65.
Pretty good run. That'll work. How do you come up with the size the cards are? Tops. So in baseball, and I think in football as well, and a couple other sets, they were doing the oversized for a little bit, and then they went to the 57 tops. They went to what is considered the standard size now, 2.5 by 3.5, and then it kind of popularized it. It could have been another size in another alternate timeline, but it just
Some
so
of
happened.
the 30s were close too, though.
Yeah, no, but it just so happened that at that time they just settled on it, and because tops had a dominant role in that point, people just kind of got used to it, and then it became the standard card size.
Yeah, it's funny. Parker starts out small, and then they go bigger than tops.
Mm-hmm.
Bowman had the little square ones too at the beginning.
Yeah, 50. So yes, 48 Bowman, 49 Bowman, 50 Bowman. So those 3 years. 51, they start making them more rectangular. 52, still rectangular. 53, get a little taller. And then they started messing, because at that point there was no standard. So it was kind of like, how many cards do you want to put in the sheet?
Yeah.
How big the sheet do you want to be? How do you want to do this?
Exactly.
Yeah, so you were playing around with it, like basically doing math. Somebody was sitting there with a ruler going like, how many we want to fit on here? How big can you make it?
Well, they didn't make cards after the war until the 50s, so the late 40s.
Uh-huh.
Everybody's a greenhorn. And you have to understand, through that time period, the printing presses got bigger, and they could do bigger sheets, opposed to smaller sheets as they did back in the 20s. The sheets in the 20s were just that big. You go back to the 10s, they were just strips. They were just doing a few lines because they had to put the stone lithography kind of pressing. So everything changes, just like areas of players, all that other stuff we were talking about before. Everything changes with time.
Yeah. The other piece of that puzzle as well is that once somebody establishes a standard, if they're doing it consistently, because the key was that at that time you were getting the sizes changing. So initially tops started off with an idea. They got the red backs and the blue backs in 51. 52, they established the large format, and Bowman's still playing around with the sizing a little bit. 53, 54, 55, pretty much Bowman stays the same size. Not exactly the same as tops, but they stay the same size. Top stays the same in 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, and then now all of a sudden tops is by itself, shrinks it down to 57. And then from 58 on, they continue that. Now it becomes the standard size because they're the de facto standard. As they go forward, people get used to it. Now here you go. So even when other companies come into the game, Fleer does its sets in the 50s. You know, I'll make sure I include it for Robert's benefit. The 59 Ted Williams doesn't really count, but the 63 Fleer set and stuff like that, and the 62 and 61, which were the old timers sets and stuff like that. They had kind of gone to that. Everybody got used to that standard size. So even when they did their set, they pretty much stuck to the standard size.
There he is.
There you go.
He's on.
I love the logo.
He's on the top of the 83 box, isn't he? On the cover.
Could be. Don't know. I do appreciate that in that year that they stuck to the color coding. I think the color coding the teams is always a good idea.
I always like it.
I'm a fan of that.
84, they did that. 85. Maybe 6, I'm not sure.
Yep. You're gonna have to repeat that one, Yannick. It cut off.
I said good old OPG.
Yeah. There you go. So 4x4 Rubicon says, person who loved Dan Marino. When Marino retired, you all know every major record in NFL history. Greatest passer, but Carlos Point, football is a team game and never won a ring. Very true. The other thing is unfortunate for Dan Marino. He was he revolutionized the game at his time, but he came in at the wrong time because in today's game he'd be throwing for 6,000 yards because a guy with a quick release and they protect you as a quarterback, so they position you in such a way where it's such a pass happy game. You don't necessarily need a running game the same way you would have needed in Dan Marino's day, because if he had a legitimate running game, he probably would have won a Super Bowl. That's just the way it was at that time. So, unfortunate for him, bad timing. And Dan Marino is basically the Miami Dolphins version of Pat LaFontaine. He came on the tail end of a dynastic period for the franchise because the Dolphins were right up there in the 70s. They had the perfect season and they were like a great team. Don Shula was still the coach, but it wasn't the same Miami Dolphins that it was in the 70s. That was over. So Dan Marino came in, he had the coach, they had the experience, but that team was gone. It wasn't the same team. So they got to the one Super Bowl, and then that was the end of that. And then he was in Ace Ventura.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. So Paul here says, surprised me that they go as big as they did, thinking back to the time when I go to tobacco card size. It was for promotion. I read a small booklet that was written about the war between Topps and Bowman. And the idea with the 52 Topps was because they came up with this grandiose design for them. You have to think 1952. Up until that point, you think of what Bowman was doing. It was pretty plain. They had some nice lithograph kind of pictures, painting things, but it was very generic. And the backs were like this dark, dull gray color sometimes, and they were doing stuff like that. And then 52 Topps comes out and says, we're gonna have your name with like a facsimile signature and the stars, and we'll do this big card that'll really show off these images we've got. And they had some really cool iconic images they used in 52 Topps, and a 407 card set, which was bigger than those other sets that were in the. So they're trying to sell you on, we got more cards. Our cards are bigger and they're colorful and they're big and all of it. It's a whole package. And then after that, they maintain it for the next couple of years to compete with Bowman because they're like, well, now we can't go backwards. We can't make the cards smaller and make them more drab. 53 Topps was a great set too. 54, some people really love it. It was innovative because they did the black and white photo and the big head photo as well.
Yeah.
That was the first time they had done that. That was new. 55, the innovation started to kind of run out in 55, although they did do the horizontal pictures. So they had that. 56, I think, is the most beautiful aesthetically of that time period there, which was really good. But it was kind of a play on 55, but they enhanced it a little bit. But then by 57, they're like, okay, so we won the war completely fully. What do you do? Oh, these are color photos. Yeah, but they're all out of register and blurry. And we'll make the cards smaller. Oh, man. Lame. So that's how that worked out.
Yeah. I think you had a decent gun in there, a half decent.
Absolutely. It
But,
was competition. Competition, though, bred some good innovation at that time, especially that was the first. This is the early to mid 50s. So they weren't doing the stuff like that. It forced Bowman to release 53 Bowman. Unfortunately, 53 Bowman, while probably the most beautiful set of the decade, the end result was we ran out of gas. When that didn't win us the war, that was like their big Hail Mary shot. Let's go.
Yeah.
The reason 53 Bowman black and white exists is because they ran out of money. They couldn't make another series of the black and white. That's really expensive in 1953.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's expensive technology. beautiful. Like they came up with some really amazing looking cards out of that.
That's the Parkhurst top story, kind of 63, right?
Mm-hmm. Just money. Unfortunately, sometimes the reason these things happen is financial considerations.
That was licensing, actually, at that point.
No, for sure. Well. Yeah, but with those guys, it's like they just ran out of money because if you go back on the history, the founder of Bowman sold out Bowman prior to that. So he got out at the right time. Bowman. Yeah, he got out of it just at the right time. He got out while the getting was good. He was still in a good position. He was still number one technically at that moment. The tides would turn soon thereafter. They would throw money at this trying to win the war. They ran out of bullets.
Yep. And actually, he was a good friend of George Kennedy, who owned Parkhurst.
Nice. Okay.
They're very good friends. I think he hooked George Kennedy up with some land in Florida because he was into real estate. Warren Bowman, that's what he went into right after.
There you go.
That's all I know from there. That's it.
Fair enough.
That's my Bowman story.
4x4 Rubicon, thank you very much. Laces out, Dan. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. And Don Bradman, curator, is here.
All right.
Letting us know that Bradman's rookie cards are tobacco-sized and issued pre-1940. The more you know. Cue the meme. The more you know. Well played. Well played.
I think they're all based off of, I think cards came from bookmarks. And the first early cards are long and skinny for the most part. Mm-hmm. And they were put in, and it just kind of shrunk in size, and they put it in packages with gum and or cigarette tobacco and shrunk it and got it around. Otherwise, they end up like trading cards, like the deck of cards. Mm-hmm. That's where it was a comfortable feel, but it needed to be a little bit bigger.
These ones, while Bobby was rummaging through his desk earlier, I went over to the little side desk because I remembered that I had something hidden under the boxes that I found the other day, and I was going to pull it out. I think I don't remember if I've shown it or not. I might have. So I always I enjoy making fun of the CFL, but there was a time when I had tickets to a bunch of games and things like that because I went to them. Now this was an ill-fated attempt at something that I had done previously. So this is It's Time to Roar on the Shore. So this is a little pamphlet here. So this is from the 102nd Grey Cup. Yeah. So this is the little envelope thing and the festival events and everything. Nice. And there's your ticket for the 102nd Grey Cup.
It's a nice ticket.
Yeah. So they got. So I got two of them on here. So now here's the story. So I had I did the 100th Grey Cup. I attended that one in Toronto because I had season tickets to the Toronto Argonauts for 2 seasons. Now, I did it for 2 seasons because I knew that the 100 Grey Cup was coming up and it would be in Toronto. But I also knew that if you did it for 1 season, they would probably limit you to 1 ticket. They did. So what I did is I actually bought my season ticket 2 years before, did it for 2 seasons. I attended the games, went, whatever. And then, so when I got time, I was able to buy 3 tickets. So I bought some tickets for myself and a couple of my buddies to go attend. Now, in retrospect, I regretted that because at the time, the tickets were retailing for on the secondary market for like $1,200, $1,500 because I actually had decent tickets. So I was like, so do you guys want to watch the game on TV? They're like, Carlos is like, oh, come on.
Let me take you to the bar.
It's $1,500. I'll buy the beer.
Yeah.
I could have gotten $1,500 a ticket. That was $4,500. I go, better be $1,500 worth of entertainment. Halftime was Bieber. It was not $1,500 worth of entertainment. It was trash. It's trash.
You're 10 years younger, it might have been.
Trash. Anyway, so the point is, so we went to the game. So afterwards, for the 101st Grey Cup, I was able to get tickets to those as well, and I actually sold them and made a little bit of money on those. Thank goodness. When these rolled around, I actually didn't want to have tickets to Toronto Argonauts, but I laughed. Again, when it comes to CFL, my trolling ways extend to the CFL. I enjoy the concept of trolling in different ways. What I did with that one is I actually bought, I got access. I don't remember exactly how I did it. I got access to that one through the Saskatchewan Roughriders, actually. Not through the Toronto Argonauts. I got access to this. So that's how I got these tickets.
How did that work?
I don't remember the exact configuration, but I know it was the Saskatchewan Roughriders. I know it wasn't the Argonauts. I know I might have bought season tickets to the Saskatchewan Roughriders. I don't remember. I know I did something that involved the Saskatchewan Roughriders to get the tickets, to get access to them. The idea was to sell these as well, but unfortunately these didn't quite move quite as quickly. I got a little greedy. I kind of held on to them a little longer than I should have, so I never ended up selling them. That's why I still have the tickets.
What year was that, Carlos?
This was 2014. So 2014.
Okay.
So this is the 102nd.
Was it the Ottawa Rough Riders? Or sure it was Saskatchewan?
No, it's Saskatchewan. Yeah, I still get emails from them. It was Saskatchewan, I assure you. It's the green one.
I always play fun that we named the two teams in the same league as the Rough Riders.
Yeah, deservedly so. But one has a space in the middle and one doesn't.
Oh,
Totally different.
yeah, hyphenated really makes a difference.
Changes everything.
We're the Rough Riders. Yeah, we're the Rough Riders.
Hey,
We're dumb Canadians. Watch
Listen.
CBC.
listen, I'll have you know that when Ottawa came back the first of 2 times, they still had the R. They were the Rough Riders,
Yeah.
and then they were the Renegades, and then they were the Red Blacks,
Red
because
Blacks.
we suck at naming things.
We sure do.
We like it's so bad. It's so bad.
It really
But-
is.
But I will say, like I said, the CFL is literally my joy of like amusement. I was a season ticket holder of the Red Blacks for a year. I love the trolling possibilities of a lot of this stuff, and I would pay for the entertainment of it.
I would pay to be in that boardroom when they were naming that. I would
It was
just
so
sit there.
good.
Go, who said Red Black? Who said that?
What?
Throw something at him. Look at Red Black.
Rouge et Noir doesn't work for you. Rouge et Noir.
Is that how you say it?
I think it's literally translated. Rouge et
Plus
Noir.
Rouge. I don't
It would be. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's a direct. I think it's an
OJO.
immediate, the direct translation of the colors. I think I'm pretty sure.
Mhm.
I'm pretty confident. Yeah, but you know what's funny because my buddy is actually from Canada, so like what I did is I said okay, he wanted to buy tickets to the inaugural season, and I said okay, I'll get some entertainment value out of this. I go, put me in for one of the tickets, you buy the tickets, and we'll do it. So we ended up going to a game, nice stadium, really nice. I mean, we had a good time, we had fun, and I actually have a Red Blacks jersey. Oh, I do. Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting.
I do like the red. To be honest, I like the jersey itself. The whole red and black thing, it works. Like on a football jersey, it works really well. I like it. So I thought that part was good. But it's a CFL. It's one of those things I can't get that excited about it. But for a season, I had fun with it. I'm like, yeah, go Red Blacks. Why not? What the heck?
Yeah.
So when they finally won the Grey Cup, we had a good laugh. But I was a season ticket holder to the Red Blacks, so I've been a season ticket holder to the Red Blacks, the Toronto Argonauts, and the Saskatchewan Rough Riders.
Nice.
And I've gotten 3 different sets of Grey Cup tickets. So I can make fun of this fucking league anytime I want. I have patronized them. I can make fun of them as much as I wish.
Patronize them more than most.
Absolutely, way more than most.
I lived
Way
in
more than
Saskatchewan
most.
4 years.
The Alouettes.
I've been to one game actually. Funny enough, against the Rough Riders in Montreal.
Which Rough Riders?
The green guys.
Okay. So the watermelon ones. The
The
watermelon.
watermelon heads, exactly. It's some serious business in Saskatchewan.
No, in
It's
Saskatchewan.
actually
No, in
the whole
Saskatchewan, they're not
league.
joking. In Saskatchewan,
No,
they're not joking. They're
They're
serious.
They're the biggest.
That's the whole
collectors.
league. That's the whole league. Take Saskatchewan out of it, the league is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe Winnipeg.
I would say
No.
Winnipeg has some passion for it. I would say Calgary
Calgary,
or Edmonton, they can move in between.
DC, no. Lions.
No,
you
absolutely not.
Do you
No,
want a good game? Go to the Labor Day Classic, Winnipeg and Saskatchewan. Like, I mean, just
For sure,
The,
yeah.
the crowd, people are going
Yeah.
nuts.
Look, all you need to know is that the biggest populations are the ones that care the least. Toronto, Montreal, and BC.
Exactly.
They're the ones that are like, yeah, whatever. CFL,
Yeah, we don't care.
yeah,
But,
don't care the least.
There's Saskatchewan is insane. Actually, no joke. If you're in Saskatoon and you want to go shop, go during a football game. There's no one anywhere.
That's true. These are facts. Yes, you're right. You're right.
Yes.
You're
yes,
100% right about that.
Yes.
Yeah, so I didn't try to get a refund, obviously. Otherwise, I wouldn't have these. If I honestly, I probably should have just let it go for face value, get my money back, and been done with it. But whatever. It's one of the like I keep it as a souvenir. Whatever.
It's a little
amazing.
story behind it.
Yeah, it's at least it has exactly. At least it has a story from a little run of time where 100, 101, and 102. I had tickets to all 3. I sold the 101. The 100 I still have because I attended, and 102 I still have because I was an idiot and didn't sell it at the price I should have sold it for.
Everybody likes trinkets.
Yeah. So Bieber at his apex. Yeah, exactly right. Have you seen the documentary on Netflix? So this, you know what? They mentioned this. The ECHL Thrashers team. Yeah, you know what? This was like a documentary, I want to say on like Netflix. But this was referenced, I think, a couple of weeks ago. I haven't got a chance to watch it, but I have heard of it.
Really?
Yeah, it was referenced a couple of weeks back, and I think they mentioned even the name of the documentary, but the name escapes me.
Yeah,
But I know what you're talking about. I know what
saw
you're talking about.
something. I did too. Yeah, and
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I did want to look into that further. That's right.
Yeah, yeah, I do need to double check that because it sounds interesting. It really does. It sounds interesting.
Write it down, Bobby.
Yeah, so sure we need to get Don B out there. Here we go. Oh, so we need to get Don B out there so Carlos and the others can understand the importance of the sports world and value of sports car hold. Badminton is the goat of goats. No. Okay. Cricket has the highest TV ratings in CFL. We have higher ratings in the CFL. That is a low bar, sir. A low bar. No. You know what's great about the CFL though? Is jokes seriously. CFL actually has decent ratings, or at least it used to. I haven't checked in years. If you compare it relatively in population size to like the US, it actually does tremendously well. Now, the problem is that the demographics are bad. Like the demos are no good. So like eyeballs in front of screens, yes. But demographics, bad. It actually ages, it's worse than baseball. It ages skews real old.
It does.
And the end result of that is that TSN will sit there. The way you know, this is the indicator. Forget about everything else. You don't even need to know the numbers. The way you know that it's not working very well, look at what commercials are airing during it. The CFL is actually getting pretty good ratings. But then I'll see an ad for Safeway. We don't have Safeway. Safeway is out west.
BC.
Yeah, like it's. I think they've got. I think they've got some in Alberta, but like it's. You got to go out west. So
Value
why am I
Mart
seeing that on the
and
national
all those weird
broadcast?
things.
Because they couldn't sell ad time to anybody else that would go
That's
national.
right.
You should be seeing ads for Canadian Tire. You know, Shaw.
Tim Hortons.
Yeah, Tim Hortons, Bell, Rogers, anything. I shouldn't be seeing Safeway. In Toronto, I should not be seeing Safeway. If I'm seeing Safeway, it means you couldn't find anybody to buy the ad time. That's bad. That's real bad. To put it into American context, that's like watching the Super Bowl and seeing commercials for local Buffalo car, used car salesman. Why am I seeing this during the Super Bowl? Because that's all the ad time they could sell.
Like our Super Bowl commercials.
Yeah.
Canada.
True. Very true. Yeah.
Horrible.
But that's the indicator. That's the indicator that they had is like, as soon as you're seeing Safeway commercials, stuff like that nationally, I'm like, that's a regional supermarket chain, guys. We don't have that elsewhere. That's
Everybody
bad.
shops at the co-op out there. So
Yeah, that's
whatever.
that's not good. That is not good.
Co-op number.
Yeah, exactly.
I have one, and I kid you not. Depends of where you're going. Sometimes it's a 4-digit, sometimes it's a 5-digit. So your co-op number doesn't necessarily work in Alberta and in Saskatchewan. Kind of like, I was like, okay, that's a little confusing.
we don't have co-op in Toronto
Yeah. So
or anywhere.
I don't think it would work out here. I don't think they could try. The closest that we have a co-op is Costco. That's not a co-op. It's the closest we're gonna get.
co-op,
the closest
co-op
we're gonna get.
gas,
And it's a
co-op
stretch and a
hardware
half.
Store, co-op food, co-op liquor store, co-op, name it, co-op.
Yep. Grain.
You can go to store and buy food
Tractor.
and feeds and grease and whatever you want.
I want some grease in a
combine.
tractor.
Combines.
You
Can I have
buy
separate bags?
you can buy a onesie to go outside for the winter and grab some food and grab some medication for your animals.
So you need a onesie in order to get your
onesie.
tractor and your grease.
Oh, it's Saskatchewan stuff for sure.
Oh yes.
Those just one advertised on TV there. You just
Yep,
those ones.
basically, like same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for those of you folks here who are not from Canada, this is a good insight to you. No, there are some folks from the U.S. who do check
Sure.
out the channel. So for those of you who
UK.
watch, for those exactly, and internationally as well. One of the great joys of our lives in Canada is making fun of literally every other province.
Sure.
It is.
Like whatever province we're in, it doesn't matter. We will sit our time making fun of the other ones.
Yeah.
And in turn, they will make fun of us.
Yes.
And thus the circle is complete.
We don't play with the East Coast too much because it's too hard getting over Quebec.
It's too easy.
I'm reminded of one of my favorite jokes.
Just me.
You being there is the worst thing I can do to you.
That's right.
There's nothing else I can do to you. Like, really? Well, what am I going to say?
It's almost like my parents with the thing I got this lousy T-shirt. It's the same thing.
Basically, yeah.
What
It's
are you
like
gonna do?
it feels redundant at that point. It really feels redundant. It's like, nah, it's okay. Let me go back to making fun of making fun of the West.
Newfoundland used to be good to make fun of, but now
That's
they're just
true.
too boring.
It's low hanging fruit at that point. It's not
It's an
fun.
old.
Yeah, it's not
It's
fun.
old.
Redbacks won the Grey Cup. They control all the colors. Facts. Untold Crime and Punishment is a Netflix documentary. I believe it. People in the States love making fun of other states too. Yeah, it's true. No, I agree with that. But I would say like it's a national preoccupation over here. Like literally, it's one of the great joys of our lives. It's like, how can we make fun of the West today? And all those, I was like, damn those people in Toronto.
Well, BC is like California.
It is.
West is like the central, obviously the plains and what have you.
Alberta's
Toronto-
Canadian Texas.
Yeah,
Yeah, they got guns and cowboys. They're Canadian Texas.
Calgary Stampede. Yep, they're doing it right. Toronto's more like a mini New York without this crime. Yeah,
Yeah, I would say less so.
Quebec is like
That's his own thing, man.
Well, Quebec though,
No,
even
they
within
speak
Quebec
French
though, in Quebec though, you got to remember when it comes to Quebec, like Montreal is its own beast compared to Quebec.
As
If
well.
I say Quebec and I say Montreal, we're talking two different things.
Mhm.
It's like another country. Yeah, it's like a nation state within the province.
Quebec is
Oh,
the
like
other
half
state.
not half
Montreal.
the 1/3 of the population lives just on the island Montreal. So
Exactly. Yeah, yeah.
you know,
But it's its own beast. Like we really have to treat it almost as its own thing. Because if I go to Montreal, I can go to Montreal and be like, okay, look, I don't speak a lick of French.
You're fine.
No
You're
worries.
good. You're fine. Great. No problem. Yeah, no
Good.
worries. Anything we can do for you? Yeah, I'd like a beer and a thing. Yep. Go, here you go.
hi,
go-
hello, it's a thing. Like,
Yeah, I go to Quebec City and it's like they just stare at me. Maybe There's like no. We're
I
good.
go to Quebec. I go into the store and I try to, they go bonjour. I go bonjour, and they go hello. It's like get me every time, because they figured you out. You can't get it by us.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
usually they'll say,
I'm half
"Hey,
French.
I want to practice my English." People that you want to speak French, so yeah.
Yeah.
So I always tell people, like my wife for say, like people will speak in English to her, she'll answer them back in French. So everyone practice.
it's good.
Fair enough. I think that's fair.
I learned from the bilingual cans and packaging. It helps.
I learned in the Navy.
There you go.
So what you're saying is you learned to curse first in English,
Oh,
and then later you learned the
cursing,
addition. There were more words.
cursing, drinking, and my roommates were all from Newfoundland, so they don't speak English either.
Oh,
I was gonna
no,
say,
they
yeah, they don't speak English.
That must
So
have
where
been-
did you learn the English from?
Well, they all drank a lot, and the equilibrium of that would level off.
Exactly. Oh yeah, everyone gets to understand each other on alcohol for sure.
That a reasonable statement. Yes,
It is,
I'm with you. I'm with you on it. Yeah.
I'm done.
Okay. Fair enough. But yeah, it's one of those things where the regional aspects of like I said, even within that province, Montreal is its own ecosystem outside of that. You got to treat it almost as distinct from the rest of it. It's like, yeah, that's one thing, and then there's Quebec. That's the rest.
I
It's a
remember
different-
in '72, I went down visiting in Gaspésie, where my family's from. I went to aunts and uncles. They didn't speak a lick of English. It was amazing because you're rural, right? Even the store,
Oh yeah, no, that far you're lost. This is French land,
and that's
you're-
'72, right?
Oh yeah.
Still is to this day, I would tell you.
Probably.
Other than probably like in the where there's tourism, obviously, but
Yeah.
uh,
There's no tourism in Gaspé.
that's all there is to do there. Like
Nothing really to do there.
no, you go see a rock with a hole in it. That's about it.
Yeah.
You just described 3/4 of Canada. It's like, this is what we got. So you're saying you got a rock. Right. There's a hole in it.
Yeah. Or there's a
Alright.
big giant something, the biggest of the world at the entrance of your town.
But this is the beauty. Like I said, this is the beauty of Canada in a nutshell. Because when my brother and his class when they were like in grade school, I want to say it was Sudbury. I might be wrong, but there's the one that has the big nickel.
Big nickel.
That's
Yeah. Okay. See, the problem is you knew that immediately. What does that say? It's like, and then they're like the big
Sudbury.
nickel. I was like, so this is what you went and you guys took pictures of you beside a nickel. Like a big nickel? All right then. Great. Awesome. Good times. Good
Did you-
times, everybody. Good
Let's go
times.
down to the mine and go 1,000 feet down, or what?
I'm sure they did some of this, but I'm like, then stay there. Like whatever.
What? Where were we? Nova Scotia or New Brunswick? I can't remember. We went to Magnetic Hill. It's like you turn your
New
car
Brunswick.
off. It's in New Brunswick. So you kind of turn your car off, you leave in neutral, and you think you're going down, and your car will roll, but it's really going up. It's
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
just it's an optical illusion. And I just
Exactly.
went, whatever.
And there's a
Wasn't
guy
even-
like $2 a tuna.
And now, in a nutshell, you all know why the internet and iPads they have become incredibly critical. Like when this is the standard for like entertainment. Oh man, brutal. Well, but that's like everywhere though. That's what made it funny, because when my family went to go visit Edmonton, it's like we spent the whole time in the fucking mall.
It's the biggest mall in the world.
I agree, I get it, but it's like it's a mall. But what if it is like we spend time in a big? Why? It's a big ass mall, guys. It's better than a nickel.
Got a carnival in there, a skating rink.
Oh no,
swimming
there's
pools.
lots of stuff in it. There's a casino, there's a shooting range, there was a driving range, there was a bowling alley, there was a two mini putt courses.
There's
two-
hotels. There's everything.
Yeah, you got a pirate ship, a submarine. You've got a skating rink. You've got a
There's a Nickelodeon. There's a Legoland. There's
yeah,
all
exactly.
kinds
There's
of-
that, and then there is there was one more thing I'm forgetting, like specifically, because they would have them in different sectors. You have an amusement park. There was there's one more thing I'm forgetting. I'm
Yeah, that
totally
Ferris
blanking.
wheel in the amusement park.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And then they got the roller coaster and all that. But there was one more thing I'm forgetting.
Well, you
Totally
named it up
forget.
then.
But the point is, all the attractions were inside of this friggin' mall. That's the point. The point is, it's all inside of one roof. Oh, 2 go-kart tracks. 2 go-kart tracks. 2. Because reasons. Oh, and they have a flea market. Because Lord knows you need a flea market. Sure.
Ah.
Great. Oh, Paul reminded me indirectly. Indoor beach.
Oh, there you go. Yeah,
Indoor
there
beach,
was-
yeah. Indoor
there's-
beach with electronic waves.
What's it, swimming pool? Yeah, the wave pool. That's right.
Yeah.
There you go. What are we living in Toronto for?
Because after you leave the mall, it's Edmonton.
Sanity.
After you leave the mall, it's Edmonton.
Freeze up
The
your
problem is the rest
It's
of it.
back to reality, right?
When you're inside the mall, it's fine. As soon as you go outside, wait a minute, I'm still in Edmonton. No,
It's cold. It's so cold. Did you plug your block heater in your car?
These are facts. These are facts.
Oh, my friend Henry lives out there. He goes, "Oh yeah, plug that. What's the
In
temperature?"
Saskatchewan,
Minus
you do
32,
not
right?
turn your engine off in the winter.
No.
Diesel, and you turn it on in the morning after you unplug it, and you turn it off when you go home. That's so.
That's
Yeah.
cold. And they
Paul
call.
knows.
Oh yeah. Well,
Agreed.
thanks.
Agreed. Yeah, not so good. Not so good.
It's coming there too now. It's that time of the year.
Well,
Yes.
today was a bunch of rain. So the last little while, like the last couple of hours, has been a bunch of rain.
Yep.
Not too bad. It's been okay. Like for mid October, I'm not complaining. It's been
No,
okay.
no.
It's been okay. I've been able to go outside in like light hoodie weather. Even t-shirts a couple of days this past week. So like in October, not bad. Not bad. No
It's not
complaints
been
there.
too bad. No, October's always been pretty good. November it kind of drifts off a little bit. Sometimes it's heavy, sometimes it's not. But
Yeah,
They
it's year
say-
by year. It's year by year. I've seen it. We've had a couple of years where like it stayed warm, unseasonably warm for a little bit. Other years where it started early. This year it appears like we're solid. But it'll be one of those things where it'll be fine. Flip the switch. Why?
snow.
Gradual would be okay, guys.
Oh, for
We
the
could just
little
gradually move towards it. That'd
You
be
guys
all right.
don't have much snow there.
No, we don't. Not anymore.
Not anymore. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what I was gonna say. It's there used to be years where yes, but not anymore.
I have snow that I don't even know where to put it at some point.
Yeah. Have to melt it.
Yeah. You know where you don't know where to pile it no more? That's a lot of snow.
Well, Yannick, that's where you need to get people. That's the only good thing about the condo here is like that they actually literally they'll move the snow. It's like no,
Oh,
I got
pay
people. I got
somebody.
people for that, Yannick. I got people for that.
You need people for stuff.
You need people, Yannick. Get some people. Get
I
people.
do. I have people, Carlos.
Yeah. And believe me, these people are rewarded. These people are rewarded in beer. We make sure that the beer finds its way. Listen, you take care of the people, they'll take care of you. You make sure they're taken care of, they'll take care of you.
Yeah.
I've never had an issue. I've lived here for 7 years. The people are taken care of. They take care of the business for me. I haven't had to shovel shit. The better part of a decade.
Thank God.
Good times. And they'll salt it and everything. Beautiful. Well done. Well done. Good job by you. Good job by all of you.
Life is grand.
Here's a tip.
It's a small thing. It's a small thing. But it's like people forget. But there's some people that forget it. There's some of the new ones that they're like, no, guys, there's some guys, they're out there doing that to work. Be appreciative because they're around. Because guess what? The people that appreciate them are the ones that get their stuff taken care of. You get to stay buried in snow.
Yeah.
If there's a big snowfall, you get to stay buried in it last. They'll fix you eventually because they have to. The other people get taken care of first. It's usually how it works. So, random question. Didn't Gretzky own a junior team in Quebec at one time? Not familiar with that one.
No.
No, I'm not neither.
I'd be curious why he would buy a junior team in Quebec.
Patrick Waugh does?
Oh, yeah. Patrick Waugh, though, would make more sense to me.
Yeah, Patrick Waugh owns the Quebec Ramparts. Oh, actually, sorry. Used to, but when he went to Colorado, sold everything to his partners, but I think he still has some hands in, and he actually coached the team. So,
Okay.
Oh, really?
That makes sense. I get you.
Mr. Patrick Waugh.
Have your people
Angry
call
man.
Carlos's people. Facts. The Hall Olympiques.
Yes. Do they still have a team?
No idea.
No.
You are closer in proximity, sir. You should check.
Yeah, it's almost halfway between you and I.
There you go.
Ooh.
Nice, nice. Insurance rates for snow removal have skyrocketed since the slip and falls insurance floods in the upcoming winter. Yes, these are facts. Here in Australia, we have big things and the big prawn, the big pineapple, the big banana, the big potato, the
Everything's
big merino.
big.
Now, when I used to, the family used to go and take trips in the summertime to Ottawa because my parents actually liked Minto Place Hotel. They actually enjoyed being at Minto Place. It was comfortable. And my dad and my brother and myself, we would go golfing over to the golf courses nearby. Now, on your way there, though, you pass the Big Apple. So we would always partake the Big Apple. Yeah, so there's your big thing. So we'd pass by the Big Apple. And, of course, we always leave with the pie, as you do.
But you can climb in the Big Apple.
What's that?
You can go in and climb in the Big Apple.
I think we did. Well, I think we did the first couple of times, and after that, we were kind of over
I
it.
did in the 70s. That's how long it's been there.
Yeah, it's been a big tourist trap for many, many years. But like years ago, now mind you, I haven't been in years, but they modernized it pretty good. Look, I knew the Big Apple was doing big things when their cash registers were IMAX. By years ago, and their cash registers were IMAX. It's like, you guys are doing fine. You guys are doing okay. I see that you guys are doing well. I'll take a pie.
Why not?
So Gretzky owned Hall, I think, with John Candy. Okay, so maybe
Paul
that's
is
in
right.
the 90s.
Paul is right. It was the same time when they had the Argos. And
I was going to say, so then 91, 90, 91, thereabouts?
Same as when they had the Gretzky Honus Wagner. The money was
So that's
flowing.
1991 then. Okay, gotcha. You guys is a bunch of giant stuff too. Giant rocking chair. I feel like the impact of giant rocking chairs isn't quite felt as much, but I don't doubt it. And there's a certain point that's like, guys, do we really need a giant thing just for the sake of having a giant thing?
What?
Giant rocking chair, really?
It's a thing.
I guess. Listen, I still question giant nickel. At least the Big Apple, like, okay, fine, yeah, it's quaint. It's got its charm. It's got its charm.
Duncan, BC on Vancouver Island has the biggest hockey stick outside their arena. It's the biggest in the world. It's like the size of
The follow-up question is always, would anyone actually try to challenge that? Whereas, like the biggest tower in the world, somebody would be like, oh, in Dubai, they built the bigger. They'd be like, in Dubai, they built the biggest hockey stick. Why? Because that was like the last thing. Like, we're going to take this. It's like the biggest hockey stick is now Dubai?
on top of a skyscraper.
On top of a skyscraper. Exactly. On top of a skyscraper.
The biggest hockey stick is in India. Field hockey, that is.
Field hockey.
Yep. Here we go.
Yeah.
I agree with Paul.
Giant beaver.
The jokes write themselves. You are correct, sir. Look, sometimes one of my favorite things to look on the map used to be like, Sometimes I would look at some of the thing and be like, that has to be a fake name. Because
No.
we have a Moose Factory. And I'm like, why would you name a place Moose Factory?
Do you want another point of Saskatchewan? Look at all the funny names of.
No,
the
I know. I'm
regions and
aware.
locals.
I know. But that's my point. I'd be like, somebody had to name this and think it was a good idea. At some point, somebody sat there and go like, you know what?
Flin Flon.
Moose Factory. We're
Waka.
going with it. I like it. And it's like, you're the only one. I like it.
Elbow.
We're doing it. It's a fact.
There's a Kandahar, Saskatchewan.
Middle
I
East
believe this.
Kandahar. It's Middle West, really.
Oh, disgraceful. Not Middle East? Shame.
Mm.
Shame.
I would like that one.
City in Utah named Beaver. Yes, I believe this. Of course, where the Mormons are. I know that's where I believe someone had a sense of humor. Somebody goes like, someday they will make the shirts and I will laugh. The hearty laugh.
I used to go hunt in a town called Love, Saskatchewan. And they have the whole town dressed up as like Valentine's like ish. So like, it's Cupid Way, and the post office is like, I mean, I think there's like 100 people live there. So the post office is the size of a shed, literally. Canada Post. And they have stamps for like, because Love Saskatchewan. So people send all kinds of cards and their wedding invitations, whatever, so they can get stamped with love in Saskatchewan. Yeah, true story. But I go there for hunting.
Because you love hunting.
Yeah. that's
Wow.
it. Yeah,
How
Wow.
easy.
Yeah.
I know.
that was a good one.
Thank
Yeah.
So what I'll do is we'll start winding her down. Now, one thing I'll say, and then, in chat, anybody in the chat, I feel like this is the most appropriate based on this conversation. I'm just gonna leave that there as a subheading for just a minute. This discussion just from time to time, I just need to be like, sometimes Canada's real lame. Love Saskatchewan was really like the last straw for me.
That was
I was like, you know what? I could deal with most of this bullshit.
yeah,
But Love Saskatchewan is like, that's a bridge too far, my friends.
that's
No,
it.
we'll end in love.
I'd rather not, Bobby. I would much rather not.
On another note,
My goodness. Unbelievable. Isn't there a city in Canada? I believe it. There's almost, maybe it was funny because Bill Simmons used to, when he actually used to write articles, he used to talk about a concept that he called the Tyson Zone. He used to write articles about this. The concept of the Tyson Zone was based on Mike Tyson. And the idea was that sometimes an athlete or a character or a celebrity or something reaches a level of absurdity that you'd almost believe anything. You could say you could give like a heading and say like, this is the story. And the celebrity is so absurd that you go like, that's plausible. Whereas a normal person would be like, no, that's ridiculous. That sounds stupid. When it comes to a lot of the areas in the West, we're in the Tyson zone. If you told me there was a city in Canada named Eyebrow, could I definitively say, no, that's ridiculous? No, I can't. I can't be sure of that. I'd have to Google it just to be on the safe side that isn't in Alberta or Saskatchewan
surprised.
or Manitoba. Because it's possible. It could be.
Mhm.
I can't be 100% sure. So as far as naming conventions of cities, Canada's in the Tyson zone.
Everything
well,
has a
we're
saint
there.
name here. Everything is Saint something or something something. Like
St.
all
Eyebrow?
different- Probably.
There should be maybe they need a neighboring city named St. Love. So
Yeah.
they can compete with regular Love. Interesting. Very interesting. I don't know. The point is I've lived in Canada long enough, but it's like, this country's weird. So weird. I don't know. Sometimes. Yes, there is a red green joke somewhere in there. I don't think even duct tape can save us now. I'm really not sure. I don't think so. Anyway, so guys, last thoughts. Feel free to throw them in here. It's been a fun stream. This was very much going to be a very kind of chill, like a kind of an open-ended stream. We were going to talk about whatever. Eyebrow. We were going to talk about, red, green, random CFL things. Just because.
how many Rough Rider teams there were?
At least one too many. At least one. Eyebrow is a village in the Canadian province of Saskatchewan. Of course.
Oh yeah.
Of course.
Who would call it eyebrows?
I've ceased the ability to question. Like at this point, it's like whatever.
Come on,
Tyson.
Moose Jaw.
No, I still think Moose Factory I enjoy more than Moose Jaw. Moose Jaw's good, but Moose Factory, they literally have a factory where they make mooses.
And remember, the guest who sang that song, Moose Jaw.
Just saying.
No, I know, but I'm just trying to the concept of like, we're gonna name this city, guys. I mean, this is a big deal, right? So
Apparently it's not a big deal. Yeah, like, I think the point is that part of Canada's lameness is we're clearly not taking this naming thing seriously.
That's what I'm saying. Mostly it was like probably people who shouldn't name names.
Yeah, like we're basically the equivalent of like there was a I want to say it was like in Europe, and there's a thing where they wanted to name a boat and they like named it like McBoatface or something like that. There was like a thing where they did a vote and they literally voted for the dumbest name they could think of on purpose. They like called it like McBoatface. And that's the one that won the vote. Because literally people are trolls. They're just trolling. They're like, give them a chance to vote on something dumb and they'll vote on it. Basically, Moose Jaw, Moose Factory, Eyebrow. That's basically what happened. Somebody was like, let's come up with ideas for names. Okay. It's like, this was the best one. It's like, you should have seen the other ones. Oh, man. That's the one that won. Oh, jeez. Yeah, Bodie McBoatface. Thank you, hockey guy. That's what I was thinking of. That was the name that won. Bodie McBoatface.
Really?
Maybe that's a city in Saskatchewan. Can we be sure it's not? I don't know.
There's a lot of weird names. You might
Canada's
be
in the Tyson zone, my friends. They're in the Tyson zone. It's plausible. Yes, Tyson is part of a $30 or $300 million wheat destination hotel development being built in Colorado. But he is Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson is naturally in the Tyson zone. Agreed. And you know what? He should build this development in Eyebrow, Saskatchewan. Done. We came full circle. Love it. One day there'll be Moose Knuckle, Saskatchewan. There you go. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, hockey guy. You're right. All right, guys. Last words. Oh, I'll include hockey guy's question. What everyone wants to know is who has the best chicken sandwich? Yannick, I don't know if you've taken a crack at the chicken sandwich question. This is very important. For the internet, the Insert Revolution podcast, they've basically built, this is like their holy grail quest. This is their Bodie McBoatface. They spend great time thinking about this deeply, and the implications are serious. What is best chicken sandwich?
Who makes it, or what makes the best chicken sandwich?
Is that who has the best
chicken
sandwich?
makes the best chicken salad.
Yeah. Who has the best chicken sandwich is the question being posed.
You do have a different place in Quebec.
No, not really. The same joint.
Well,
I
yeah,
would say.
Schwartz's Deli.
I was gonna say, isn't there that
That's my
isn't there that chain that's basically Quebec Swiss Chalet?
Saint Hubert.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say it's basically I would
Yeah.
I would think that'd be like a low hanging fruit and easy one.
It is, but I don't even eat there, so
No?
I don't. Nothing against it, but nothing
Okay.
for it either.
Gotcha.
That's
The
chicken
best
salad.
chicken. I'm
It
not
has-
even really.
Big
It's
Mary.
not like I'm not a chicken guy, but
Big Mary.
I like the one that KFC has, the traditional crunch. You know, this thick, the lettuce, the Kaiser.
Hey man, listen. If that's your answer, speak your truth, Yannick. If that's your answer, speak your truth.
Go to Mary. Go to Mary Brown's.
Little lettuce, tomato, sometimes little
All right.
little cheese.
No, that's fine. Listen, you have answered the question. That was all we
Mayonnaise.
could ask. We just asked your opinion.
Now I'm getting hungry.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. But at this time now, man, like there's no more. There's
Yannick, this has
nothing
never been a
open.
problem for me. Bobby knows that I go and get a snack after
The
the
fridge
broadcast.
is open.
Yeah, I
The
was
fridge
gonna
is
say.
open. No, I was just saying, like this summer for the first time, really, I experienced you have a night crave that you're out and you're like, okay, I'd like to eat something. There's nothing open past 10 p.m. anymore, really.
Yeah, true.
Like
That is true.
no
yeah.
one works. No one wants to work anymore. That's a
It's
certain
fun staying
time,
at home
so-
buying cards.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, but
Cool.
here's my but I had never actually heard anyone basically top 5 or whatever of who makes the best chicken sandwiches. I always heard there was a thing, but I never actually heard anyone going on about what their favorite places are.
I think the only people that would really take that hard stand on is I basically just leave it to
Dave.
Dave and Steve. I literally be like,
Here we go.
it's like, you're the subject matter experts. Go to town. Do your thing, guys. Do your thing. If I need knickknacks, I got Bobby. If I got trolling, I got me. Like, we've got subject matter experts on these matters. If I need chicken sandwiches, y'all do your thing. This is what you do.
There we go.
Yannick, do you have Mary Brown's there?
Say that again?
Do you have Mary Brown's chicken place?
No.
Oh,
I
no.
know what you're talking about, but we don't. No. Now, there's
have-
no other weird. Like, I mean, we don't have Wendy's here. KFC is
Really?
like a dying thing here.
KFC's dying everywhere. Don't worry.
Yeah,
There
too.
goes your
But
big
like, I mean,
crunch.
here, like literally, like you want to find a KFC, you got to drive 2 hours minimum. So, Pizza Hut is long gone.
The Colonel is losing the war. This is very unfortunate.
Pizza Hut
Yeah.
is on its way out here too.
I would
It's great.
agree. I'll be honest. I haven't, again, not a pizza guy, but I haven't seen them in a long time because I used to remember seeing them
One
more
here.
often. It's like I really don't see them very much anymore.
Last time I ate a Pizza Hut is because I had no other option. To tell you the truth. So.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think like nearby. The
Bad.
closest one to me is like Pizza, and then there's probably like a couple of Domino's and stuff like that. Those are the chains that kind of like appear.
Pizza
Right.
was
Domino's
first
is
chain
taking
in
over
Toronto.
here slowly.
Yeah, Pizza is like the closest one that's like down the street over this way. So if somebody wanted the closest one, that would be the closest one.
I had pizza for dinner tonight.
There you go.
Homemade.
Best.
So Jay here says y'all have Moosehead beer. I was never a big fan of Moosehead beer, but you know, in a pinch it works. In a pinch it works.
So Mary Brown's on Monday, they have a discount. It's called the Big Mary. It's a chicken burger. It's I don't know. It's beautiful.
So is Mary Brown's like
she got
it
best
sounds
legs in
familiar to
town.
me, but is it a
They're
big chain?
Like KFC. They're kind of replacing KFC,
Yeah.
to be honest with you. Pretty
Okay.
much. It's worth going for the chicken sandwich. Monday's half price. So through the week, like I don't know, it's like $8-9. It's a lot, but it's big.
Hmm.
And it's marinated and it's tender and it's beautiful. So
You know
I
what's
get
the
them,
best? Cold fried chicken the next morning.
yeah, you and my wife think so.
It's the greatest, man.
She doesn't need things heated up. I'm very particular. So
No, Bobby's very particular. That part we agree on.
I don't want cold. Leftover pizza once in a while, maybe if you got a hangover or something. We used to
Yeah,
do
I'm
that
not
when
saying
we
it's
were
the
younger.
greatest thing there is, but like it's pretty damn good. Actually, it's surprising.
Is this like a situation? It's like, look, because for some people it's pizza. It's like,
No, I
is
don't.
it? No. I'm saying it's the same situation though. Like for some people it's pizza. It's like cold pizza, hot pizza, like melted pizza. Like they'll just eat it. It's pizza. It's pizza. Good enough.
Yes.
Give
It
me
works.
some.
Yep, that's
Yeah.
my wife. Yes.
Yeah. So there you go. So for Baz here is Chick-fil-A and Swiss Chalet, then Hardee's. Big Unit likes Popeyes. Yeah, my brother actually likes Popeyes. He's a big fan of that one.
I like it too.
I'm not a big fan.
Never heard of Mary Brown's. Do they have any stateside or is it just
Canadian.
okay?
Yeah, they were here years ago in the I think it was the late 70s through the 80s.
Oh, okay.
A couple singles stayed around, and now in the last 5 years, they've just been everywhere. I got 3 around me now, and they're just opening up everywhere.
There you go,
Take-
Yannick. You got
take
some
a-
support.
And their chicken is very good. It's marinated, so it's very tender. It's not stupid KFC half pieces, because they cut the thigh in half, and now you got
Yeah.
half of a rib and half of a. It's like, oh, now we can give you 10 pieces that are really was only 9 pieces before.
Mhm. Right.
No, the place I'm talking
wings are
about
this big.
is it was local to Saskatoon. It's actually like an old kind of diner. It's called Johnny B. Goods, and the next day you can buy the previous day's chicken. You know, yeah, we used to serve it cold when we used to go tractor pulling at
So,
lunch.
Yannick, you know what? I kind of want to end on this thought. Hold on. I got it. Hold on. I got to get in on this now.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
This sounds an awful lot, Yannick. This sounds a lot like when I was in university. And when we were in university, one of the things we had there was a little Chinese place named Sun Suns. Now here's the thing: Sun Suns would do a buffet during the day. They had their buffet, whatever, and it was decent, like whatever. But where they really made their bones was in the evenings on Fridays and on Saturdays and whatever, because they would stay open until 3 or 4 in the morning as last call going out, and the hungry students would be leaving the bar, and they would still have some food left. They would even make some fresh to ready for those students so that they could have, and they would make the little things in there, and everybody, and there would be there was a line that went all the way to the end of the block at like 3 in the morning, and it was like, and the price was reasonable, and after a while I was talking to my buddies. I was like, so is it that you really love Sun Suns, or is it that at that time you're so drunk and so hungry that the fact it's there and it's hot food it's legitimate food, but nonetheless, it's like, and they're like, yes, exactly. It sounds to me like it was just you were really hungry and it was there.
Oh no. I'm not kidding. It's just a way that where I used to go, these people would like serve it that way to the group. And actually I really enjoy it. There's no drunk stories. There's no like hungover in the next day.
I'm not talking about being drunk, Yannick. I'm saying that conceptually it's the same idea. It's like, no, we just really wanted to eat. And it's like, there you are. You got some food.
Cold fried chicken, man.
Yeah, it's like, it was situational. It's like, no, like in a pinch, it's like, yeah, I'm hungry. I could eat. Great. There you are.
We used to have a place down in Toronto here on, I think it was Queen Street. I can't remember. It was like Sense, like it was a Chinese place. But people used to go there after hours. They were open till 3, 4 in the morning. But you used to be able to get cold tea. And that was the sign for beer. So they would bring you beer, and you could still drink after hours there. So that's why it was always busy.
The best part, though, was the way you knew that Sun Suns knew exactly what they were doing, is that Sun Suns would actually close at 10.
Oh.
And then they would reopen at midnight.
That's smart, guys.
They would just take a break, make some fresh food. And it's like, we're waiting for the other crowd. It's like, you mean the dinner? No, I'm not.
The money crowd. We don't.
Yeah,
care.
we're talking about the hungry student crowd. Remember, it's university town.
And
the hungry student crowd. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I could eat twice as much as I can today. So it's just
very smart.
I miss one thing here that we don't have in this city is a dim sum. I haven't been dim sum in a long time. You guys, Sunday brunch? No, don't do that.
I don't.
Not so much for me. Not so much for me.
Ooh, no, I know you're not a food guy.
Not so much, no.
Yeah.
It's not a necessity. I don't necessarily need dim sum. I'm not a dim sum. I don't really like the. It's just not my thing.
It's not for everybody.
Like sushi. Like it's like, what's it taste like? Well, you have raw fish and you have like rice, and if you didn't dip it in the soy sauce, it would taste like nothing.
What, saltless rice doesn't work for you, man? Come on.
Oh, you have a little nori, have a little like seaweed crunch, whatever. But really, everyone goes, "Oh, I love sushi. Do you love soy sauce?" Yeah, I guess so. Can't take
okay,
fish.
now we're talking too much food at 1:45 in the morning.
Oh, is it that? It's only 1:43. 1:42. That makes it sound later. What am I gonna have?
True.
I got leftover pizza. That's the fun part.
Oh, there you go. See, you're set. You got.
It's my wife's.
11 on the West Coast. So.
Oh,
yeah, you got to get on the late snack thing. Like it works for me. It works just fine.
Anymore, man.
Anymore? It's not like you're on the show every week. Come on, one time. Let's.
No. I mean the food at this time, and then going
You know how
going
many
to bed.
has a snack.
Well, that's your problem. That's your problem, Yannick. I'll have my snack. Unfortunately, I don't eat right away. I don't go to sleep right away.
No,
I'm up for a while. It's like, no, I'm still up. So for me, it's like, no, I don't go to bed right away. I will, but
I got responsibilities during the day, man.
Yeah.
It's Saturday. Come on.
Oh, it never stops, buddy.
Gotcha.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, guys. So we'll wind her down here. So it's a couple of things. So now we're on Saturday over in the East Coast. So early. So I'll ping him. I'll ping him later on. So it's Carlos Senior's birthday. So I'll be sending him his. I was chatting with him a little earlier. Actually, we were hanging out. I bought him coffee and the donut, and but then today is officially the day that I'll call him up and you know, as you do with love in my heart, remind him that he's really old.
He's old.
Yeah, no,
How
he's
old
super
would
old.
be Carlos Senior?
So Carlos Senior will turn 67 as of today.
Oh,
He's
he's
67.
young.
No, I assure you, he's old. I like to remind him and tell him so. And whenever, you know, just to help him out, to make sure he knows. It's like, well, the good news is that as your oldest son, I'm not young anymore. I'm old, but you're older than me. So that means you're real old. Oh man, that sucks. How's that working out for you? Yeah, good for you. I'm very helpful that way.
Kind soul.
I know. I really am too generous and kind to
Just
that.
like to remind him.
But I told him, it's like, so he goes, but he's like, well, so why do you remind me? So, well, you are old. So imagine if you forgot that you're old and suddenly thought you were young and decided to do something foolish. That'd be terrible. I would be derelict of my duty if I did not inform you at least once a day that you're old. Especially on his birthday. Oh my God. His birthday, it's doubly important that I remind you.
Calls for it.
Do you have any idea? Like, imagine if you forgot. That'd be awful. Horrible.
Can't imagine.
I can't even. Yep, the habit is pretty good. All right, have a good one, hockey guy. So, guys, thanks for hanging out in the chat. Some really good comments. There's been some good questions, some comments through the evening. We had some fun. Thank you, Yannick, with better Wi-Fi for popping in. The Wi-Fi was better the second time around, so it looks like it looks like it resolved whatever was going on with you earlier.
I did your advice there with the quality of video.
Yeah. It seems it's one of those things. Most people aren't really going to notice, and it's like unless you're trying to show off some stuff. I never bothered to upgrade to the 1080 because I thought about it, but it's like, number one, it's more expensive, and number two, it's like, for what? Like most of the time, we'll show some stuff, but it's like you can see it. You can see it well enough.
Not worth it.
And a lot of people are watching it on their phone and stuff, so they wouldn't even get the full benefit of it. It's like, well, it's not really going to help you that much.
Yeah.
So it's okay, and it just helps the internet. It makes it work a little bit better, and as long as we can hear you, then we're solid. So anyway, so that'll be it for us this time around. We got a couple of weeks, so you guys have a little time to figure out and get yourselves ready for Halloween. I had my Halloween colors going. Inadvertently, I had the orange shirt with the black hoodie, so there you go. Happy Halloween, Boo.
Pumpkins.
Yeah, happy Halloween, Boo. We had Smashing Pumpkins. Nice. You got to get in the spirit, Yannick. So in the next couple of weeks, we got to get in some Halloween spirit, man.
Orange.
No problem.
Yeah.
I got you.
You got time, though. Like, the good news is I'm giving early warning. Y'all got time. Get yourselves in the proper Halloween spirit.
Perfect.
All right. Sounds good, Aussie Card Guy. Have yourselves a good weekend as well. Thank you, Baz. Appreciate it. I'll pass along the birthday cheers. Carlos Sr. will probably be having his cake. I'll be curious to see what he decides on this time around. He is the cake connoisseur, so he is the creator of Cake Day.
Does Carlos Senior watch all of Carlos' stuff on YouTube?
Absolutely not. He doesn't watch shit. No chance. Are you kidding?
No way.
No, he's up at all hours. He doesn't watch anything. He literally will just watch random videos on YouTube. That's what he'll do. Yeah, he knows it exists, but it's one of those things. Like he was never interested in cards or collecting or anything. So I was the only one. I'm the outlier in that side of the family where I did that. My brother collects other stuff, but he's into what he's into. But
he's aware of how much time his son has on YouTube, right? 9 days.
Oh, he knows that. They know that Friday is my stream day.
Perfect.
They know that.
So don't call Carlos.
No, but they know this because then usually they'll want to do supermarket on Saturday.
Yes.
And I'll be like, if you call me in the morning, I'm going to hang up on you.
I just won't answer.
No, I will pick up and then be like, well, sorry, what? Click. I want them to know I hung up on them.
What time is a good time to say good morning to you? Past noon? Past 12?
You can do whatever you want. This thing's on silent. I'm not hearing it. Yeah, I go to bed way late, and I will sleep in a little bit on Saturday. That's like I'm in no hurry. I did a lot of my errands earlier today. I was actually taking care of them. I try to take care of them earlier in the week or on Friday before. Yeah, I don't want to wait until the weekend.
Anywhere.
I don't want to get in lines. I don't want to do any of that stuff on the weekend. No, thank you.
Tomorrow,
I want to enjoy my weekend and relax.
Just look.
Yeah. To be honest, what I'd like to do on Saturday right now is I want to finish reading my book. That is what I would like to do on Saturday. Enjoy myself. Sit down and finish reading my book.
I have one to finish.
Yeah. So that's my goal, and then I can move on into my next book, and that'll be good. All right, guys. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. Have yourselves a good one. Still on the West Coast. You still got a little time left. So before we hit the weekend on the East Coast, It's now Saturday. Enjoy yourselves. Have a good one. We'll catch you in the next one.
Ciao.